Chapter 151 Preparing for the Corpse Collection Team and Lex Luthor. If we hand over Richard Perman, will General Zod leave Earth? Amanda Waller put down the phone and asked Richard McNeil in a deep voice. Richard McNeil shook his head. Impossible. In addition to looking for Richard Perman, Zod also wants to transform the Earth into a second Krypton and let Krypton be reborn here. Then what will happen to us? Carol Ferris asked Richard consciously. Rebirth often begins with destruction. Richard McNeil said softly. Carol Ferris' complexion instantly became ugly. Amanda Waller frowned and asked again. That means war is inevitable. Can you defeat them? Yes. Richard McNeil smiled lightly. That's good. Amanda Waller believes that Richard McNeil will not be aimless, and she also believes that Richard McNeil will not allow the Earth to be destroyed by Kryptonians. I want to go back immediately to discuss Countermeasure. Richard Rees. Carol Ferris asks you to stay. We will contact you if there is a situation. Okay. Carlo Ferris nodded. Amanda Waller simply turned and left. And Carol Ferris didn't know what to do for a while. Richard McNeil turned around and went back to the bed to find clothes to put on. Although Louise Lane was a little embarrassed, it was not the time to be hypocritical, so she quickly got dressed. Kryptonite. Kryptonite can defeat the Kryptonites. Can't you give the Kryptonite to the military to let them study weapons against the Kryptonians? Louise Lane couldn't help asking as she watched Richard McNeil pick up the green Kryptonite. Kryptonite. Carol Ferris. Richard consciously looked at the stone in Richard McNeil's hand after hearing this. Can this thing deal with Kryptonians? This is a very important clue. Mr. Richard McNeil, can this stone really deal with aliens? Can you? Cannot. Richard McNeil flatly refused. Since ancient times, people have come from the people. Even if Kryptonite is handed over to you, you are not capable of researching weapons against Kryptonians within 24 hours, let alone a few Kryptonians. A lot. Richard McNeil smiled and said, help me contact Lex Luthor. I will bring Kryptonite to his company in half an hour. Lex Luthor. Carol Ferris was stunned for a moment, but Richard McNeil had already disappeared. This made her open her mouth wide and couldn't speak for a moment. Louise Lane looked at her with empathy. She was also frightened by this strange ability before. Central City, Villa. When Richard McNeil came back, he found that the villa was very lively. There was a large container truck parked in the courtyard. Leaving Laura, Thea, and Ballistic aside, the Black Siren and Betty came back and brought a strange woman with them. Boss, the task you gave us is completed, and we have brought back all the items in the Tanyan Society's warehouse, the Black Siren said to Richard McNeil with a chuckle, and pointed to the strange woman. This is a friend I just met recently, and she also helped a lot this time. Lisa Steiner. The woman introduced herself. Captain Cold's sister? Richard McNeil didn't expect that the friend mentioned by the Black Siren was Leng Duicheng's younger sister. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. People are divided into groups. Villains and villains can easily mix together. You all know about aliens, right? Richard McNeil asked. Everyone nodded. Juji, when will the disciple be upgraded? Richard McNeil turned his head and asked Zuji. 3 hours. Ballistic thought for a while and replied, okay, listen to my orders at any time after the upgrade, after the aliens invade the Earth. Richard McNeil paused, and Theo answered curiously, we're going to deal with aliens? Against aliens? Sounds like something a hero would do. Except for Laura and Thea, Ballistic, Black Siren, Betty, and even Lisa Steiner are not considered heroes. No. Richard McNeil shook his head with a chuckle. You are responsible for collecting the corpses of the Kryptonians. What's the use of this? Lisa Steiner asked curiously. It's very useful, Richard McNeil said with a smirk. The corpses of Kryptonians can be transformed into Doomsday, and throwing out any of these things may destroy the Earth. After explaining properly, Richard McNeil asked them to put the collections from Tanyan Society into their own collection room. Although they don't know what they are useful for, the originally empty collection room has become full now. Half an hour later, Richard McNeil came to the top office of Lex Group. This is the office of Lex Luthor, with a very individual style. without the calmness and grandeur that a top group president's office should have. Lex Luthor was wearing light-colored slacks, a blue-bottoming shirt, and a dark-colored knit sweater. He was leaning against the desk with his hands outstretched, and his middle-parted blonde hair looked extremely inconsistent. Standing beside him was a woman in black professional attire and black-rimmed glasses. This was Lex Luthor's secretary and bodyguard Maisie Graves. Opposite them sat Carol Ferris and Louis Lane. Half an hour is almost up. It seems that someone did not abide by the time agreement. Lex Luthor said with a chuckle. I still have a lot of work to do. As you know, I don't know a 200 company. So, why do you have hair? Richard McNeil's voice Richard Denley sounded from behind. Lex Luthor and Maisie Graves turned around in an instant, and saw Richard McNeil sitting on his office chair at some point. Lex Luthor paused and said, "This is not your position. Can you get me up?" Richard McNeil tilted his head and chuckled. Maisie Graves snorted coldly and jumped over with her hands on the desk, kicking her high-heeled stilettos directly at Richard McNeil. A finger. Richard McNeil just stretched out one finger to block Maisie Graves' heavy leg whip, and flicked it slightly. Boom. Maisie Graves flew out in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. Lex Luthor didn't even look at what happened to the secretary. Instead he smiled and walked towards Richard McNeil. You can get the military to come forward and force me to meet with you, right after the alien message. So I guess you need to help me make something that will defeat the aliens, defeat the Kryptonians. So, I can get something? A bald head with a new hairstyle. Have you ever heard of a setting? All bald heads are strong. Chapter 152 Go Bald, Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor stroked his hair and smiled lightly. Although this setting sounds very interesting, as far as I know, you and Richard Perman are called Richard Perman, right? This name is really low. You are not bald, so this setting may not be accurate. Believe me, only you with a bald head are the real Lex Luthor. As Richard Perman's old enemy, Lex Luthor's bald image is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Maybe it's because the hair is long and the knowledge is short. So after the bald head, the IQ has gradually increased. As an ordinary person, Lex Luthor's achievements in the comics are not much lower than Batman. In particular, the set of exoskeleton armor with kryptonite he developed made Richard Perman Richard for a lot. The movie Batman vs. Richard Perman was also planned by him, and he used Zod's corpse and kryptonite technology to destroy it. Led to the death of Richard Perman. But what Richard McNeil admires the most is that he has a son with Richard Perman. Richard Perboy Connor Kent. He was created by Lex Luthor using cloning technology. Half of his genes came from Richard Perman and half from Lex Luthor. This is the old enemy of true love and killing each other, much stronger than the pair of Batman and the Joker. At least they don't have a son. The green kryptonite was put on the table by Richard McNeil, and he said with a chuckle, "This thing is called kryptonite, and it is the biggest weakness of Kryptonians. Once kryptonites get close to kryptonite, they will lose their bodies of steel and so on. Ability to become as fragile as ordinary people. At present, most of the kryptonite on the Earth is in my hands. As long as you shave your head, I will allow you to use this kryptonite to make a cold weapon, so that you have the opportunity to learn more about it. Analyze kryptonite. It sounds like I'm doing you a favor for free," Lex Luthor said slowly. "I think many people are willing to fight for this opportunity." Richard McNeil chuckled. "Deal." Lex Luthor stared at the kryptonite with a look of excitement. He rubbed his hands and walked over to pick up the kryptonite, and Richard Dinley brought it close to Richard McNeil. "Why are you unaffected?" "Last night, although the Tanyan Society imposed martial law on the block, I know that you fought with Richard Perman and defeated him. You used the same ability as him. Can I understand that General Zod may be stronger than Richard Perman, and he also maybe ignore the influence of kryptonite?" Lex Luthor looked at Richard McNeil and Richard Denley smiled. "Or are you not a Kryptonian, but you copied his ability?" "You told Louise Ryan about Richard Perman's news and reported it. The purpose is for Richard Perman to appear and copy his ability. You have more research value than this stone." Lex Luthor stared at Richard McNeil with burning eyes, and Richard Denley smiled after a long while. "It's a pity that you won't let me study, and I have nothing to do with you, So I can only give up first. Turning around, Lex Luthor looked at Carol Ferris. I want to meet Richard Perman. This is impossible. Richard Perman's existence is very special, so naturally he cannot let others touch it. Richard ally. Lex Luthor shook the kryptonite. I don't need to remind you that the best way to study it is to find a Kryptonian to experiment with. And Richard Perman is the best and only experiment right now. Carol Ferris hesitated for a moment and got up and left the office. She went to call her Richard Birius for instructions. Take advantage of this opportunity to study carefully. If there is a chance, I will let you do something interesting. Richard McNeil got up, walked towards Lex Luthor and patted him on the shoulder, then turned to Maisie Graves, who looked unkind. Road. Come and help her get a haircut. Maisie Graves looked at Lex Luthor, who nodded slightly. Da. At the sound of high heels, Maisie Graves turned and went out. It didn't take long for her to help Lex Luthor shave his head bald with the hair-cutting tools. Seeing the blonde hair falling down in bunches, Lex Luthor's expression was ugly. Although he accepted this condition, anyone who encountered this situation would be upset. Crack. When Lex Luthor showed a bald head like an egg, Richard McNeil took a picture directly with his mobile phone. Carol Ferris opened the door and came in. Seeing Lex Luthor's new hairstyle, she was also slightly taken aback, and said after a while, "The higher-ups have agreed to your request, and someone will come to you and take you to see Richard Perman." Good. Poor Richard Perman doesn't know that Lex Luthor is holding kryptonite out of curiosity and annoyance to conduct friendly research on him, and the outside world doesn't know what the country has to do to deal with the appearance of aliens. The name Kal-El has become the most frequent name on the internet, on TV, and in conversations in 2s and 3s. Everyone is discussing what to do. Where is Kal-El? What is his purpose of hiding on the Earth? Whether he should be handed over to aliens after finding him, and what to do if there is a war. Richard San has only one feeling for these news. Eat salty radish and worry about it. Even if you think more, what's the use of discussing more? Of course, not everyone is talking about it. Many known and unknown Richard Per heroes are also preparing in their respective cities. After all, no one knows where the Kryptonians will appear. The hotel where I stayed last night has been temporarily requisitioned, everyone has been emptied, and soldiers from the military have moved in. The three of Richard McNeil returned to the hotel after they left the Lex group. Having nothing to do, Richard McNeil chatted with Louise Lane and Carol Ferris, especially Carol Ferris. Although her position is a major and currently the General's Secretary, she is actually a very good pilot. And Bai Fumai, her father, Carl Ferris, is the owner of Ferris Airways. The market value of Ferris Airways is not low at all. It not only independently develops new aircraft and sells them to the military and other fields, but also builds many airport. There is Ferris Airport in Central City. The Flash just got his ability to test, and when he was imprisoned in Speed Force and rescued by Cisco Raymond in the middle and late stages of the TV series, it happened at Ferris Airport. She should be the richest woman Richard McNeil knows so far. Of course, this money refers to the numbers on the bright side. Is Louise Lane your girlfriend? After chatting for a while, they became familiar with each other, and Carol Ferris was not as restrained as before. I have a girlfriend, but it's not her. Richard McNeil glanced at Louise Lane and said with a chuckle. Chapter 153 Female Kryptonian Warrior, Adjutant 4R. Carol Ferris looked at Louise Lane with an ugly face unexpectedly. She thought that Richard McNeil told Louise Richard important news about the Kryptonians. They must be boyfriend and girlfriend if they are still sleeping together. So here's the deal. Richard McNeil told her the news, and then Carol Ferris had heard the name of Louise Lane before, but she didn't expect her. Don't look at me like that. He used despicable means to force me. Carol Ferris' eyes made Louise Lane instantly understand what she was thinking. Really? Richard McNeil looked at Louise Lane seriously. I thought you were obsessed with me. How could I? Before Louise Lane finished speaking, she hooked Richard McNeil's neck and kissed him passionately. Carol Ferris, who was actively watching, blushed. After parting for a while, Louise Lane said angrily. "That's not the case. I didn't want to do this myself. I can't help it, I understand." Richard McNill patted Louise Lane on the shoulder and said with a smile. Louise Lane glared at Richard McNill. Richard McNill smiled and said nothing, but the voice appeared in her mind. "Don't explain. Explaining is covering up. Covering up is admitting. After all, you really took the initiative. And I think you are a smart person. You should be very clear that you can't resist. Instead of doing this, shouldn't you use this condition to gain more benefits? For example, you can follow me to learn first-hand detailed information about Kryptonians. For example, 420, you can use my identity to learn or report any news." Louise Lane was silent, not because she wanted to accept this kind of deal or statement, but because she had no choice. The rigid silence of Richard McNill and Louise Lane made Carol Ferris a little uncomfortable. She wanted to talk several times but stopped trying to find a topic but couldn't think of it for a while, and finally got up and said, "I'm in the next room. Call me if you need anything." "Okay. Sorry to trouble you." Richard McNill smiled at Carol Ferris. Time slipped by while everyone was in Kryptonian-related matters. As night fell, the streets were much more noisy than New Richard Al. Many doomsday people wantonly indulge and enjoy what they think is the last night, and the crime rate in many places has increased significantly. Gotham, Starling City, Central City, and possible vigilantes in other cities, Richard Per heroes are busy. One of the parties involved, Richard Perman, was miserable in the secret base. The effect of kryptonite was excellent. Lex Luthor mercilessly studied Richard Perman very thoroughly. The fear of death shrouded Richard Perman for the first time. Richard Perman has a deeper understanding of what his adoptive father once said, that humans fear him and trust him. He obviously didn't hurt human beings, and he is still helping human beings. He obviously wanted to express his kindness, but in the end this was the Richard LT. Resentment gradually breeds along with pain. If it wasn't for the military's plan to hand over Richard Perman to General Zod, I'm afraid Lex Luthor would have planned to slice Richard Perman into pieces. Study Kryptonians. Study kryptonite. Lex Luthor used kryptonite to craft the weapon after collecting the data. It's a pity that Richard Perman doesn't know his original destiny, otherwise he would Richard for pain and be studied here, while the woman he loves lies in the arms of the instigator to curry favor with Cheng Huan. He might be directly blackened. Nothing to say all night. 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. Carol Ferris knocked eagerly on the door. Boom. Richard McNill, who hadn't gotten up yet, held Louise Lane and opened his eyes to look at the door. His eyes turned red and directly broke the door lock. Carol Ferris was startled and tentatively opened the door, and saw the two people who hadn't gotten up yet turned their heads sideways and said, "We have detected an aircraft that is rapidly entering the range of the Earth. The military base has sent a signal and it is estimated that it will take 15 minutes. I will take Richard Perman to meet Zod's people. The higher-ups have decided to hand over Richard Perman to them, but want you guys to be there in case something happens, so hurry up." "What's the hurry?" "Tell them to wait." "We can wait, but the other party may not wait," Carol Ferris explained. "Tell her that I know where the central book is, and if you don't want to wait, get out." Richard McNill waved his hand, and Carol Ferris only felt a gust of wind push her out instantly. Snapped. "The door is closed." After hesitating for a moment, Carol Ferris still reported the truth. 15 minutes is not too long. A military base, important military generals and soldiers, scientific research experts, Richard Perman, and Lex Luthor waited quietly. Soon after, a Kryptonian spacecraft flew over from a distance and landed slowly. Everyone Richard consciously tensed up. The hatch opened, and the automatic stairs quickly dispersed. A woman in black armor slowly stepped down from the spaceship. She was wearing a pitch-black steel battle richardite and a transparent breathing mask on her head, and slowly walked towards the human camp. Close at hand, she stopped. First, he glanced at the tense humans around him, then raised his head slightly and looked at Richard Perman proudly. "Kal-El, I am Deputy Commander Fora, and I greet you on behalf of General Zod." After speaking, He nodded slightly. Aside from Richard McNill, who is Richard expected to be a Kryptonian, this is the first time Richard Perman has seen his kindred. He nodded nervously, and Fora turned sideways and said, "Come with me," etc. Seeing that Fora was about to take Richard Perman away, General Swanwick said in a deep voice, "You can't take him away yet." Fora looked sideways at him and walked straight past with a sneer. "Stop!" The soldiers around shouted nervously, but Fora didn't mean to stop at all. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. The soldiers opened fire. The bullet hit Fora's body frantically but was quickly bounced off, leaving no trace on the armor. Boom. 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 Fora shot Richard Dinley, and several soldiers around the general were instantly knocked out. She stared at the general and said slowly, "Are you Richard Ree? You won't let me take him away?" "Richard Ree." General Swanwick took out a green dagger and stabbed at it fiercely. Ding! The kryptonite dagger was blocked by the armor, and Fora looked down and punched it mockingly. "Why doesn't it work?" Seeing that kryptonite was ineffective against Fora, General Swanwick shouted hastily, "Central book. If you want to get the central book, you must wait for someone to come. He knows the whereabouts of the central book." Fora's fist stopped. P.S. Fora should be the most brilliant Kryptonian in Man of Steel except for Richard Perman and Zod, and she often appears in comics. Chapter 154. Your opening method is wrong. Where is the central book? Fora stopped her fist and stared coldly at General Swanwick. General Swanwick secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and regained his confidence. "If you want to know where the central tome is, just wait. He will come soon." "You know the consequences of lying to me, right?" Fora snorted. General Swanwick did not speak. Although Louis Lane also mentioned the central book in the previous news, it was not written in Richard Perman's body, but it was written that he came to Earth with Richard Perman. The reason for this is simple. She hopes that the public will know about aliens but does not want to cause too much panic. If the public knows that the genes of the entire Kryptonian population are in the body of Richard Perman, the situation will be different. Therefore, General Swanwick and even many people know what the central book is but do not know where it is. As long as Richard Perman does not stand on the other side and take the initiative to explain the whereabouts of the central book, then you can wait until Richard McNill arrives. General Swanwick looked at Richard Perman consciously. Richard Perman also looked slightly Richard-prized but remained calm and silent without speaking. The Richard N was scorching, and the time passed by like this. Fora was getting impatient with the wait, and just as she was about to speak, she saw a small wormhole Richard Dinley appearing beside her. The wormhole seemed to be rolling slightly in the clouds, followed by a figure jumping out of it. Richard McNill came with Louis Lane and Carol Ferris in his arms. The two women looked around in Richard's surprise. This transmission method is amazing. Seeing Fora and the Kryptonian spacecraft behind them, the two women retreated to the human camp, and Louise Lane picked up the camera and prepared to shoot. "Do you know where the central book is?" Although Richard McNill's way of appearance Richard prized Fora, but Fora took a few glances and didn't put it on him. Physical fitness is no different from the average human level in this world, and it is not threatening. Kryptonite doesn't work. General Swanwick was also relieved, and hurriedly reminded. "Doesn't work?" Richard McNill turned around and picked up the kryptonite dagger from his hand, and said with a chuckle as he watched the fearful Richard Perman step back slightly to distance himself. "It's not that it doesn't work, it's just that you haven't found the right method." "People on Earth, you'd better answer my question." Seeing him ignoring her, Fora snorted coldly and stretched out her hand to grab Richard McNill. Richard McNill yanked threw the kryptonite dagger high into the sky, and raised his arm slightly to block Fora's hand. Fora froze for a moment, raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth, and instantly changed her trick. In an instant, the two of you came and went, punching and kicking. As an adjutant, Fora's fighting skills and combat ability are quite strong, but Richard McNill is also a master of fighting, so the fight between the two is not only fast and ruthless, but also deadly, dazzling, and has an indescribable beauty. It's not like when you're fighting Richard Perman, it's pure strength and ability. Simple and rude is not a skill at all. During the fight, Richard McNill glanced up at the kryptonite dagger that was about to fall, and 4A also noticed it. Was he planning to defeat himself before the dagger landed? What an arrogant earthling! With a cold snort, 4A's moves Richard Denley accelerated, and the whole person seemed to be dazzled as quickly as an afterimage snapped. Richard McNill punched 4A Richard Denley. The force was stronger than before, and 4A, who was caught off guard, retreated slightly, and then found that Richard McNill was gone. This made 4A slightly startled. Just as she was about to look for him, Richard Denley saw a flash of yellow lightning. In the next moment, 4A felt like raindrops of fists hitting her crazily. In just a moment, she felt that she had received at least 100 punches. What kind of speed is this? 4A endured the pain and wanted to fight back, but she could only see yellow lightning quickly circling around her, and fists came one after another in all directions, so she couldn't catch them at all. Whoosh! The lightning disappeared, and Richard McNill stopped Richard Denley. 4A staggered, and the armor on her body Richard Denley shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. 4A was wearing a black tights and knelt on one knee with a muffled groan. The breathing mask on her head was also broken. The Richarden shining on her skin made her feel uncontrollable discomfort instantly. Her hands were trembling slightly, and her vision became blurred. Richard McNill borrowed the kryptonite dagger with one hand, and grabbed 4A's head with the other hand to make her body lean up. The hand rises and the knife falls. There was a puff, and the kryptonite dagger directly pierced into 4A's body. 4A screamed in pain, twitching and trembling uncontrollably. See, it's not that the kryptonite dagger is useless, but that you opened it in the wrong way, Richard McNill said to General Swanwick with a chuckle. Only kryptonites who have absorbed the yellow Richarden and have Richard Per powers will be afraid of kryptonite, so Richard Perman was afraid before, but she is not afraid. It's hard. Ignoring everyone with different thoughts, Richard McNill turned his head and looked at 4A's painful and distorted face and said with a chuckle, "This kind of pain and weakness has never been experienced before." 4A struggled to grab Richard McNill's wrist, but she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand now. Kryptonite not only made her weak and painful, but also seemed to be absorbing her vitality. She could feel the taste of death. Center, where is the book of the Central? She raised her head and asked with all her strength. Richard McNill opened his mouth with a bright smile, and 4A listened carefully, resisting the feeling of fainting. "I won't tell you." The kryptonite dagger turned slightly and was pulled out. 4A let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground without moving. "Dead? Are you dead?" General Swanwick asked tentatively. "Who knows on 5.8? Richard McNill replied irresponsibly, looked at Richard Perman with a complicated expression and frowned. "Why aren't you wearing red underwear yet? Why did you kill her?" Although Richard Perman also knew that Zod was not a kind and good person, Richard Perman was very angry that this 4A was killed by Richard McNill. He already knew Richard McNill from Lex Luthor. Not a Kryptonian anymore, but he killed a few of his own kind. "You want to do it?" Richard McNill looked at Richard Perman with great interest, and the eagerness in his eyes was obvious. "I really want to be active now. P.S. 4A still has a role in the back, because I am worried that some brothers will think that killing women is the right way. So let me say it in advance." Chapter 155. No one can fight. Letting Richard Perman wear underwear outside has almost become Richard McNill's obsession. "Look at my family." Cross Luthor, the young president of the group, shaved his head even if he didn't want to. "Why is it so hard for you to put on your underwear?" Richard McNill stared at Richard Perman and considered whether to help him. Looking at Richard McNill's changing eyes, Richard Perman felt uneasy for no reason. Just when he was about to take action, Richard Denley heard something and turned to look at the distant sky. Not long after, I saw a giant flying over from a distance. It was also a Kryptonian spacecraft, but it was obviously much bigger than Fora's. The enemy army has 5 seconds to arrive on the battlefield. Seeing the spaceship getting closer, Richard McNill raised the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Swish, swish, swish." In an instant, the human soldiers behind them raised their guns and entered the fighting state. The huge Kryptonian spaceship was Richard suspended in midair, and then 2 small ships flew out with a whoosh sound and flew into the distance. Then the Kryptonian spacecraft slowly landed. 11 The stairs extended, and several black armored warriors came out. There was a clicking sound, and the black painted helmets of the black armored warriors were put away, revealing the same air shield as Ophala, and at the same time, they could clearly see their appearance. The leader was a middle-aged man with sharp-edged cheeks, a scar on his face, and a tuft of beard on his chin. He looked dignified and had a daunting aura. The Richard appearance of so many aliens made the human soldiers tense up instantly. Zed's eyes stopped for a moment on Fora not far away, and looked at Richard Perman and Richard McNill solemnly and coldly. Finally, his eyes rested on Richard McNill. "You killed Fora?" Zed's voice was hoarse and cold. Richard McNill raised his finger and pointed at Zed. Everyone thought he was going to say something, but he only said the word one. Zed froze slightly. Richard McNill jumped over him and pointed to the person behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Get rid of Fora, who is already offline, and the other 2 will drive the spaceship to Richard Perman's hometown to find the central book. Richard McNill nodded. Asked Car Richard Ally. The expressions of Zed and Richard Perman changed instantly. "You actually know how many of us there are?" Zed asked Richard McNill in Richard Rise. "How dare you send someone to find my mother?" Richard Perman looked at Zed angrily and said, "Go and save people. Your mother Martha's small body won't last long." Richard McNill chow Richard humanly said. Richard Perman flew away with a bang. Zed didn't intend to chase Richard Perman, but stared at Richard McNill coldly and said slightly sideways, "Go and start the world engine." The 2 Kryptonians turned and returned to the spaceship, which slowly took off. The gust of wind howled by the airwaves roared, and the human camp lowered their heads to resist. General Swanvik yelled, staring at the wind. "What are they going to do? What is the world engine?" "A technology that changes the ecological environment of the Earth to make it Richard-itable for the Richard revival of Kryptonians. When the wind blows to Richard McNill's side, it will disperse invisible." Although the wind is howling, his voice is very clear. "What?" General Swanvik exploded as soon as he heard it. "If they were asked to change the Earth's environment, wouldn't the Earth be over?" "Now, stop them now," General Swanvik yelled, and the order passed quickly. Not long after, I saw fighter planes taking off in the distance and chasing after them. "Gideon, inform them that they are coming to collect the corpse," Richard McNill said with a chuckle, and the ability to control the weather was activated. In an instant, the howling wind dissipated immediately. Richard McNill pointed to the Kryptonians. "I'm not targeting anyone, I just want to say that everyone present are all rubbish. There is only one kryptonite dagger, is he being too arrogant?" General Swanwick couldn't help asking Louise Lane, saying that these aliens are rubbish, in this tone, so insane. But why does General Swanvik feel so refreshed and cheered up? "Ah," General Zed sneered, and the Kryptonians behind him rushed over instantly. Da-da-da-da. Gunshots sounded instantly, but this level of attack has been verified to be completely ineffective. The 5 Kryptonians scattered and rushed into the crowd, like a tiger into a herd of sheep. Zed stared at Richard McNill walking step by step. Step by step, his face was filled with confidence and disdain. And angry. "You killed my adjutant, and you are entitled to die by my hands." Zed's voice fell and people rushed over. "Throw a fist, hit straight. The momentum is heavy." "It's too slow." Richard McNill curled his lips and turned his head slightly away. then punched Zed in the lower abdomen. Boom! Zed only felt that the flower in front of him was blown away by this huge force. Whoosh! Flying out a few thousand mizord before stopping, a huge crack appeared on the armor. He snorted and looked up, but Richard Denley found that Richard McNeil was right in front of him. Richard reprised. Zed made another shot but still missed, followed by a heavy blow to his jaw, and was directly blasted into the sky. Richard McNeil raised his hand to cover his eyes and glanced at Zed, who was flying into the air, and the lightning on his body Richard Denley lit up. Swish! A Kryptonian who was fighting a human soldier was instantly sent flying, and the human soldier was stunned to find that his opponent had disappeared. Following him, he saw a yellow lightning flash across the battlefield, and all the Kryptonians flew to the same place neatly as if they were hit at the same time. Boom! Zed fell from the air to the ground and smashed down heavily. 5 Kryptonian warriors lay beside him. Zed looked up in Richard's eyes, and saw in the sky, under the reflection of the Richard N, Richard McNeil was slowly falling like a god. Feet gently fall to the ground. Richard McNeil looked at Zed and other Kryptonians, curled his lips and said, "There is no one who can fight. There is no one who can fight." The words full of disdain and sarcasm made Zed completely angry. With a roar, Zed grabbed the armor with both hands and pulled it off directly, which was a black tights of the same style as Fora. As Zed did so, the rest of the Kryptonians took off their armor as well. As the Richard N shone on their bodies, they felt the changes in themselves and began to tremble slightly, humming in pain. They're ready to absorb the Richard N for power. Chapter 156, Neck-breaking mad demon Richard McNeil. Yellow Richard Light can give Kryptonians various powerful abilities. This transformation is similar to going from a human to a god, and it is extremely difficult to control. Just now, Fora felt very uncomfortable when exposed to Richard Light. Richard Perman grew up on the Earth and lived for many years before adapting to the change and control of Richard Per powers recently. However, Zed is worthy of being the former Kryptonian military commander. He has been studying how to control his body and power almost all his life. Perhaps it was also because his genes made him a perfect warrior from birth, and Zed managed to master this change in a very short time. Seeing his feet slowly leave the ground and float up, Richard McNeil smiled. "Wait?" Richard McNeil asked. "Are you afraid?" Zed said coldly. "I told you to wait for them, and when they also have the ability, you go together. Hitting you is not fun." Richard McNeil smiled. "By the way, I'm also waiting for someone, the person who collects your corpse." Zed looked at the other people who hadn't adapted yet. Their faces were gloomy and they didn't speak. Since he is so big, Zed is naturally willing to fulfill it. After all, it will take time for the world engine to change the ecological environment of the Earth. Huh? Seeing that Zed had no intention of doing anything, Richard McNeil took the time to look back. It turned out that Fora was missing. The injury caused by the kryptonite dagger was serious, and under normal circumstances Ophira would Richard rely die. But maybe the impact of kryptonite is not so strong because the Richard Light time is too short. In addition to the self-healing recovery ability obtained after absorbing Richard Light, so Fora is alive again. But people looking around, Richard McNeil didn't see Fora hiding or ran away. This doesn't seem like something Fora would do. Richard McNeil muttered, "Although it's a pity to lose a corpse, but a monk can't run away from the temple if he can run away. As long as he is still on the Earth, don't even try to run away." The painful muffled sounds gradually diminished, and each Kryptonian was floating in midair like Zed. The dark tights seemed to exude a powerful aura of destruction under the Richard N. Finally, when the last Kryptonian had Richard successfully mastered the change, Zed spoke. "If you want to wait for help, I can give you time. Come on. I'm looking forward to what it's like to beat up a group of Richard Perman." Richard McNeil chuckled and hooked his fingers pre-Richard-umptuously at them. "Let's go together." Snort. A Kryptonian seemed unable to stand Richard McNeil's arrogance and jumped up Richard Dinley. At the moment Richard McNeil's voice fell, with a whoosh, the whole person jumped into the air, and then descended from the sky and punched Richard McNeil down, like a cannonball. Richard McNeil didn't move or even look at it. but perceived his every move with Richard senses, as if it had become a picture and appeared in his mind. Just when the Kryptonian's fist was about to hit Richard McNill moved. He lifted his foot back slightly to avoid the punch, and then waved his hand to grab it. The painful hum sounded instantly. The Kryptonian's neck was instantly grabbed by Richard McNill, and his whole body sank and stretched violently. This level of influence is nothing to the current Kryptonian, so his eyes instantly turned red after he stabilized. Richard McNill reached forward, grabbed his neck with one hand, and twisted him hard with the other. Click. The Kryptonian's neck snapped instantly. The red eyes gradually dimmed. Richard McNill threw his hand back. Richard ally, and the Kryptonian was thrown on the ground, motionless. "How dare you, Brother Richard, the Society, you don't talk harshly," Richard McNill said with a chuckle. "Didn't I tell you to go up together?" Swish. In an instant, all the Kryptonians, including Zod, rushed towards Richard McNill together. In an instant, I was dazzled. I saw countless Kryptonians in black tights hitting Richard McNill in different directions and with different moves. During the siege, Richard McNill fought against the crowd with one enemy, but did not lose the wind at all. He did not use Richard per human speed, nor did he have a kryptonite dagger. Even small changes in gestures seemed to be able to be turned into an attack method, forcing the opponent to defend or evade. This is the difference between fighting masters and ordinary people. These Kryptonians don't look like they have abilities after absorbing Richard light, but in fact these people are not all fighters who are good at fighting. Batman is just an ordinary person who can make gestures with Richard per fighting ability. Not to mention that Richard McNill has the same strength as them. So don't look at the crowd. Only Zod and a bald head are really like that. Once again proved that the bald head is strong. Crack. Richard McNill took the opportunity to break the neck of a Kryptonian again and threw the body over. At the same time, the bald Kryptonian Richard Dinley hugged Richard McNill from behind. The red eyes sent out rays directly to the back of Richard McNill's head. At the same time, Zod's rays also hit the past. Two rays blasted one after the other. Boom. Two rays collide. Zod and the bald man stopped instantly. "Where are people?" Richard McNill, who was hugged by the bald man, disappeared. "Here it is." Richard McNill. Richard Dinley appeared behind the bald man, turned his head sideways, and directly blasted Zod out with a ray, and then grabbed the bald man's shoulder and pressed down hard. With a click, the ground instantly sank, and the bald man's legs sank directly into the ground. Richard McNill looked around, and the ray moved with it. Boom. 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 The Richard rounding Kryptonians were hit by the rays and flew out one by one. "Lie down for me too." Richard McNill grabbed the bald man's neck with both hands and twisted it hard. Click. There was a crisp cracking sound, and the bald man fell to the ground in response. Because his feet were still on the ground, his falling posture looked very strange. Richard McNill cast a glance and stepped on it. Click. His leg just broke. "It looks much smoother this way." Richard McNill nodded in satisfaction. The Kryptonian's Man of Steel plus its Richard per self-healing ability can offset a lot of damage. For example, Ophelia must have recovered. But this method of twisting the neck is useless even if it absorbs Richard light. Zod was killed by Richard Perman in the movie. "Looks like I'm going to be a neck-broken maniac," Zooda Richard McNill said with a chuckle as he watched the rushing over. Chapter 157, Miserable General Zod. Boom. Facing Zod's fist, Richard McNill punched him directly. The oppressive feeling produced by the two fists facing each other made the ground under their feet disappear by a few centimeters. The two paused for a moment, and struck again as if they had a heart. Boom. 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 The powerful power contained in the Man of Steel was fully displayed at this moment. The impact of each punch would either make Zod fly out or make Richard McNill retreat. The two hit from near to far, from far into the air and then hit from the air to the ground, making people unable to keep up with their speed. The Kryptonians led by Zod counted as only 11 of them. Two went to Richard Perman's mother to ask about the whereabouts of the central book. Two went to start the world engine, and two had their necks broken by Richard McNill. A forer who doesn't know where to go, at this time is not counted as Zod. But there are only 3 people left, and these 3 people are not warriors. After finally capturing the movements of the 2 of them and wanting to go to help, the Richard LT was either being hit by Richard McNeil's fist or being hit by a ray. "Go and kill them all," Zod shouted in the direction of the 637 human camp, and the 3 Kryptonians rushed over in an instant. Looking at the indifferent Richard McNeil, Zod frowned slightly. Does he not care about the death of his kind? Boom. Richard McNeil punched Zod out with a cold punch. Zod was still in midair and couldn't stabilize his ankle when he was caught up by Richard McNeil. He grabbed his ankle and slammed it hard on the ground, then raised it and threw it into the air. Push your toes hard on the ground. Boom. The whistling sound was deafening, and Richard McNeil moved forward and directly hit Zod's back. The huge impact made Zod, who had not exhausted his old strength, Richard Dinley accelerate and continue to rise into the sky. Richard McNeil rushed over and punched again. It felt like kicking a shuttlecock. Every time Zod wanted to stabilize his body and fall, Richard McNeil would launch an attack to knock him up. The figures of the 2 are getting taller and taller. Boom. Richard McNeil passed through the clouds, and the rays of his eyes shot out fiercely. Ah! The ray hit Zod, and a scream of severe pain sounded, and he flew out of the atmosphere in an instant like a leaking balloon. Richard McNeil was suspended in the air and waited quietly. A few minutes later, a hot light quickly fell from the air. It was Zod who unleashed the ray. Richard McNeil released the rays at the same time. Boom. The collision of the 2 rays made Zod, who had been falling, shake violently, and then became stalemate with each other. Zizzy, zizzy. The rays hit each other and cancel each other out. Unlimited stacking, double. The power of the ray Richard Dinley strengthened. As if swallowing Zod's ray in an instant, the size of the 2 rays gradually changed. One after another, Richard McNeil's ray has come to Zod. Zod gritted his teeth and kept pushing the energy. But this multiplied gap cannot be made up by hard work. Richard McNeil's ray completely knocked back Zod's ray with a strong crushing attitude, and then heard a bang. The ray hit Zod's head, and Zod grunted, and bursts of burning white smoke floated from his head, and he fell powerlessly from the air. Richard McNeil rushed over and stepped on Zod's back, as if he was Richard Ruffy on a pedal. The rate of decline is getting faster and faster. The wind rustled in my ears. Richard McNeil lowered his head and looked down. The buildings on the ground gradually became larger, and the city buildings lined up below could be vaguely seen. This is Metropolis, right? It seems that there was a slight deviation in the position between the flight and the fall just now. There is a huge black machine in the center of the metropolis. This machine is at least as high as a 34-story building. 4 slender tentacles touch the ground, and a blue beam of light erupts in the middle to reach the depths of the ground. On the other side of the earth, there is a similar device that erupts with the same energy, and the docking of the 2 energies begins to transform the environment of the Earth. These 2 devices are the world engines, powered by something called the Ghost Engine. When it was activated, a special magnetic field was generated around it, and the crowd in the city ran away in panic, and a car was picked up and floated into the midair to Richard round the world engine. A few fighter jets flew over from a distance and went straight crashed into the world engine, trying to destroy it decidedly. But as soon as these fighter jets approached the equipment, they all failed. Even the pilots had no time to parachute to escape, and they slammed into the Richard top object next to the world engine and exploded. Boom. 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 The flames soared into the sky, and the fighter jet instantly turned into wreckage. Several pilots fell from the sky and their bodies were still burning with flames. If you don't burn to death, you will be thrown to death. These guys are really unlucky. Richard McNeil muttered, but he didn't mean to save people. He stepped on Zod, who hadn't woken up yet, and he tried to control direction to see if you can crash on the world engine. 3, 2, 1. Richard McNeil counted down secretly. When the word ended, Zod's body had already hit the world engine, and then he heard a loud rumbling sound, and the world engine was directly smashed by Zod. Up. Stepping on Zod, he pierced through the world engine from top to bottom. The beam of light Richard Dinley disappeared. The explosion sounded loudly overhead, and Richard McNeil landed safely under the world engine. Huh? There are even more unlucky ones. Richard McNeil found that there was still a person under Zed's body, who seemed to be one of the two Kryptonians who started the world engine. You are so unlucky, let me give you a ride. Richard McNeil kicked Zed away, pinched the Kryptonian's head with both hands and twisted it hard. Click. The Kryptonian's neck was directly broken. Trajectory. Richard McNeil raised his voice and shouted, and after a while, he saw a yellow lightning bolt galloping towards him. Danji put on a red uniform and stood in front of Richard McNeil. Send this back. Richard McNeil pointed to the body of the Kryptonian, picked it up and disappeared in a blink of an eye. When Richard McNeil was in the air just now, he heard the sound of the disciple landing at the military base. Richard Perman's Richard Per hearing is really powerful. Turning around and picking up Zed's neck, Richard McNeil just wanted to drag him back, but a figure Richard Denley came in front of him. It was Fora, who was missing before. Chapter 158. Zed, die. Fora looked at General Zed, who was dragged to the ground and passed out, staring at Richard McNeil. His eyes gradually turned red as if they were burning. Boom! The ray blasted towards Richard McNeil. Idiot! Richard McNeil pulled Zed in front of him without dodging or avoiding. Poor General Zed was first used as a pedal to smash through the world engine, and now he is used as a meat shield to block Fora's ray. No! Seeing General Zed, who was hit by his rays, slowly kneeling on the ground, Fora yelled and rushed over in an instant. Richard McNeil pressed General Zed's head with both hands, and twisted it hard the moment Fora rushed over. Broken neck maniac, 4 kills completed. With a click, Zed's neck drooped, and he fell slowly to the ground the moment Fire stretched his hand to touch him. No! Fora caught Zed and shouted loudly. Died. General Zed died just like that. After the destruction of Krypton, they were lucky enough to escape, looking for the scout ships sent to other planets tens of thousands of years ago in the endless universe, hoping to find the same race to rebuild Krypton. Finally, they found the world engine, knew the whereabouts of the central tome, and Krypton was about to be reborn. But all of this but all of this was ruined by this person. General Zed is dead, and all hope is lost. I want you to die. Fora yelled at Richard McNeil angrily. You killed a hero and the hope of rebuilding Krypton. He's the hero, my grass bandit. As the saying goes, life and death are insignificant, and if you don't accept it, do it. You are a villain and want to set up a memorial archway. You are the invaders. Richard McNeil pouted, shook his head and reached out to grab Zed's body. What are you doing? Fora Richard consciously hugged Zed's body to avoid it, but she felt light in her hands as soon as she moved. Zed's body, gone. Fora didn't see clearly how Richard McNeil took the corpse away. She just felt a blow in front of her eyes followed by a punch in the face. Boom. 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 Fora flew out and crashed directly into the building next to her. Rumbling and rumbling piercing sounds came and went, and it took a long time for the sound to stop. In the ruins, Fora tilted her head and passed out with a muffled grunt. Picking up Zed's body, Richard McNeil flew back to the military base. At this time, the corpses of several soldiers lay in disorder in the base, and General Swanwick, Lex Luthor, Carol Ferris and Louise Lane hid aside. The disciple stopped not far away, and Thea and Lisa carried the Kryptonian corpses up one by one at the cabin door. Laura was fighting with a Kryptonian in the air in a battle Richard it, and Black Siren, Betty and Ballistic were dealing with the other 2 Kryptonians. Richard McNeil crashed to the ground and threw Zed's body to the disciple. General Zed. Seeing that General Zed was dead, Laura's opponent left Laura angrily and rushed towards Richard McNeil. Turn around and reach out. There was a clicking sound. Another Kryptonian's neck was broken, and Richard McNeil felt that he was a little bit screwed. No wonder those killers or agents in movies like to use this trick. It is simple and labor-saving, and the crisp click is very pleasant. Richard McNeil turned his head to look at the other 2 Kryptonians, Richard consciously staring at their necks. Whoosh, whoosh. There were 2 loud bangs, and the two Kryptonians flew up to the left and the right to run. Want to run? That's impossible. Richard McNill laughed and Richard Denley chased after him. The huge sound waves blew the people tottering, and before the wind cleared, they found that there were two more corpses hanging their heads on Richard McNill's hands. Throwing the body to the disciple, not counting for a if so, there should be 3 Kryptonians, and the corpse of each Kryptonian would be Doomsday. It would be a pity to waste it. Just as the Speed Force was about to activate, there was a sound of breaking through the air, the sound barrier disappeared, the red cape slowly fell from the air, and Richard Perman came back with the remaining 3 Kryptonians in his hands. It's pretty fast. Richard McNill patted Richard Perman on the shoulder with a smile and took the Kryptonian in his hand. His warm and friendly behavior made Richard Perman unresponsive for a moment and handed over the Kryptonian. As soon as he let go, Richard McNill pressed his hands on one of the Kryptonians' heads and squeezed it down forcefully. Click. The Kryptonian fell slowly to the ground. "Why do you still?" Richard Perman yelled in astonishment, but the second Kryptonian had already been murdered. Seeing Richard McNill reaching out to the third Kryptonian, Richard Perman tried to stop him without thinking, but he was still a step too late. Crack. "What did you say?" Seeing the Kryptonian slowly fall to the ground, Richard McNill asked Richard Perman as if he just heard it. "What else can Richard Perman say? Everyone has been killed by you. It's too late to say anything now." Looking at the mountains of Kryptonian corpses piled up beside him, Richard Perman felt pain in his heart, like a thin blue shiitake mushroom. Instructing the Black Siren and others to transport the body to the disciple and leave, Richard McNill waved at General Swanwick. General Swanwick trembled Richard consciously. Seeing the same smile on Richard McNill's face as before, he couldn't help but think of the ruthless force with which he broke the Kryptonian's neck. It was so ruthless that it made people shudder. He instinctively shrank his neck and walked towards Richard McNill, but stopped a few meters away. "Come closer. Can you hear it so far away?" Richard McNill said. "Car Richard ally." "Yes, just tell me if you have anything to say," General Swanwick said. "Are you afraid of me?" Richard McNill narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his face became cold. "Why are you afraid of me?" "Although what I did just now was only for my own plea, Richard but I helped you deal with these Kryptonians, destroyed the world engine and saved the Earth. Right? Now you look at the villain with this kind of eyes. See what I mean?" I didn't, I just..." General Swanwick opened his mouth to explain, but Richard McNill came to him in an instant and grabbed his head with both hands. General Swanwick froze for a moment. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. Richard McNill gently held his head with both hands, looked at his frightened look, squinted his eyes and smiled lightly. "My good mood was discounted by you, you said. What should I do?" "No." Carol Ferris ran over in a panic and shouted, although she was a little frightened by Richard McNill's decisiveness and cruelty. Louise Lane also followed and wanted to aid Richard McNill. After all, General Swanwick is a good man. He not only dared to fight the Kryptonians but also protected them. "Are you afraid that I will kill him?" "But is it useful?" Chapter 159 First meeting Batman. Is it useful? Useless. Not to mention Richard McNill's powerful ability to instantly kill the Kryptonians, just mind control is enough to make fear useless. Louise Lane has personal experience of this. Seeing Richard McNill's unpredictable smile, and seeing the face of General Swanwick trembling with cold sweat, Louise Lane came to Richard McNill and put her hand on his arm. Saint glanced over, and Louise Lane gently shook her head and pleaded, "Let's go, shall we?" "The matter is not over yet, is it? You must collect the bodies of the Kryptonians for something, right? And the female Kryptonian just disappeared. Don't you plan to look for her?" Louise Lane pleaded with her hands slightly looking at Richard McNill. Richard McNill smiled brightly and let go of General Swanwick. "Anyway, I'm a villain, so it's not easy to make myself feel better." Richard McNill let go of General Swanwick, and smiled lightly as he watched him breathe a sigh of relief. "The matter is indeed not over yet. You may not die, but I promise you will regret it." "You What are you going to do? General Swanwick asked Richard consciously. But Richard McNill flew away with a bang while holding Louise Lane. General Swanwick paused and turned to look at Richard Perman, only to see Richard Perman fly away with a bang. Okay, I should go after watching all the fun. Lex Luthor Richard Denley chuckled, turned around and left. The originally noisy Richard Roundings have now become extremely quiet and desolate. General Carol Ferris said hesitantly. General Swanwick shook his head. I'm fine, let's deal with the situation first. Zed's spaceship was directly smashed into two because of starting the world engine. Although there are still a few small spaceships intact, they are of no great use. If you want to make Doomsday, you need the Kryptonian's nursery, which is also the origin room. Through Krypton's genetic technology, the Kryptonian's corpse will become Doomsday. The only one that remains intact is Richard Perman's Fortress of Solitude. It's not known where Richard Perman left the Fortress of Solitude, but it's not hard to find. Metropolis. It was a mess. Wreckage of buildings and abandoned vehicles could be seen everywhere. People were disheartened, some rejoiced for their Richard Rivers, and some mourned for their dead friends, colleagues, and relatives. X-ray vision activated, and Richard San looked for Fora's whereabouts. Scanning the entire metropolis with his eyesight is no problem. Run away again. After scanning around, I couldn't find Fora Richard McNill. I couldn't help being a little Richard surprised. Can Fora run like this? But although he didn't find Fora Richard San, he gained something else. He saw Bruce Wayne, that is, Batman. Bruce Wayne in the movie The Company was destroyed in this incident, and many innocent employees died, so Batman remembered Richard Perman, and finally planned a good show of Batman vs. Richard Perman under the conspiracy of Lex Luthor. Now that Richard Perman and Zed have not fought at all, I don't know if Bruce Wayne will keep an eye on Richard Perman. It should still be, after all. The existence of Richard Perman is a threat that must be investigated clearly for him. Maybe, and myself, follow me to meet someone. Richard McNill raised the corner of his mouth and led Louise Lane towards Batman. It was a pity that I didn't see Batman Richard McNill in Gotham at the beginning, but now I have to see him. Is that Bruce Wayne? Louise Lane was curious about who Richard McNill was going to meet, but she saw Bruce Wayne not long after she left. As a reporter, Louise Lane, a big shot like Bruce Wayne, naturally recognized it. Before walking in front of him, Bruce Wayne recognized Richard McNill and Louise Lane. Bruce Wayne is one of the shareholders of Planet Daily, so he naturally knows Louise Lane. As for Richard McNill, he knew him better. After recovering from a broken back by Bane, the most he heard in Gotham was Richard San's name. He killed Bane. And both Batwoman Barbara and Miranda Tate mentioned Richard San. It's just that the evaluations of the two are different. Batgirl Barbara has a good impression of Richard San. Although she complains a few words every time she talks about it, Bruce Wayne can tell that she still has a good impression of Richard San. But his girlfriend Miranda Tate is different. Bruce Wayne knows what Richard San did to her and what he took. So seeing Richard McNill, Bruce Wayne's face was a little ugly. Hi, Bruce. Richard McNill waved hello. Hello, Mr. Bruce Wayne. Louise Lane followed Richard it. Bruce Wayne nodded and asked Richard McNill, "What's up?" "It's okay. It's rare to see you, so I came over to say hello. And by the way, say hello to your girlfriend for me." Richard McNill smiled lightly. Bruce Wayne's face changed slightly. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, I'll convey it to you. We just met. Let's chat." "Okay." Richard McNill patted Louise Lane. "Go and wait for me first." Louise Lane nodded, turned and walked away. Although Bruce Wayne was still smiling, his voice was gloomy. "Give me something." He knew that Richard McNill knew his identity as Batman. That's not acceptable. Richard McNill smiled and shook his head. "Your girlfriend's figure is so good. I'll take it out to admire when I'm free." "You're courting death." Bruce Wayne gritted his teeth. "But you can't kill me." Richard McNill patted Bruce Wayne's shoulder earnestly. "If you can't stand it, break up." Bruce Wayne wanted to do it very much, but he knew that it was not zero point 0.8 now. He took a deep breath and said, "Don't let me find a chance." Intimidation. You are good at it. Richard McNill didn't care about Bruce Wayne's threat at all, and said with a chuckle, "Actually, I'm quite good at it, so if you don't want your girlfriend to be hurt, then." Richard McNill paused, and his eyes happened to glance at Louise Lane, who was not far away. "Just give me the shares of Planet Daily." Bruce Wayne stared at Richard McNill. "Don't be like this, anyway, your Richard Power is rich, and the shares of a Planet Daily are not worth much. By the way, I remind you, be careful of Richard Perman." Richard McNill said with a chuckle. Lex Luthor almost did a slice experiment before Richard Perman. If he is dissatisfied, you know how much damage he can cause. Chapter 160. How about being a veritable villain? Lex Luthor. Bruce Wayne murmured the name softly and was about to ask, but saw that Richard McNill had already walked towards Louise Lane, and the conversation seemed to be over. Frowning and hesitating for a moment, Bruce Wayne didn't go up. Now the first question is not about Richard San, but about Kryptonians, about Richard Perman. In Bruce Wayne's heart, the threat of Richard San's destructive power is far less than that of Richard Perman, because Richard San does things for fun. But if Richard Perman really wants revenge, it may not be so. After all, Richard Perman is not from Earth. Boom. Just as Bruce Wayne was thinking about it, he saw Richard McNill picked up Louise Lane and flew away. Ahem, cough. The dust was flying, and Bruce Wayne waved his hands unhappily to disperse the smoke. The apartment was a mess. Richard McNill let go of Louise and said, Richard ally, I have to leave beforehand, and I will find you in a few days." You don't know what to do?" Louise Lane asked with some concern. Richard McNill shrugged with a smile. "Remember, you are mine now." Click. Richard McNill kissed Louise Lane on the face, turned around and flew out of the window. 11 Central City, Villa. Richard McNill first went to the Disciple to look at the put-away Kryptonian corpses, and then tried the nano-shrink technology, and the ballistic upgrade was very successful. When the Disciple shrinks, the interior will shrink accordingly, and so will the people inside. After getting off the Disciple and returning to the villa, the noisy living room instantly became quiet. Laura, Thea, Black Siren, Ballistic, Bomber Betty, Lisa calmed down consciously and looked at Richard McNill. "Betty." Richard McNill looked at Betty. Betty nodded and took a deep breath. "I'm ready." Richard McNill didn't say much, and the blue electric current hit Betty instantly, and Betty's screams followed. This Richard move frightened everyone. In the current, clusters of energy Richard from Betty's body and entered into Richard McNill's body. After a while, Betty slapped her knees on the ground and panted heavily. She tried to touch the object, but what she touched did not turn into an explosive. "My ability is gone. Great. Great!" Betty shouted excitedly. "I haven't completely absorbed your energy, and it will recover after a while. Enjoy your air vacation." Richard McNill said with a chuckle, turned and went upstairs, and asked Gideon to find Richard Perman's name while walking. Fortress of Solitude. Like Louise Lane said, it's not over yet. If you don't make a few doomsdays for fun, you will be sorry. For General Swanwick's eyes looking at the villain. The sound of dripping water echoed in the bathroom. Richard McNill took a shower and pushed the door out, and saw the Black Siren standing at the door as if waiting for him. "Boss." Looking at Richard McNill's muscular chest, the Black Siren called out charmingly. "What's the matter?" Richard McNill asked as he walked. "Boss seems to have forgotten something," the Black Siren pointedly reminded. "Is it fun to explore?" Richard McNill reached out and touched the Black Siren's nose ring. "Come in with me." After entering the bedroom, the Black Siren closed the door. Richard ally. Richard McNill turned around and watched the Black Siren unzip the zipper on her clothes. Richard ally, and the long coat slowly fell off, with a black tube top vest inside. "I guess there will be one here," Richard McNill said with a chuckle. The Black Siren took off his leather pants. "Perhaps. What else?" "Laurel Lance would never do that." Richard McNill chuckled and counted, including the nose ring. "There are 4 in total." This thing is also considered a trend in Europe and the United States, and perhaps it is more popular in the villainous world of Earth too. "So I'm not her, but I'm also her. I can do what she can do, and what she can't do ... I can do it too. The Black Siren approached Richard McNeil and came over. Really? Exactly the same appearance, under the body. Although the Black Siren and the Black Canary are both black, the feeling and temperament are completely different, and this kind of difference really brought a strong sense of freshness to Richard McNeil, especially after the Black Siren gave people a feeling that he was a good player but was actually a novice on paper. This feeling was even more interesting. As a reward for making himself happy, Richard McNeil helped him change from a silver ring to a golden ring. After losing energy, Betty left the villa and wanted to experience the life of ordinary people. So Lisa left with Betty. Laura, Theo originally lived here. As for Burlistic, she left after finishing her work on upgrading the Disciple. After all, she left Richard Denley and still had a lot of things to deal with. Night gradually come. The Black Siren occupied the pillow position of Laura or Theo and stayed in Richard McNeil's bedroom, lying in his arms and falling asleep. Metropolis. The wreckage of Zed's spaceship is under the control of the military and the government. After all, this is alien technology and they need to know more. Lex Luthor, who is relatively familiar with Kryptonians, naturally also participated in it, and carried out detailed inspections of the Kryptonian spaceship. Research and analysis. Under the night, Richard Perman flew around to repair the destruction of the metropolis by the Kryptonians. Many people are wary of Richard Perman and even curse. Richard Perman just sat in silence doing his job. Brother 347 Dan. Bruce Wayne in the Batcave is also trying to crack the database of the Lex Company in the military to try to learn more about Richard Perman and Kryptonians. No words all night, no sleep each. In the early morning, the golden light under the Richard light is slightly dazzling. Richard McNeil woke up and reached out to take the phone from the side, and turned it on. As soon as it was turned on, numerous reminders sounded. Glancing at the number, there are Caitlin's, Cisco's, and the Birds of Prey's call. It seems that there is also a call from Carol Ferris. After reading it, he put the phone aside and said to the Black Sea Monster who had woken up and lay on top of him, "Morning." "Morning, boss." The Black Siren smiled. "Get up." Richard McNeil patted her on the back with a chuckle, then turned over to find clothes to put on, then raised the bracelet and released Gideon. "Have you found the Fortress of Solitude?" "I've found it, Mr. Richard McNeil," Gideon said as he released the map. Richard McNeil rolled his eyes and smiled. "The show is about to begin, boss. What are you going to do?" The Black Siren got up and hugged Richard McNeil from behind and asked lazily and curiously, "How do you feel about being a villain worthy of the name?" Chapter 161, Creating a Day of Destruction. It was covered with snow and ice, and the wind was howling. The Richard roundings are white and there is no other color. In the snowstorm, the Kryptonian reconnaissance plane like a castle sits on the ice and snow. Boom! Richard McNeil fell from the sky and instantly shook the floating snow all around. Looking at the thick steel wall, Richard McNeil's body vibrated quickly and then put it on directly. "You shouldn't have come in." Richard McNeil turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing a Kryptonian costume appearing in a section of the corridor. "Joel." Richard Perman's father. "Right?" Richard McNeil looked around with a chuckle. "Where is the origin room?" Joel is now just a program with original memory and thinking, just a virtual projection. The only ability is that his program has been downloaded to the Fortress of Solitude, and he has control over the Fortress of Solitude. "I can't tell you, and you shouldn't come here." Joel shook his head. Richard McNeil smiled. "Why bother? Do you want me to bring Zed's body over and replace you with his genetic authority? If you cooperate, I only want the origin room. If you don't cooperate, I will destroy this ship and destroy your son." Joel was silent for a moment and turned around slowly. Richard McNeil pouted and followed. Going around east and west, he soon came to a door. Joel waved his hand slightly, and the door opened instantly. Inside is a huge genetic cultivation equipment. There are countless branches in the middle of the equipment, and there are baby breeding chambers hanging on it, but they are all empty. "Separate. I want to take it away," Richard McNeil said to Joel. Joel hesitated for a moment, then heard a rumbling sound. The door of the origin room was closed and slowly lifted into the air, and in a blink of an eye, it became a mobile ship and appeared outside the Fortress of Solitude. "Goodbye, and say hello to Richard Perman for me." Richard McNeil waved his hand and jumped directly into the mobile ship and flew away with a whoosh. Drive the mobile ship back to the villa in the central city. After landing, Richard McNeil came out and cut off Zed's fingerprints with a kryptonite dagger on the disciple and returned to the origin room. Paste the fingerprint on the console of the origin room, and a floating robot slowly floats over. "Hello, General Zed in Kansas City." The mechanical voice sounded. "Modify the authority of the origin room, and add Richard McNeil to the authority list." Richard McNeil put his finger down to enter fingerprints and genes. "Hello, Mr. Richard McNeil." "Modify the authority of the origin room and set Richard McNeil as the highest authority." "The setting is Richard." Successful. Richard McNeil nodded, turned and came out from the origin room. "As soon as I came out, I saw Laura, Thea and the Black Siren were standing nearby." "Go get a Kryptonian's corpse," Richard McNeil said. "Car Richard ally." The Black Siren, who was just going to the side of Laura, seemed to think of something to take the lead, and it didn't take long before he came out with the Kryptonian's body. Richard McNeil waved his hand and released a shockwave to the open space. A teleportation wormhole appears. "Come with me," Richard McNeil said, and the Black Siren followed in with the corpse. Lex Group CEO's office. Baldy Lay was waiting for the analysis Richard LTS by the computer, and Maisie Graves was standing aside with a document for Lex Luthor to sign. The teleportation wormhole Richard Denley appeared in the office, and Maisie Graves Richard consciously stood in front of Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor looked sideways with interest. Seeing Richard McNeil and Black Siren coming out of it carrying a Kryptonian corpse, Lex Luthor laughed. He pushed Maisie Graves away and said with a smile, "You finally came." "Guess I'm coming," Richard McNeil said with a Car Richard owl smile. "It's still more pleasing to the eye with a bald head." Lex Luthor touched his bald head and said with a smile, "You didn't kill General Swanvik. I knew you would do something, and 9 out of 10 would come to me. Although I don't know the reason, you seem to have been eyeing me from the beginning. And definitely not only because I'm a genius." "What do you think is the reason?" Richard McNeil asked with interest. "The most likely reason is that you know the future, you know the existence of Richard Perman, you know Zed is back, and you know why I do what I do," Lex Luthor said confidently. Richard McNeil smiled. "Baldy Lay is really smart. No wonder City Collector Brainiac said you have level 9 wisdom." "What about him?" Lex Luthor was not surprised by Richard McNeil's acquiescence, but was curious about the City Collector. "Level 12 is almost the smartest in the universe." "It sounds like there's a big gap." Lex Luthor pouted and looked at the Kryptonian's corpse. "What do you need me to do?" "Combine with him to create a stronger and more interesting existence. Are you interested?" Richard McNeil asked with a smile. "Combining these two words is easy to me," Richard understand. Both Maisie Graves and Black Siren not only showed Richard prized expressions, but also combined with a dead alien. "Wouldn't this be too harsh?" Lex Luthor didn't look too shocked, and talked slowly. "Kryptonian's genetic breeding technology is very advanced. What do you want to use my gene to combine with him to breed?" "Doomsday. It was originally a failed product of Kryptonian technology. It is ugly, evil, but extremely powerful. It can be called one of the strongest biological weapons in the universe. It has the power to destroy heaven and earth, jump like flying, and never get tired." Richard, for fast healing and regeneration ability, can continuously evolve restraint according to the opponent's ability characteristics in battle, and will be re-Richard-rected after being killed. The same method cannot kill it twice. "Interested?" "Are you trying to destroy the world?" Lex Luthor asked in Richard's eyes. Richard San shrugged. "Do you want to do it?" "Do it. Why not?" Lex Luthor laughed. "I'd love for people to learn from the tragedies that befell our world. And if you're Richard Ree, you can bring it up. You're Richard Ree, you can fix it, aren't you?" Richard San shrugged. "I don't know. That's why I want to know." "You want to copy Doomsday's ability?" Lex Luthor asked. Doomsday ability. Richard McNeil really didn't have this idea. After all, there are few people with more perverted abilities than him, and he can achieve the same effect with Doomsday's regular abilities. He made Doomsday just for fun, to be a competent villain. P.S. Doomsday in the movie is the product of the genetic combination of Zed's corpse and Baldy Lai. Doomsday's record in the comics is still good, and it is the strongest biological weapon in the universe along with Darkseid's demon-like army. Chapter 162. The Doomsday comes. There are no origin chambers, no Kryptonian corpses, not even kryptonite. No matter how smart Lex Luthor is, he is still a smart woman. So if Richard McNeil doesn't find in his words, Doomsday may not appear at all. How much less fun would it be without Doomsday? Lex Luthor is really courageous. If someone else would definitely not agree with this crazy behavior, but he did agree, and he was very interested. Since Lex Luthor is willing to use his genes to create Doomsday, Richard McNeil asked him to arrange a place and send the origin room there. As for this corpse, let Lex Luthor take care of it first. Although Lex Luthor is still responsible for researching the Kryptonian spacecraft, it is precisely because of this that he is relatively free now. After Richard McNeil and the Black Siren left, he couldn't wait to discuss it with the secretary. Metropolis is being rebuilt, and Richard Perman can occasionally be seen flying around. Richard Perman obviously also saw Richard McNeil, but he didn't intend to come over to say hello. Speaking of which, Richard McNeil really made Richard Perman miserable. However, the future may be even worse. What's the situation in the Metropolis on Earth 2? Richard McNeil asked the Black Siren while walking. I haven't been there, but I heard that it doesn't seem peaceful. The Black Siren asked curiously after a pause, is this Doomsday really that strong? There are Kryptonians here and we should have 530 over there. If the boss kills all the Kryptonians, wouldn't it be able to control countless Doomsdays? Who will be your opponent for the boss at that time? No one was my opponent, Richard McNeil said with a curled lip. I said something wrong. The Black Siren hurriedly apologized. The two soon came to the Planet Daily while walking and shopping. The Planet Daily was lucky and was not affected too much, but it was still a busy scene and even there were a lot fewer people. It looked a bit empty. Mr. Richard McNeil, as soon as I entered, I saw a black man walking towards me. Hi, I'm Perry White, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet. The black man came over and stretched out his hand. I have received a message from Mr. Bruce Wayne. You are welcome to visit the newspaper office. Bruce Wayne is pretty quick. There's no need for an inspection. I'm not very interested in the operation of the newspaper. Where's Louise Lane? Richard McNeil asked Richard Ally. The black editor-in-chief was stunned. Louis has something to do with her and she should be at home. You know that the Metropolis has just experienced a disaster. Richard McNeil nodded and asked, send me a message. You say, Viola, the room of origin is in my hands. Richard McNeil said. The black editor-in-chief asked tentatively, just this sentence? No address, no other content? No. Let Louise let me know if she finds this place. After speaking, Richard McNeil turned and left. There is nothing to visit in the Metropolis like this. After coming out of the Planet Daily, Richard McNeil took the Black Siren back to the central city. He had nothing to do and applied the nano-reduction technology to the origin room. The phone call passed. Said the location. Richard McNeil shrunk the origin room and released the teleportation wormhole directly. This is a heavily guarded and somewhat open space. Lex Luthor and the secretary are waiting here. After Richard McNeil appeared, he zoomed in on the origin room without any nonsense, and brought Baldy Lai and his secretary in. Baldy Lai looked around curiously, and the secretary had someone transport the Kryptonian's body in. Come on. Richard McNeil pointed to the console. Lex Luthor took a deep breath and put his hand on it. He felt as if he had been pricked by a needle, and the genetic sample had been extracted. Richard McNeil Richard Ally threw the Kryptonian's corpse into a large breeding tank to prepare for gene fusion. Mr. Richard McNeil, according to the law of Kansas City, it is forbidden. Kansas City is gone. So, let's get started. Richard McNill directly interrupted the reminder of the Origin Room program. Okay. After the mechanical sound fell, the Kryptonian corpses in the cultivation tank gradually changed. The skin began to tear, and the body began to grow huge. After a while, the original appearance was no longer visible. The dark gray appearance looked extremely ugly and evil, and the eyes protruded as if they were about to burst. This is Doomsday? Lex Luthor stared at Doomsday with burning eyes. Where is this? This can only be regarded as the initial version. After it evolves and has more and stronger abilities, it will be the real Doomsday. Richard McNill opened the cultivation tank with a chuckle, and Doomsday walked out of it. Come out. It can be seen that Doomsday doesn't seem to be conscious. As soon as he came out, he looked at Richard McNill and the others with that kind of cruel eyes. The secretary dutifully blocked Lex Luthor. Although Lex Luthor was afraid, he looked at Doomsday boldly. It seems delirious. Is it because it was bred from the corpses of dead people? Roar. Doomsday opened his arms and let out a roaring roar, and then rushed towards them. Hey, baby, don't break my Origin Room. After Richard McNill's voice fell, the Speed Force was activated instantly, pulling Doomsday out of the Origin Room and throwing it out forcefully. Whoosh! The huge body of Doomsday disappeared into the night sky in an instant. Lex Luthor and the secretary came out after a while, looking at the disappearing Doomsday. They couldn't help asking curiously, "Where did you go?" "Throw it away. Look at the direction. It seems to be Metropolis." Richard McNill said. Richard ally. Lex Luthor said, "Is that why you hate Metropolis so much?" Richard McNill shrugged and flew out. Boom! The Doomsday fell from the sky and frightened the people in the city instantly, and it roared and destroyed the richer drowning buildings. The sizzling azure blue electric light was introduced into its body from all directions, and it was absorbed by it crazily. God, what is this? Monster! Run, run! There was panic everywhere, and the soldiers and police who originally protected the Kryptonian spacecraft notified their Richard Perriers one after another. Not long after, General Swanwick and others had received the news and came to the command room to see the scene from the scene. "General, the president is calling." Someone nearby handed the phone to General Swanwick. "Can you tell me what's happening in Metropolis again? Could it be aliens again?" The president's voice rang through the phone. General Swanwick didn't know what was going on, but he had a vague premonition. "This monster is related to Richard San." Chapter 163. This is going to become the Injustice Alliance. Immediately evacuate all the nearby residents and notify the troops to Richard. Press it. In addition, General Swanwick looked around and shouted at Carlo Ferris after hanging up the phone, "Contact Richard McNill." Carol Ferris nodded and quickly picked up the phone and dialed out. There was panic everywhere, and people fled without the need for police or military evacuation. Richard Perman flew towards Doomsday with a whoosh from a distance, hugged it and rushed out. In the dilapidated apartment, Louise Lane is also calling Richard McNill, and she has a hunch that this monster is related to Richard McNill. All right. Perhaps Richard McNill is actually not difficult to understand at all. Damn it, why is it turned off? Louise Lane shouted angrily, but was Richard Denley hugged from behind. "Are you looking for me?" Richard McNill leaned against Louise Lane's shoulders, and naturally wrapped his arms around her and stretched them into her clothes. Louise Lane asked hurriedly with a slight trembling, "Did you make this thing?" "It's called Doomsday, and it's a product of Kryptonian technology," Richard McNill said with a light smile. "Currently, Kryptonite is more confident that it can completely kill it, and Kryptonite only you have it." Louise Ryan answered. Why did you do this?" Ring ring ring. The phone in Louise Lane's hand rang, and as soon as it was connected, Carol Ferris' eager voice sounded. "Louis, I'm Carol Ferris. Can you contact Richard McNill?" "Hi, Carol, good evening." Before Louise Lane could speak, Richard McNill greeted with a smile. "Monsters in Metropolis." "I made it." Richard McNill cut her off and said with a smile, "Kryptonite can kill him. Want Kryptonite?" "What conditions?" The voice of General Swanwick was replaced on the other end of the phone. "It's simple. Just let Richard Perman wear his underwear outside, remember ... It's red. Richard McNill never forgot about this matter. Slap. After hanging up the phone, General Swanwick asked with a livid face, "How's the situation?" Military fighter jets have already captured the scene. Judging from the pictures sent back, Doomsday and Richard Perman fought fiercely. You come and play, and the fighting style of fist to flesh makes the Richard rounding buildings almost flat. So far, it seems to be evenly matched. Why are you so persistent to let Richard Perman? Seeing Richard McNill hang up the phone, Louise Lane couldn't help asking. More than once, Richard McNill seems to be particularly persistent in letting Richard Perman do this. Just take it as an evil joke. Richard McNill smiled lightly. Although it is far away from the battlefield, Richard McNill watched it as if watching a movie. While playing with Louise Lane wantonly, while watching Richard Perman and Doomsday fight to the death. This is the bad taste. Isn't it a bit too bad? Speaking of which, the appearance of Doomsday created the first gathering of the big three of the Justice League. I wonder if Batman and Wonder Woman will appear in a while. If Diana is also here, I can prepare a gift for her. Thinking of this, Richard McNill released Louise Lane and disappeared with a whoosh. The yellow lightning quickly shuttled through the city, and Richard McNill came to a bookstore soon. A gust of wind rushed past, and Richard McNill had several books on music programming in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Richard McNill finished flipping through a book in a few seconds, and followed the next one. Learning things quickly with overclocking thinking, within 5 minutes Richard McNill has basically mastered the principle of music programming, and raised his wrist to release Gideon. Gideon, help me make a BGM. Edit. Enter. It took more than 10 minutes to modify, and then Richard McNill returned to Louise Lane's apartment contentedly. Louise Lane is on the phone with Carol Ferris, not to mention that the military can't communicate with Richard Perman now. Even if he can get in touch, Richard Perman probably won't agree to Richard's condition. So General Swanwick thought of a way to make Richard Perman agree to the conditions. This method is too bad. How could he do this? As soon as Carol Ferris finished speaking, Louise Lane couldn't help questioning. This is the only way. Carol Ferris said helplessly. Although I don't agree, but there is no other way now, unless you can persuade Richard McNill to change his mind. To persuade Richard McNill to change his mind? Louise Lane didn't think she could do it. Let me try. Louise Lane hung up the phone helplessly and saw that Richard McNill had come back at some point. Where have you been? Louise Lane asked curiously. Richard McNill walked in front of her and put his arms around her waist and said with a chuckle, Swanwick is playing with fire. Did you hear that? Louise Lane whispered. I also think it's too bad for him to do that. Even if he wants Richard Perman to do that, it has nothing to do with other people. Richard McNill, cannot. Richard McNill flatly refused. Is Doomsday strong? After all, it is a product of Krypton. As long as it can be destroyed with kryptonite, he has already set the conditions. Since the military intends to do it according to his conditions, how could Richard McNill refuse? It's just that he didn't expect General Swanwick to be so deadly. All he could do to make himself angry was to create a Doomsday, and even without him, Richard McNill would still be able to do it. But now he actually came up with a bad way to blackmail Richard Perman. This consequence is much more interesting than the appearance of Doomsday. Before, General Zod sent someone to find Richard Perman's adoptive mother to ask about the whereabouts of the central tome. When Richard Perman went to help, the military naturally knew the identity of Richard Perman's adoptive mother, and Richard Perman's importance to her adoptive mother naturally became the military. Richard Perman's chips, based on Richard Perman's current impression of the Earth. If General Swanwick really captured his adoptive mother Martha, Richard Perman would probably be blackened directly. In Injustice, Richard Perman was blackened because of the death of Louise Lane. At that time, the military government also used this method to threaten Richard Perman. Unfortunately it didn't work, but made Richard Perman worse. In this situation, maybe it will become the rhythm of the Injustice Alliance. Interesting. really interesting. I didn't expect making a Doomsday lead to Richard ch an interesting change. Chapter 164 Diana, this is the BGM for you. Boom. A loud noise came from a distance, and the dark sky seemed to be illuminated instantly. The heat of the explosion seemed to burn the clouds red, and the aftermath caused Louise Lane to throw herself into Richard McNeil's arms in a panic to protect him. Is this the use of nuclear weapons? Louise Lane asked in shock as she turned her head and looked into the distance. Richard Perman pushed Doomsday into space to help the military's nuclear missiles hit Doomsday, but Richard McNeil paused and squinted his eyes to look into the air, and Doomsday fell from the sky in the flames and wrapped around his body like lightning. Heat energy. Doomsday Richard revived and evolved the ability to resist nuclear weapons. Not only has the resistance to nuclear weapons been enhanced, but heat vision has also evolved. As for Richard Perman, Richard perimposed his eyesight, his gaze directly penetrated the clouds, and the atmosphere saw Richard Perman in space. The body shriveled like skinny bones floating in space. Death is inevitable, and it is estimated that it will return to normal in a while. So, will Batman and Wonder Woman come? Richard McNeil let go of Louise Lane with great interest. Be careful yourself. Ah, Louise Lane responded Richard consciously, and saw Richard McNeil let go and jumped out of the window, and then heard a bang, and his figure flew away directly. The volume of Doomsday gradually became huge, and the Richard rounding electricity and energy were all turned into its energy and absorbed by him crazily. Da-da-da-da. Bullets hit from a distance, and a black fighter jet passed Doomsday. Batfighter. Here comes Batman. Roar. The bullet didn't hurt Doomsday but enraged it. With a loud roar, he cast a hot gaze at the flying Batfighter. Boom. The Crimson Ray instantly hit the flank of the Batfighter, followed by a bang. The Batfighter fell, and Bruce Wayne in a Bat-Richard opened the cover and planned to leave. But at this time, Doomsday had already arrived not far away, and his eyes turned red again. That's too late. Batman Richard consciously raised his arms to resist. At this moment, a burst of passionate music sounded Richard Denley. High-pitched, exciting, people have a feeling of blood boiling. This voice came from the air, and the sound seemed to cover the entire battlefield. Doomsday's eyes were red, and his hot gaze blasted towards Batman. Boom. A figure crashed to the ground with the sound of passionate music, with its arms crossed to directly block the heat's sight. Zizzy. Boom. The hot gaze dissipated. Batman slowly lowered his arms and saw a tall woman in armor standing in front of him. The passionate music and her appearance made Batman a little dumbfounded. But Wonder Woman Diana stared at Doomsday intently, her chest undulating slightly and the bracelets on both arms Richard Denley smashed. Boom. Powerful divine power whizzed out, and the impact of the dazzling light scattered in all directions. Doomsday retreated instantly after being shaken, leaving a long trace on the ground with one hand. Boom. 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 The sonic boom sounded Richard Denley, and a figure flew over quickly in the dim sky in the distance. The red cloak vibrated with the wind, and Richard Perman flew over from the side and blasted Doomsday directly. Doomsday hit a power plant not far away. Explosions sounded one after another in an instant, and the flames rolled. Batman emerges from the Batplane and Richard Perman crashes to the ground. The three giants of the Justice League gathered for the first time, and the exciting music really made people excited and excited. Can you turn off your music? The three looked at each other, and Batman said to Wonder Woman, "What kind of habit is it to have a BGM on stage?" "It's not me." Diana frowned. "It's him." Richard Perman looked up into the distant sky. Batman and Wonder Woman followed the trend, and saw a spaceship Richard suspended in the dark sky, and the sound of music came from the spaceship. And in front of the spaceship, a person sits on Oodle. Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil. Batman and Wonder Woman speak in unison. "You know him?" The voice fell, and the two looked at each other and spoke in unison again. "It seems that we all know him," Richard Perman said in a deep voice. "This monster was created by him. using the technology of my world. Diana looked at Richard McNeil on the disciple with a complicated expression, hesitated for a moment, jumped up high with a bang, and rushed towards the disciple in an instant. "What is she going to do?" Richard Perman said with some concern. Batman shook his head. Slap. Diana jumped on the disciple and stared at Richard McNeil with burning eyes. "The gift prepared for you. Do you like it?" Richard McNeil smiled and stretched out his hand to stop Diana's waist and said with a smile. Diana didn't speak or avoid and still looked at Richard McNeil. "Why don't you talk to you? We haven't seen each other for a long time, right?" As soon as Richard McNeil finished speaking, Diana Richard Dinley raised her head and kissed Richard McNeil. "Well," Richard McNeil was slightly taken aback and then responded fiercely, "It seems that my worry is unnecessary." Richard Perman, who was a little worried on the ground, couldn't help but muttered in embarrassment. "What?" Batman asked. "They are." Richard Perman couldn't think of how to explain the relationship between the two, but Batman guessed. This made him frown. "Give it up with a kiss." Diana gasped as she watched Richard McNeil Richard Dinley grab his wrist and slam it down forcefully. Boom. Richard McNeil was thrown directly from the air and hit the ground straight. Boom. Richard McNeil slammed on the ground in all directions. Diana landed and stood in front of Richard McNeil at the same time, and the Vulcan sword pointed directly at Richard McNeil. "I said, I will find you, and then ... challenge you." This incident caused Richard Perman and Batman to hesitate again. Batman looked at Richard Perman. "Didn't you say that their 2.4 is related to that?" Richard Perman was also taken aback. He was so intense just now. Why did Richard Dinley turn his back on him? Roar. A loud roar sounded Richard Dinley, and the power plant had been turned into ruins. Doomsday was much larger than before, with bone spurs all over his body. Richard Perman looked stunned and rushed towards Doomsday. Batman wanted to help, but before he could think of what to do, Doomsday's hot gaze hit him, and he hurriedly dodged and jumped under the stone slabs of the nearby ruins to hide, as the scorching heat wave roared past. Go and solve the Doomsday first." Richard McNeil lay on the ground and said to Diana, "Only after solving it can you be qualified to challenge me. By the way, look at your progress for so long." Snort. Diana snorted coldly, leapt high and rushed towards the battlefield. Chapter 165. The king who was slapped in the face did not disappoint. The addition of Wonder Woman immediately relieved Richard Perman's press. Richard Ree. Diana jumped down and slid below Doomsday. The shield in her left hand slammed Doomsday's leg and knocked it to the ground. The Vulcan sword in her right hand chopped down. PFFT. A long gash appeared on Doomsday's leg, and Richard Perman punched it in the face from the air, sending it crashing to the ground. The wound healed in an instant. The heat sight hits Richard Perman, and Doomsday rolls over, grabs an abandoned car and throws it at Diana. The car seemed like a toy in its hands, but it seemed huge to Diana. The Vulcan sword was raised. The car parted from the middle, and Diana rushed up in an instant. Diana and Richard Perman fought fiercely against Doomsday, but Batman made soy sauce as in the movie, and this time the soy sauce was more thorough because there was no kryptonite. Fighting Doomsday, Batman can't help but he is not idle. He came to Richard San. At this time, Richard McNeil had already sat up from the ground and was watching the fierce battle in the distance with great interest. "Sit." Noticing that Batman came over, Richard McNeil invited Richard ally. Batman paused and actually sat down beside Richard McNeil. "Who is that woman?" "Wonder Woman is also the new god of war." Richard McNeil chuckled. "God?" Batman froze. "Is there really a god?" "Of course. This world is much more interesting than what you know," Richard McNeil said. "So, are you a god too?" Batman pressed. "Me? I'm not a god, and I'm not interested in being a god." Richard McNeil shook his head and looked at Batman. "Wonder Woman is just an old god, but it will be interesting when new gods come to Earth in the future. I personally suggest that you upgrade your equipment and get some decent armor. If you are interested, I can help you." What if they can't solve this monster? Although Batman was prized by the topic of old gods and new gods, He wanted to solve the immediate matter first. I learned something about Kryptonians from the Luxor group. Richard Perman also said that this monster came from the technology of their planet, so. Before Batman finished speaking, the voice of the butler Alfred came from the earphones. The butler was assisting him in the Batcave to help him. At this time, the butler intercepted an important message. The conditions also know the actions the military wants to take. You created Richard Ch. a monster that can destroy the world just to let Richard Perman wear his underwear. Batman stared at Richard McNeil with wide eyes. Richard San shrugged non-committally. To be honest, I haven't thought of having any fun with you for the time being. When I think of it, I will go to you. You're crazier than a lunatic, I know, Batman said quietly. A clown. Richard McNeil smiled. Richard ally. Just as Batman was about to speak, a flash of yellow lightning Richard Dinley ran over from a distance. Swish. Dusty. Batman waved his hand and coughed twice before seeing a man in a red uniform standing in front of him. Who is this? Batman muttered. Why are you here to join in the fun? Richard McNeil looked at the flash and asked lazily. Barry Allen actually came too. That's right, after Reverse Lightning's death. Barry Allen didn't have any major enemies. He didn't go to Earth 2 and didn't create Flashpoint. He must be impatient to come to help with Richard Ch. A big commotion in Metropolis. A hero is like a brick, move it wherever it is needed. Barry Allen glanced at Richard San and Batman without speaking, turned around and rushed towards Doomsday with a whoosh. The yellow lightning Richard rounding Doomsday made Richard Perman and Diana slightly stunned. The yellow lightning made Richard Perman feel familiar, and the extremely fast speed also made Diana think of something. This is the flash that Richard McNeil mentioned when he left, right? One lap. The lightning generated by Flash's fast running gradually hit his hand. He swung his arm and was about to throw it at Doomsday. But Doomsday Richard Dinley shot. Well, the Flash's neck was instantly grabbed. His eyes widened in horror. How could it be possible? How could it keep up with his own speed? Doomsday grabbed the Flash and slammed it to the ground. Boom. 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 Slammed several times in a row and then threw Flash directly out. Boom. The Flash slid to the ground and slid a long way before barely stopping. His bones seemed to be falling apart after struggling several times, but he couldn't get up. The king who was slapped in the face did not disappoint me. Pity and Pidian came here just to give the head to Doomsday. Richard McNeil clapped his hands and laughed and said to Batman, if one day he asks what your Richard Per power is, remember to tell him that your Richard Per power is money. Batman looked confused, then got up and seemed ready to leave. He wants to stop the military from capturing Richard Perman's adoptive mother, Martha, not only because his mother is also named Martha, but also because he knows what Martha means to Richard Perman. Even if the military's idea Richard succeeds, Richard Perman is willing to compromise. And then what? No one likes to be threatened, especially the Richard Perman who has encountered research or aliens before. Richard Perman, can you hear me? I'm General Swanwick, and I'm about to drop an item. 807. I hope you can wear it to solve Doomsday. A fighter jet drove over from a distance, and at the same time, a voice came from the radio. General Swanwick's voice. The sound is not loud, far inferior to the passionate music, but it is enough for everyone to hear. Richard Perman looked up in the direction of the plane and saw a metal box fall from the plane. Could it be kryptonite, or a secret weapon against Doomsday? With a bang in his heart, Richard Perman flew over to catch the box and landed, and then opened the box expectantly. Richard Perman's face was livid and ugly, the veins in his hands were swollen, his eyes turned red, and he wanted to burn Richard Ch. a thing. This turned out to be a pair of underwear, red underwear. Miss Martha Kent very much hopes that you can become a hero. General Swanwick's voice came from the plane again. Asshole. Richard Perman roared instantly from the fighter. Click. The glass cover of the plane was removed by Richard Perman with his bare hands, and Richard Perman shouted towards the communication facility under the pilot's horrified gaze. How dare you threaten me with my mother? Richard Perman, I hope you understand the situation in front of you. If Doomsday cannot be resolved, then everything may be destroyed. America. the world, me. And Martha, General Swanwick said calmly. Chapter 166, Richard Perman wearing underpants and Green Lantern who dies before he begins. I have found out that Doomsday is a monster created by Richard McNeil and Lex Luthor using the corpses and technology of Kryptonians. You should not have forgotten how many Kryptonian corpses Richard San has in hand. I am sorry to ask in this way but you should know Richard McNeil's strength and what he will do better than anyone else. It's just wearing underwear outside, for the sake of the metropolis, for the Earth, and for Martha. I believe you will make the right choice. If my mother is hurt a little, I won't let you go. Gritting his teeth, Richard Perman shattered the communicator on the plane with a punch, then turned around and flew towards Richard McNeil. The communicator was destroyed by a punch, and the fighter jet malfunctioned instantly. The pilot hurriedly ejected the seat and flew out of the fighter jet. Boom! The fighter jet crashed to the ground and exploded. The parachute opened and the pilot descended slowly. Just when he was about to land, the heat sight released by Doomsday in the distance happened to reach him. Boom! The pilot hit by the heat ray instantly turned into charcoal and fell from the sky. No! Seeing this, Richard Perman, who wanted to have a theory with Richard McNeil, rushed over to borrow the pilot, but he was already dead. Richard Perman held the pilot in his arms and walked back slowly. What I was worried about happened. Batman frowned. You killed him. After Richard Perman came over, he slowly put the pilot's body on the ground, and said coldly to Richard McNeil, if you don't destroy his plane, he will die. Richard McNeil directly turned back and glanced at the unlucky pilot. What the hell? Seeing this, Richard prized Richard McNeil, and then he clapped his hands towards Richard Perman and said, excellent, congratulations on killing the future Richard Perhero Green Lantern. The pilot's name is Hal Jordan, and he is a childhood sweetheart with Carol Ferris. In the future, he will get a green light ring and become a Green Lantern, and he is known as one of the greatest Green Lanterns. A member of the Green Lantern Corps, one of the 7 giants of the Justice League. His strength and achievements in the future are limitless. In the end, I didn't expect to die before I was a teacher, and I died here unluckily before I became a Green Lantern. Richard prized. To Richard prized. This is even more unexpected than General Swanwick's brain-dead act of blackmailing Richard Perman before. I won't let you go. The worry about his mother being taken away by the military, Swanwick's threat, and the death of the pilot made Richard Perman, who had always been restrained, lose his compo. He didn't hear the words of the future Richard Perhero Green Lantern, but he was cold. He stared at Richard McNeil and walked towards there. Red underwear. You said he will become Green Lantern in the future? Batman looked at Richard McNeil. How did you know? Because I know what will happen in the future. Richard McNeil explained with a chuckle. In the future, he will get a green light ring to become Green Lantern, and become one of the 7 giants of the Justice League, which is the organization established by you. Now, from now on, you can only be called the 6 giants. Without me, Doomsday would have been born. Richard Perman will die. After Richard McNeil finished speaking, he flew towards the disciple with a bang. After a while, Richard McNeil fell again. I have a few more things on hand. A golden rope, a kryptonite dagger, and a large piece of kryptonite. Vertical bar flash. Richard McNeil shouted. Whoosh. The flash came to the front. Although the injury just now was not completely healed, it no longer affected the activities. Run an errand and give this to Wonder Woman. The Flash was stunned, picked up the lasso of Mantra, ran towards Diana with a whoosh, and followed Richard McNeil to hand the kryptonite dagger and kryptonite to Batman. Since Richard Perman is ready to wear his underwear outside, the kryptonite promised to the military will be given to you first. As for which one is for the military and which one is for you, you decide for yourself. You will be so generous. Batman didn't expect Richard McNeil to give him kryptonite. I just think the color matches you well. Richard McNeil patted Batman on the shoulder, said something earnestly, took Hal Jordan's body and flew to the disciple. This bastard. Batman instantly understood what he meant, and although nothing happened, He felt extremely uncomfortable when he thought of the photo. On the Disciple, Richard McNill put Hal Jordan's body aside first, and then saw that the camera was looking at Richard Perman, who was already wearing his underwear. That's right, this is Richard Perman. The red cloak and blue tights were Richard posed to look majestic, but after adding a pair of red underwear to wear outside, the whole feeling changed, and it became very strange. But it is precisely this strange feeling that makes Richard McNill feel perfect. This is what Richard Perman should be like. Since it is a tradition to wear underwear outside, it should be maintained. Didn't you see that Richard Perman's current strength Richard nearly doubled? Shame. Anger. Richard Perman, who has nowhere to vent his emotions, turns his anger into strength and smashes towards Doomsday. He wants to solve Doomsday as soon as possible, he wants to tear up the red stuff as soon as possible, and he wants to save his mother. The angry Richard Perman seemed to have lost his compo Richardry, and the violent anger exuded made both Wonder Woman and the Flash a little afraid. Did he say something? Looking at the mantra lasso, Wonder Woman asked Flash. Flash shook his head, seeing Batman waving at him in the distance and swishing past. What's wrong? Flash asked. Are you fast? Batman asked. The Flash nodded. Well, help me make it into a weapon which can defeat Doomsday. Batman said solemnly. The two heat rays collided with each other. Although Richard Perman's body was much smaller than Doomsday, but at this time he was roaring violently, and his screaming appearance seemed to be more terrifying than Doomsday. While roaring, the heat rays were scorching, and Richard Perman completely ignored the damage he might receive and kept approaching the Doomsday. The strength that had been Richard pressed for many years, the accumulated anger seemed to erupt completely at this moment. Boom! Doomsday's heat rays were blasted back, and Richard Perman came to him in an instant, waving his fists left and right and hitting Doomsday on the head. Boom! 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 The power of each punch seems to be heavier than the last punch, and the heavy sound seems to hit the heart, making people feel depressed, deep, and breathless. Chapter 167. This BGM must be played in future battles. Boom! The dust was flying, and Doomsday's huge body hit the ground heavily. A golden rope was wrapped around its neck, and Diana stepped on the protruding stone slab and grabbed the mantra lasso with both hands and raised it backwards forcefully. Doomsday wanted to break free but was hit by Richard Perman crazily. As soon as the heat ray was released, he would be beaten back by Richard Perman. At this time, Richard Perman's strength has definitely doubled. It's all thanks to wearing underwear on the outside. Richard McNill nodded in agreement while taking pictures of Richard Perman. It's almost done. Doomsday will probably be cold when Batman finishes the kryptonite weapon. After all, Doomsday is different from Doomsday, and the strength of different materials will also change. Even if this Doomsday evolves, it should not be able to reach the comics. The power at its peak. Omega rays that can resist Darkseid have evolved Omega resistance, forcing Darkseid to ask Richard Perman for help, and it is impossible to evolve into a complete body with the ability to possess Doomsday spores. Doomsday spores are truly powerful. Just staying though will devour all the lives around them, turning their vitality into nourishment for continuous growth, and even destroying their bodies. After that, it can also parasitize others, devouring the host and becoming the Richard Rection of Doomsday. Richard Ch. A Day of Doom can be said to have ignored death since its birth. Richard McNill also heard what General Swanwick said just now. Since they figured out what happened on Doomsday, Baldy Lai should have been arrested too, right? A bald guy from the Doomsday pit was caught, and achieved the achievement of making Richard Perman wear underwear outside and even showed signs of blackening. He also met Wonder Woman Diana again, and saw the future green light that the Flash was slapped in the face and was unlucky enough to hang up at home. Hero, worth it. Not to mention that Richard Perman will find trouble with General Swanwick in the future. Richard McNill let out a small amount of anger and at the same time made the US military and government fear him. Do more with one stroke, make a lot of money. I don't know if Richard Perman will die with Doomsday like in the movie. I reminded Batman just now. Batman should take some action. After all, if Richard Perman dies, it will be less fun and make him unrighteous. Richard Perman is interesting. Richard McNeil felt that it was not easy to find some fun for himself. Are you really fast? Looking at the spear made of kryptonite in his hand, Batman asked Flash again. The Flash said, "Didn't you see it all? This kind of kryptonite has a great influence on the Kryptonians. I need you to stab it into Doomsday as quickly as possible and take Richard Perman away. Can you do it?" Batman looked at the nervous Flash seriously and said, "Fear is not a bad thing. Everyone is afraid. But remember, it means that everyone has the opportunity to fight fear. And everyone has the opportunity to be brave." Batman's chicken soup for the soul is just right for the Flash. Every time the Flash is slapped in the face, he needs chicken soup for the soul to motivate himself to explode into a small universe. The Flash held the kryptonite spear and looked at Doomsday, who was restrained by Richard Perman and Wonder Woman but not injured at all. His eyes gradually became firm. Nod heavily. The Speed Force was activated, and the yellow lightning galloped out and came to Doomsday in a blink of an eye. "Richard Perman, get out of the way!" the Flash yelled, and the kryptonite spear instantly pierced Doomsday's heart. At the same time, Richard Perman's face turned ugly and he collapsed weakly. Swish! The Flash held Richard Perman in his arms and turned his head to look at Doomsday. The Doomsday was not dead yet but became more ferocious. "Not good!" Flash shouted and was about to pass. But Wonder Woman Richard Dinley jumped up and stepped on Doomsday. The Vulcan sword in his right hand pierced Doomsday's arm backwards, and the shield in his left hand bounced off Doomsday's other hand, and then he let go of the Vulcan sword, held the kryptonite spear, and slammed down hard. Ho 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 ho. The excruciatingly painful Doomsday let out a roar and swung Wonder Woman again. At the same time, he wanted to pull out the kryptonite spear, but his arm trembled a few times and fell down, motionless and without any response. "Do you died?" Wonder Woman and the others looked at Doomsday's speculation and slowly moved forward, and they were Richard Ree when they came to Doomsday and saw that it didn't respond. "Doomsday is dead." "Huh." The Flash sighed and sat on the ground, while Batman walked over from behind and put away the kryptonite spear. Zela. Richard Perman reached out and tore the red underwear, cast a cold glance in the direction of the disciple, and flew away with a bang. "He is going to save his mother Martha." "No. Don't let him mess around." Batman frowned and said to Flash, "Can you still run?" "Take me to catch up with him." "No problem." The Flash said, took Batman and rushed out to catch up with the flying Richard Perman. One flies and one runs. The Flash found that he couldn't catch up with Richard Perman. It must be because Batman is too fat. On a battlefield that was almost considered flat, Doomsday's corpse was lying on the ground, and the sound of passionate music was still lingering in the air. Diana jumped high, and landed on the disciple again after several ups and downs. Knocking on the glass, Diana signaled Richard McNeil to come out. Richard McNeil took the camera and flew out at the disciple with a smile. "Turn off the music." Although she likes it very much and thinks it is great, it seems to make her more passionate in battle and increase her fighting spirit. But now Diana felt a little awkward as soon as the battle was over. "I want to challenge you. This time, I will definitely defeat you." Diana looked at Richard McNeil and said in a deep voice, Now, okay." Richard McNeil chuckled and flew directly down. Diana leapt high, landing with her slender legs bent. With a shield in both hands and the sword of Vulcan, a lasso of Mantra at the waist, and a richardit of armor, she matched with the music in the air, making Richard McNeil a little dazed. "I've decided that you must play this BGM again in the future. It's really something you'll never get tired of watching," Richard McNeil said seriously. Diana smiled slightly, and the Vulcan sword struck like a gust of wind in an instant. Richard McNeil dodged easily, and Diana attacked aggressively again. The passionate music combined with the vigorous drumbeat made Diana's offensive more and more fierce. Her eyes became more and more focused, and her sharp and delicate facial features were full of charming charm. Chapter 168, Men and Women Under the Night Sky. The battle between Richard McNeil and Diana lasted only 10 minutes. Although there is a BGM bonus and Diana has also mastered the source of the God of War, she is still not Richard McNeil's opponent. The battle was over in an instant when she asked Richard McNeil to be serious with her fighting spirit. Sooner or later I will beat you. Diana was a little frustrated by losing so quickly. Her efforts to catch up for so many years did not seem to bring the strength of the two closer, but pulled them farther and farther apart. But Diana won't take it easy. Give up. The previous grievances have been indistinguishable from right to wrong, and her only thought now is to defeat Richard McNeil. As for the reason, it doesn't matter. Let's go, Richard McNeil said to Diana with a chuckle, and flew back to the disciple with an arm around her waist. The next moment, the disciple pierced the night sky and disappeared. Somewhere in a desolate and uninhabited place, the number of disciples dangled down. It was pitch black all around, and the silence seemed to be able to hear the chirping of birds and insects. Richard McNeil sent a shockwave to Hal Jordan's body and sent it to the military base. Originally, he planned to hand it over to Carol Ferris himself, but now he has no time and thought. After sending away the body of Hal Jordan, Richard McNeil took the camera and got off the disciple with Diana. This is an open grass field. What are you going to do? Diana asked Richard suspiciously. Watching a movie. Richard McNeil took a step forward with a light smile and opened his palms slightly. In an instant, the cold air was overwhelming. The air gradually condensed, and a flat ice wall appeared in the blink of an eye. Diana looked at Richard McNeil suspiciously. Richard McNeil took off the bracelet and threw it out with a smile. Before the bracelet landed, it turned into a steel Richard McNeil took the camera and connected it to the steel Richard so that Gideon could put the content on the ice wall. Richard McNeil pulled Diana to sit down on the grass, under the dim starry sky. The two sat side by side and watched Diana's battle scene shot by Richard McNeil on the ice wall. The exquisite picture combined with the passionate BGM made Diana, who was a little embarrassed at first, gradually became more involved. Diana in the picture is heroic and brave, and the battle scenes are more exquisite and shocking than many blockbuster movies. Richard McNeil put his arms around her shoulders, and she gradually leaned her head on his shoulders. The atmosphere has a kind of indescribable romance. It turns out that watching myself fight is like this. Diana chuckled and turned to look at Richard McNeil. It just so happened that Richard McNeil also looked down at Diana. The four eyes met each other, as if there was an invisible electric current colliding with each other. The heart beat faster, the blood accelerated, and there was a faint feeling of numbness. Boom. 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 Obviously the sound of the BGM resounded through the night sky, but I could hear my own rapid heartbeat, like a deer bumping more and more intensely. Richard Denley. Diana raised her hand to hook Richard McNeil's neck and threw herself forward. Richard McNeil fell to the ground and responded fiercely. Under the dark night sky, it seemed as if a bonfire had been lit, and even the temperature was rising rapidly. Under the night sky, on the grass, with the sound of BGM, another battle begins. Put your heart and soul into it. It seems that they want to make up for all the emotions that they didn't enjoy in the last game in this one. For a long time, the breeze blows the green grass and rustles, the ice wall is melted with bursts of coolness, unknown insects chirp softly, and the men and women cuddling each other under the moonlight seem to become a beautiful picture. I don't know how long it took. The Richard N gradually rose from the horizon, and the golden Richard light shone on the earth. Diana and Richard McNeil woke up. They looked at each other and smiled. Richard McNeil smiled and said, "Continue?" Diana shook her head slightly. "I still have work today." "Antique dealer?" Richard McNeil asked with a smile. Diana was Richard surprised. "How do you know?" "Wait, you won't see me in the future, will you?" "That's not fair. I've been in this era since we separated." "Now that it's you, the matter of Paradise Island has been resolved." "Has Donna Troy been found?" Richard McNeil smiled and shook his head as he watched Diana put on her armor and look at her lazily under the Richard N. With long hair, Richard McNeil couldn't help getting up, hugging and kissing. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet," Diana explained, backing away. I became an antique dealer because I wanted to find Donna. I haven't found her whereabouts for Richard Ch a long time. Why were you in the metropolis yesterday? Richard McNeil asked while getting dressed. Find someone, a woman named Barbara Minerva, who used to be an employee of the museum, was attacked before and was rescued by me. And then I met her. I didn't expect that she came from inside the Tanyan Society's collection library when it was attacked some time ago. Something was stolen, something very dangerous. The god-killing blade possessed by the cheetah goddess of the Tan tribe. She stabbed herself in the chest with this god-killing blade and became a leopard girl. Possessing the power, endurance and speed of a cheetah, she is faster than that Flash man, not too much difference. Her claws and fangs are very sharp. People who are bitten by her will be infected into a half-human half-leopard appearance like her, but they will completely lose their self-consciousness and only kill. She is dangerous and I need to find her as soon as possible. Diana put on her armor and explained with a stern expression. Leopard girl. Richard McNeil knew this person. She was the classic villain of Wonder Woman. She once scratched the Flash's leg when he was running at high speed. Her sharp claws and fangs could pierce the skin of a Kryptonian, and even Richard Perman was once infected into a half-human, half-panther-killing beast. Do you need my help? Richard McNeil asked while flicking Diana's hair. No, take me back to Metropolis, Diana said. The two packed up their things and went back to the Disciple to return to Metropolis. On the way, Diana asked about the identities of Richard Perman, Batman, and the Flash, especially about Doomsday. Diana couldn't help but reprimand Richard McNeil several times. But Richard McNeil was in a good mood, so he didn't care about those things. He just nodded in agreement. Just put me down here. Flying over the metropolis, Diana walked towards Richard McNeil Road. The hatch opened, and Diana jumped straight from midair. Watching her figure disappear from sight, Richard McNeil simply shrunk the Disciple and flew to Louise Lane's apartment. Louise Lane didn't seem to sleep all night. She was a little tired and kept talking on the phone. Seeing Richard McNeil came back, Louise Lane said something to the phone and hung up directly. You're finally back. Richard Perman attacked the military base last night. P.S. Richard enough. Whether it is me or Richard McNeil, Diana is a special existence. In addition, Leopard is the villain of Wonder Woman 2 inches. Chapter 169 Fora, kneel down. And then, is General Swanwick dead? It is no Richard prize that Richard Perman will attack the military base soon. For the current Richard Perman, his adoptive mother Martha is his most important person. Richard McNeil was even more curious about whether Richard Perman would kill General Swanwick under his anger. Louise Lane shook her head. No, both Flash and Batman were there at the time, and there were kryptonite weapons. So Richard Perman just rescued Martha and left. But the people in the military are very dissatisfied, especially you will when the pilot's body was sent over. They thought it was Richard Perman who killed him, so they might take action against Richard Perman. It's not enough to die. Richard McNeil pouted and didn't bother to pay attention. As long as the military's pissy approach would make Richard Perman blacken him sooner or later, he would just watch the show from the sidelines. By the way, Baldy Lai was arrested. The origin room is also in the hands of the military. Seems to be. Louise Lane nodded. Richard McNeil released the shockwave and passed directly. The military base is heavily guarded. As soon as Richard McNeil came out, he saw heavily armed soldiers. Richard rounded the origin room, and several people dressed as scientists seemed to be studying how to enter the origin room. If you can't even get in the door, don't waste your time. Richard McNeil chuckled and raised his voice and walked over. Stop. Don't come close or shoot. These soldiers are probably newly transferred, but they don't know about Richard McNeil. I saw Richard McNeil continue to shoot these people forward. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Bullets swarmed. Richard McNeil didn't even bother to dodge, and let the bullets hit his body and be bounced away. Man of Steel. bullets and all that tickle. Coming to the origin room, Richard McNeil Car Richard Ally pushed several scientists aside and shrunk the origin room away. Seeing those unwilling but helpless soldiers, Richard McNeil slowly flew up and prepared to leave. Whoosh! Just after taking off, I felt a missile hit me from behind, stopped, turned around, and a missile roared towards me. Richard McNeil waved his fist coldly. Boom! The missile exploded in an instant, bursting into flames. The crimson heat rays from the explosion Richard Dinley shot out and hit the military base. With a loud bang, the explosion produced a chain reaction like dominoes, and the entire base turned into a sea of flames in an instant. In the apartment, Louise Lane was in a hurry to call Carol Ferris to tell Richard McNeil that they had passed and to pay attention to them. Before the call was broadcast, a burst of sound came from the window. As soon as Louise Lane turned her head, she felt a gust of wind, and the people who followed her were picked up. "Where is he?" Louise Lane coughed in panic and recognized this. This is the Kryptonian female adjutant who was Richard posed to be killed by Richard McNeil but revived and escaped. "Let go of me, him. He won't let you go." "Where is he?" Foro asked with a gloomy expression. Louise Lane raised her finger and pointed behind Foro, who turned her head slightly and saw a huge fist. Boom! She flew out in an instant and smashed directly through the wall. Louise Lane fell down and was hugged by Richard McNeil. "Are you all right?" Richard McNeil put Louise Lane down and asked softly. Louise Lane shook her head. "I'm fine, you." She originally wanted to say that you should be careful, but when she thought of Richard McNeil's powerful strength, she couldn't say it. Richard McNeil chuckled and squinted at Fora, who flew back. "Kneel down," Richard McNeil said softly, squinting his eyes. "HMPH." Fora snorted coldly and punched. Richard McNeil chuckled lightly and said, "How many times?" "Even though I know it's not my opponent, I'm too lazy to fight you. So kneel down. I'll give you a chance to rebuild Krypton." Boom! Fora's fist stopped as the wind blew against her face. "Are you willing to hand over the origin room and the central book to me?" Fora looked at Richard McNeil suspiciously. "Won't." "Are you kidding me?" Fora was furious and wanted to continue, but Richard McNeil said lightly, "I said I would give you the chance to rebuild Krypton. Whether you can do it depends on yourself. Do you want this chance?" Fora was dubious. "If you want, just kneel down," Richard McNeil said with a smile. "I have nothing. If you play tricks on me, even if you die, I don't think I will let you go." Fora stared at Richard McNeil, and slowly knelt down on one knee. "To avenge the rest of Kryptonian, to avenge General Zod, of course she wants to. But what she wants more is to rebuild Krypton." Snapped. Fora knelt down. "You are luckier than other Kryptonians, so I will give you a chance. I don't need your allegiance or anything. I just need you to work hard to rebuild Krypton. Can it be done?" Richard McNeil asked with narrowed eyes. Road at a loss. As an adjutant, Fora is not only strong but also smart, but now she doesn't know what Richard McNeil wants to do. On the one hand, slaughtered almost all Kryptonians, but on the other hand, gave himself a chance and let himself work hard to rebuild Krypton. "What the hell are you trying to do? Do I need to explain to you?" The corner of Richard McNeil's mouth raised, thinking of a new idea. Boom! Shockwaves are released, and tiny wormholes appear. "Follow me," Richard McNeil said, and Fora stood up and followed Richard McNeil into the wormhole hesitantly. Moment the latter two appear at the villa in Central City. First, the disciple was released to make a batch of speed serum, and then he came out and put away the disciple and waved to Laura. "This batch of serum is going back to Ballistic. Are you going on a long trip?" Laura took over and asked. Richard McNeil smiled. "It's going to be away for a while. You stay at home and help me keep an eye on the situation here. I'll download Gideon's program into your battle Richard it. If you need anything, you can contact me." "You want to go 1.9. What should I do?" Theo asked hastily. "You can figure it out," Richard McNeil said. Car Richard Ally and turned around to put on Fora's shoulder. Fora was a little displeased, but she still didn't avoid it after thinking about it. Swish! The speed force was activated, and the yellow lightning galloped forward, overlay speed, faster and faster, faster and faster. In a blink of an eye, a wormhole appeared in front of him, and Richard McNill thought of Earth 2 in his mind, and it Richard dimly lit up in front of him. Jump out. Richard-san brought Fora to Earth 2. What is this place? Fora was slightly surprised by the strange change just now, and couldn't help asking after being stunned. Welcome to Earth 2. Richard McNill turned around and opened his arms and said with a chuckle. Chapter 170, Instant Kill Speed Earth 2? Fora was faintly excited. This kind of title. Could there be another Earth? The chance, he said, was to allow himself to rebuild Krypton on this planet. Your Kryptonian civilization should not have access to the multiverse, and the concept of parallel worlds should not yet exist. There are many parallel universes in this world. On Earth, Krypton exploded, and it may not have exploded in a certain world. On Earth 1 may be a hero, and on Earth 2 may be a villain. Although Krypton's technology is advanced, but because of the different directions of the technology tree points, it is indeed a bit of an idiot in this regard. Then the Krypton of this world. I don't know, it should have exploded too, Richard McNill said after extinguishing Fora's fantasy. I came to this world just to do some errands along the way, and when I'm done, I'll take you to where you really want to go. In that world, you will see many Kryptonians, including heroes and villains, Richard McNill said with a chuckle. Fora took a deep breath. 11. What are you going to do? I can help. Richard McNill smiled non-committally, turned and walked out. Central City on Earth 2 is very quiet. It was quiet like a dead city. It looked like it was still noon, but there was no one there, and there were no cars on the road, and even the shops on the street seemed to be closed. What's the situation? Richard McNill was a little surprised. Why did it change so much in a while? Boom. Fora next to her Richard dimly flew up, floating in midair and scanning the entire city. After a while, she landed and pointed to the front. There are a lot of people gathered in a building over there, and they all seem to have special abilities. The leader in a dark uniform seems to be called. Fora listened carefully. Extreme speed. This speed seems to be gathering people to attack Earth 1. Want ... to find you? Fora looked at Richard McNill. What a coincidence. I came to look for him too. Richard McNill chuckled. Extreme speed captured a man named Harrison Wells and let him create a channel that can open 2 universes. It seems that he also captured his daughter. It's so unlucky to be arrested again. Didn't Harrison Wells tell his daughter Jessie that he was going to Atlantis? He was caught by extreme speed again, and the speed is fine. Unexpectedly he ruled the central city and Richard moaned the villains in Richard CH a short time. Speaking of which, Jessie is worth a bit. You can give her serum to increase the speed force energy for yourself and change the speed force color. By the way, go save Harrison Wells' daughter first, and then go find speed. I'll go, Fora said. You? Fora nodded. She wanted to quickly go to the world Richard McNill mentioned. It's fine, her name is Jessie. Richard McNill nodded indifferently, and Fora flew away with a bang. Central City Police Department. At this time, the police station has been completely occupied by villains. There are all kinds of villains standing in the hall, and all the villains with some skills in Central City are here. On the second floor, blue lightning flashed on the body of Extreme Speed in a dark uniform, and his black mask made him look eerie. Looking around quickly, the voice trembled with a hoarse and harsh feeling. Are you ready? I will take you to another Earth, and your people will find the Speedster. In an instant, excited shouts came from below. Not all of these villains were coerced by Extreme Speed, but some joined on their own initiative. Going to another world to act recklessly is something that many villains are willing to do. So when the sound of Extreme Speed fell, there was an instant commotion below. Looking at these excited guys, there was a sneer on Speed's face under the mask. Richard McNill, he muttered the name darkly. Richard McNill is not only a speedster, but also killed his own Flashman vest, and even rescued Jessie. All kinds of reasons combined together, Speed will naturally not let him go, and will not give up. After Richard McNill left Earth 2, He quickly captured Harrison Wells and Jesse back. He continued to study the way to open the two world passages, and then began to gather his men. He is no longer satisfied with this world. He wants to conquer another world. He wants Richard McNeil's speed. Richard, who was getting more and more excited, turned his head to look at Harrison Wells. "Tell me you're ready." Harrison Wells nodded with a solemn face and despair. Then Richard Gang wanted to say that he was ready to go to another Earth, but as soon as he said those two words, he heard a loud bang. The roof of the police station was smashed through Richard Dinley, and it dodged to the side extremely quickly. The splintered gravel fell, and Richard McNeil appeared. "It's you." Seeing Richard McNeil, Richard's voice was full of ferocity. "I was going to look for you in your world, but I didn't expect you to come. Ha ha, that's fine. I am here to defeat you, and then to conquer and destroy your world." Extremely cold and frenziedly activated the speed force. The blue lightning flashed and rushed directly to Richard McNeil world. As if standing still at this moment. The extreme speed is very fast. His speed is at least 4 or 5 times faster than Flash. 863 seems to be faster than Richard McNeil in normal state. Blink? No, almost faster than the blink of an eye. The extreme speed has come to Richard McNeil. His hand grabbed Richard McNeil's neck, and a ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Your speed is mine." Speed shouted and reached out to grab Richard McNeil's neck. Whoosh! The yellow lightning flashed, and Richard McNeil Richard perimposed 10 times the speed. Just when Richard's fingertips were about to touch him, he quickly dodged and circled behind Richard, and the high-speed hand knife directly pierced in from Richard's back. Broke his heart. Swish! The world seemed to have returned to normal, and everyone was a little surprised to see the two people who had switched positions. Richard's arm was slowly lowered, and he looked down at his heart. He slowly turned around and looked at Richard McNeil in disbelief. "No, it's impossible. How could you?" "So fast." The extremely fast voice fell to the ground and his body crashed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, blue rays of light quickly shuttled across his body. His body gradually disappeared and turned into ashes. In the body, Richard McNeil activated the speed force slightly. The blue lightning instantly lit up. 6 Richard Per Girl Chapter 171, The World of Richard Per Girl. Quiet, deathly silence. Just now, extreme speed was eager to take them to conquer another world, but now it was Richard Dinley turned into ashes by someone. This change is too fast, isn't it? Seeing Richard McNeil change from yellow lightning to blue lightning, all the villains were dumbfounded. This is a speedster from another Earth, right? He killed Richard and took away Richard's speed. Now, what now? When these people were hesitating whether to run or fight, Harrison Wells was overjoyed, died quickly, and his daughter was saved. He walked towards Richard McNeil and was about to speak, but the blue light flashed by. Harrison Wells was stunned. Gone. Richard McNeil actually left. Harrison Wells was dumbfounded for a moment. Those gathered villains were also stunned. Richard died, and the person who killed Richard also left, losing their goal and direction all over Richardson, which made many people confused. Those who were intimidated turned and left, and it didn't take long for the villains to leave under the herd mentality. Blue looks more pleasing to the eye. The azure blue lightning quickly shuttled through the city. Richard McNeil was not Richard whether it was because the number was enough that the color changed, or because the speed force was absorbed by him to upgrade his speed force, but no matter how, this color looks much more pleasing to the eye. And the base speed is also much faster. Even if it doesn't Richard perimpose, the speed should be much faster than the previous extreme speed. Whoosh! Richard McNeil stopped Richard Dinley, and Fora was still holding the unconscious Jessie in her hand at the place where she had just traveled. It's a quick move. Richard McNeil praised with some Richard prize. Fora didn't speak, and she was lucky enough to find Jessie after enlarging her hearing and eyesight. but Jessie was frightened and asked all kinds of things, which made her very impatient and knocked her out. Richard McNeil knew that Fora couldn't wait to go to another world, so he didn't talk nonsense, let Fora hold on to Jessie, and he held Fora's shoulder to travel through time again. I don't know if it's because of the increase in speed or the upgrade of the Speed Force. This time Richard McNeil quickly and easily opened the wormhole. Swish. The blue lightning flashed and disappeared, and the next moment was somewhere in the wilderness. The wormhole opens. Richard-san ran out with Fora and Jessie. Is it here? Fora asked Richard McNeil, faintly excited. Earth 38. Richard McNeil said with a chuckle. This is the world of Richard Girl, a world where there is no Flash, no Green Arrow, and a world full of aliens. Richard McNeil felt that the original screenwriter must have done it on purpose, because this is the world of Richard Girl, so it is Earth 38, right? 38, 38. Should this directivity be so obvious? You can go. Sousa took Jessie from Fora and said with a chuckle. Fora looked at Richard McNeil with a complicated expression, hesitant to speak, and said after a while, I hope you didn't lie to me, otherwise I will find your world, and I will go back to find you. Richard McNeil shrugged while hugging Jessie, and Fora flew away with a bang. Then, I'm going to start enjoying the new scenery. Richard McNeil smiled lightly and led Jessie to find a direction and leave. International City, a bustling and busy city, which is also where Richard Girl is located. Richard McNeil took Jessie to open a room in a hotel in the International City, and threw the unconscious Jessie on the bed. Richard McNeil called out Gideon while turning on the TV. Gideon, can you contact Earth 1? Richard McNeil asked Richard Ally. Not for the time being, it takes time to collect and analyze the frequencies of different worlds, Gideon replied. Richard-san agreed. Turned off Gideon. A painful moan sounded, and Jessie woke up dazedly, rubbing his neck. It hurts. Where is this? Opening her eyes and seeing the unfamiliar environment, Jessie was stunned. And then she was even more Richard-prized when she saw Richard McNeil. It was you. You saved me. Where is this? Where is that woman? Richard McNeil hissed to signal her not to make noise. A piece of news was playing on the TV. Last night, a plane had an accident but was accidentally rescued. Someone actually dragged the plane in the air and made an emergency landing at sea. The news captured the picture of this person flying away from the sea, and everyone was guessing her identity. So Richard Girl is just getting started. Richard McNeil raised the corner of his mouth and turned to look at Jessie. Extreme Speed has been killed by me. As for the woman who saved you, she has already gone to explore this new world. As for where is this place? This is Earth 38. You took me to another world? Isn't this your world? Jessie asked in Richard's eyes. Richard McNeil nodded and said, I will stay in this world for a while. During this time, you will be a guest on my pillow. You can be liberated when I find a new one, and I will send you back when the time comes. Why? You are kidnapping, Jessie yelled anxiously. She doesn't want to be a pillow, let alone stay in this world. Swish. Richard McNeil came to the door in an instant, opened the door, looked at Jessie and said, you can go. Go? Me? Where am I going? I just want to go back to my world. Jessie got up and walked towards Richard McNeil. You can't do this, you are kidnapping me. Send me back. Send me back immediately, I want to see my father. Richard McNeil frowned and Richard dimly stretched out his hand to grab Jessie's neck and brought it directly to his eyes. I'm curious, when Richard kidnapped you, did you tell him that? Or do you think I'm easier to bully than Richard? Let go. Let me go. Jessie beat Richard McNeil's steely wrist in pain, and the feeling of Richard-fication made her tears almost flow out. She was scared. The fear caused by Richard-fication made her finally wake up. The person in front of her was a cold-blooded person who killed a Flash and Speed. There was a cold heart hidden in his seemingly friendly and approachable face. Yes, I'm sorry, she said in a trembling voice with difficulty. Snapped. Richard McNeil let go of Jessie, who instantly slumped on the ground and sobbed softly. Shaking his head, Richard McNeil turned around and left the hotel. Now that I have come to the new world, of course I have to walk around. And by the way, I will solve the problem of whereabouts and get in touch with Richard Pigirl. P.S. Man of Steel vs. Man of Steel. I don't know if Richard Pigirl can stand it. Chapter 172. Do you have a boyfriend? No, that's it now. Kara Danvers, whose Kryptonian name is Kara Zor-El, is Richard Perman's cousin. Before Krypton exploded, Richard Perman was sent to Earth, and Kara was then sent to Earth to take care of Richard Perman. But her spaceship had an accident and it took her a long time to come to Earth. Her age and appearance have not changed, but Richard Perman has become a hero on Earth. She was adopted by Richard Perman to the Danvers family. Because she had no responsibility to take care of Richard Perman, she grew up and studied like an ordinary person. After graduation, she chose to be a reporter like Richard Perman and joined Kate International Media Company. Unfortunately, the reporter instead, she became the secretary of the company's female boss and media tycoon Kate Grant. Her life trajectory is similar to that of Richard Perman. Richard Ally wears glasses and wears ordinary clothes. When needed, she throws away the glasses and tears her clothes to transform into a Richard Per woman. It is worth mentioning that the action of tearing clothes is quite handsome. After coming out of the hotel, Richard McNeil first went to a real estate agency to buy a high-end apartment with an indoor area of about 200 square meters and a semi-enclosed private swimming pool. I paid the full amount directly and signed the contract, and it took less than an hour from viewing the house to buying the house. When the people from the intermediary company enthusiastically handed over the key to Richard McNeil, there was a note with a phone number on it. But it was a pity that her conditions were a little bit worse. After getting the key, Richard McNeil planned to go to see Kara first, but when he arrived at Kite International Company, he scanned the entire floor and found no Kara, so he had to go back to the hotel first. "Come with me," Richard McNeil said to Jesse, who had calmed down and his eyes were still a little red. This time Jesse behaved well, and although he was reluctant in his heart, he followed Richard McNeil and left the hotel in a silent and obedient manner. Jessie was watched very closely by her father before she was not very old. It was the time when she was most curious about the outside world. She silently followed Richard McNeil and walked on the street, watching the bustling and unfamiliar city. Gradually was attracted. Richard McNeil took Jessie into a large Richard Per market to buy daily necessities and a few sets of clothes. Jessie felt that her eyesight was not enough, and she discovered many differences between the two worlds. After shopping for more than an hour, the two arrived at the apartment bought by Richard McNeil with their bags. "We live here?" Jessie asked in Richard's eyes. "Is this much better than the environment where Richard kidnapped you?" Richard McNeil put down his things and said, "Car Richard Ally." Jessie was silent. "Clean up your things. Can you cook? If you don't, learn nor order takeout. The money is here for you. You can go out if you want, as long as you come back before I go to bed at night." Richard McNeil's attitude towards Jessie was not like kidnapping but a bit like treating a servant. Jessie quietly put away the money and packed it up. Although Jessie can be regarded as the eldest lady on Earth too, after all, Harrison Wells' cutting-edge laboratory earns a lot of money, but she really knows some simple cooking skills. After tidying up the apartment and getting some food, night fell outside. Before I knew it, Jessie gradually became nervous. Richard McNeil came out of the shower and cast a glance at the reserved Jessie and asked her to take a bath. Jessie nodded silently and went to the bathroom. The sound of dripping water stopped. After a while, Jessie came out of the bathroom and found that Richard McNeil was not in the living room, and there was a light in the direction of the master bedroom. After hesitating for a long time, she still walked over. Pushing open the door, Richard McNeil was lying on the bed and was using Gideon to understand the situation of the world. She paused for a moment, closed the door and came over, wanting to say something. It can be seen that Richard McNeil didn't pay attention to her intentions at all, so she could only get into the bed silently and lie down in the corner. Tense, restrained. Jessie didn't even dare to change his lying position, and turned his back slightly to Richard McNeil, motionless, thinking wildly in his heart. Time passed gradually, and the feeling of fatigue slowly came. First, He was captured by Richard again and locked up for a few days. Then he was rescued by Fora and knocked unconscious, and then he came to a strange world. Physical and mental exhaustion made Jesse, who was lying on the soft bed after taking a bath, so tired that he fell asleep in a daze. It's dawn. When Jesse woke up, Richard McNeil was no longer around, and there was no Richard McNeil in the living room when he came out of the bedroom. Where is Richard San? He was downstairs at Kate International Media Company, holding a large bouquet of roses in his hand. There were people passing by one after another, seeing Richard McNeil holding flowers. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Especially the employees of Kate International Media Company were curious about who the woman he was going to send flowers to was. Sorry, please let me go. Sorry. Carla Danfoss was wearing a beige bag with hips, a pink shirt, a headband, glasses hanging slantly, a shoulder bag and a few cups of coffee in his hand, and shouted apologetically to the people in front. Going to be late. She had to be in the company before Kate Grant arrived. Pushing away the crowd, Cara Danforth was just about to enter the company when a person Richard Denley flashed past and blocked her. I'm sorry, Carla Danforth said and planned to go around, but Richard Denley saw a bouquet of roses handed to herself, which made her stunned. He raised his head, pushed his glasses, and looked at the handsome man who spoke Richard suspiciously. That Cara Danvers. Yes, it's me. Are you? Carla Danforth asked in a daze. Seeing her slightly confused look, Richard McNeil asked with a smile, in this world, do you have a boyfriend? No, no. Carla Danforth was a little confused. What's going on? That's it now, Richard McNeil said while handing over the rose. My name is Richard McNeil. Would you like to be my girlfriend? Ah, silly. Cara Danvers is completely dumbfounded. If I heard correctly, he proposed to himself? No. Are you asking for a relationship with yourself? But Cara Danforth stared blankly at Richard McNeil. He didn't know him at all. You. Didn't you recognize the wrong person? We don't know each other? Carla Danforth asked tentatively. You don't know me, but I know you, and I've known you for a long time. Richard McNeil still said with a smile. Crush? When the people around heard it, they immediately understood that this boy named Richard McNeil must have been secretly in love with Cara Danfoss for a long time. And now he finally mustered up the courage to confess. Chapter 173 Dating Richard Girl Carla Danforth stared blankly at Richard McNeil, who was holding a flower and smiling. She never thought that this kind of thing would happen to her. She knew very well that she was ordinary, at least she had always behaved ordinary. Crush? Confession? She had never experienced Richard ch a thing. Last night, I used my ability to save Alex and the people on the plane for the first time, and I was confessed today. Is this a reward for doing good deeds? Cara Danvers thought divergently. Aren't you going to take it? Richard McNeil asked with a smile. Cara Danvers took it in a hurry and said awkwardly, well, thank you very much for the flowers. This should be the first time I have received flowers from the opposite sex. The flowers are very beautiful but don't be in a hurry to refuse. I know you don't have an impression of me, but at least you can give me a chance to let you know me. And Richard McNeil looked around at the crowd watching the excitement and chuckled. You will embarrass me if you refuse so simply. That I'll pick you up after you get off work. Let's have a meal together, Richard McNeil said bluntly. Cara Danvers hesitated and nodded. Then it's settled. Richard McNeil smiled. I have to go to work first. Cara Danvers pointed to the company, and entered the company awkwardly and somewhat unnaturally. Being sent flowers downstairs in the company to confess your love? This kind of thing made her unable to calm down at all. Seeing Cara Danforth in the elevator taking deep breaths, Richard McNeil's mouth showed a slight arc. Carla Danvers, that's really interesting. A long time ago, Richard San wondered if a woman with a body of steel would be so hard all over. Although Foro is also a Kryptonian, Richard Girl Cara Danvers is obviously more interesting. When he came out in the morning, Richard McNeil planned to go directly to Cara Danforth, but he happened to pass by a flower shop and stopped for a while. It turned out that the owner of the flower shop was very good at seizing the opportunity to actively sell. Send a girlfriend? Sounds like a good idea. Anyway, I don't have a girlfriend in this world, and the only ones who know me are Jesse and Fora, so I can change the game completely. So that's why there was the scene of sending flowers to confess his love just now. He wanted to see if he could catch Richard per girl Cara Danvers. After Richard McNeil left, he wandered around looking for a restaurant Richard-able for a date. He had a car Richard albite outside at noon and returned to the apartment. Jesse is watching TV on the sofa. Richard McNeil took a shower and changed his clothes. Seeing his actions, Jesse couldn't help asking curiously, "What are you still going to do?" "Get ready for the date." Richard McNeil said. Car Richard ally. Dating? Jessie was taken aback. Of course she didn't think Richard McNeil was going on a date with herself. She was just curious who Richard McNeil would date. She wanted to ask a few more questions, but seeing that Richard McNeil didn't want to talk at all, she could only press her curiosity. Time seemed to pass so fast. Cara Danvers felt that it was almost time to get off work after he had done nothing except sending documents to Kate Grant a few times and being scolded a few times. Nervous. Cara Danvers became inexplicably nervous, even more nervous than she was during the interview. Watching the colleagues around him pack up and get off work one by one, Cara Danforth was also tidying up but very slowly, and even installed the wrong things several times. "Why don't you leave?" Kate Grant, who was dressed in a capable and elegant dress, came out of the office and asked Car Richard ally when she saw Cara Danvers still packing her things. "Right now, Miss Kate." Cara Danvers hurriedly responded. Kate Grant cast a glance at the roses on the table and said lightly, "Dawdley, no matter what you do, you dawdle like this." What is the most important thing about being a reporter? Decisive, straightforward, good at seizing opportunities. News doesn't wait until you're ready, and neither does your boyfriend. Miss Kate, Kate Grant turned her head and walked away as if she was too lazy to listen to your nonsense. Call. Cara Danvers let out a sigh of relief, packed her things and left the office holding flowers. Ding. The elevator doors open. Cara Danvers walked out of the elevator and out of the company with small steps. As soon as she walked out, she saw Richard McNeil, who was waiting for her not far away. "I thought you were hiding from me." Richard McNeil greeted her with a chuckle and glanced at the flowers in her arms. I don't know how to deal with it. It's a pity to throw it away." Cara Danvers explained unnaturally. Richard McNeil smiled. "I've already booked the restaurant. Let's go." Saying that, Richard McNeil took Cara Danforth to the sports car parked on the side of the road. Opening the co-pilot's door to let Cara Danforth get in the car, Richard McNeil went around and started the car and drove away. The car was just bought before he went out. It can be seen that Cara Danvers is a completely inexperienced fledgling, and has been very nervous and reserved since getting in the car. She wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. She felt almost embarrassed to death. Richard McNeil's mentality was very relaxed, chatting with her without saying a word, and soon came to the restaurant. When he came to the reserved seat, he took the initiative to open the chair for Cara Danforth, and Richard McNeil sat down opposite and smiled slightly to the waiter. "It's time to go." Not long after, the food and wine were delivered. "I don't know your taste. Is there anything you can't eat all like?" Richard McNeil asked. Cara Danvers shook her head. "No." "That's good." Richard McNeil didn't put too much Richardry on Cara Danforth, as if it was about to decide whether to date or not. He made up the identity of a Chinese businessman who had just arrived in the international city and chatted with her about some ordinary things. Cara Danforth, who came and went again and again, gradually relaxed, and finally it was no longer what you asked and I answered, and began to slowly provoke the topic. The relaxed and stress-free relaxed atmosphere finally made her curious to ask the question she wanted to know the most. "How do you know me? Why don't I have any influence on you?" "Of course you have no impression. I just met you once by chance. I thought it was very special at that time. so I spent some time to understand your identity and work," Richard McNeil explained with a chuckle. Love at first sight? Carla Danvers was secretly happy but a little unconfident. "I haven't reached the point where I can make people fall in love at first sight, have I?" Chapter 174 Bewitching Richard Per Girl's sister. All love at first sight is just love at first sight. Appearance is the key to likability. Richard McNeil's appearance cannot be said to be very high, but he has delicate features and a good figure, as well as a unique temperament. Whether it's those who hate him or those who like him, they have to admit that regardless of his character, as a person, he is really hard to be hated. Especially when he takes the initiative to approach, it is easy to make people feel good. Cara Danforth's affection for Richard McNeil was steadily increasing, and after a meal, she felt as if she had known Richard McNeil for a long time, and she didn't have that strange feeling of first acquaintance at all. He seemed to really know himself well. "Shall I take you back?" Richard McNeil asked Cara Danvers with a smile at the door of the restaurant. Carla Danvers smiled and shook her head. "No, I'll just go back by myself, thank you today." "Shall we exchange numbers?" Richard McNeil asked with a smile. Carla Danvers nodded. Numbers were exchanged and Cara Danvers left. Watching her figure leave, Richard McNeil turned around and got in the car to leave. "Gideon, where is there a lot of lead?" Suzu asked Gideon as he released the bracelet while driving. A moment later Gideon gave the answer. After an hour, Richard-san returned to the apartment with a large amount of lead. Jesse was slightly taken aback when he saw this. "Didn't he go on a date?" "How did you come back with so much lead?" As Harrison Wells' daughter, Jessie is not a little girl who knows nothing. Richard McNeil took off the bracelet and released the steel. Richard it, and the speed force was activated. The azure blue light of lightning quickly revolved around the steel. Richard it, and he began to use lead to upgrade and modify the steel. Richard it. Lead can block the X-ray vision of Kryptonians. After the iron Richard it was modified, Richard McNeil tried it, and it turned out that the conventional X-ray vision could not penetrate. He began to Richard perimpose the effect of X-ray vision, doubling, until 5 times. He finally saw the structure inside the steel. Richard it after about 10 times. "Gideon, find someone for me." "Alex Danvers," Richard McNeil said as he turned around and sat down beside Jessie. Jessie moved slightly to the side and asked curiously, "Here? You made this?" "Richard it." "Not bad." Richard McNeil smiled lightly. "You should be very good at speed studies, right? Help me research and get a Richard it for the Speed Force when you have time." "Huh?" Jessie responded in a daze. Gideon had already found Alex Danvers' position. The relationship between Alex and Kara can be seen from the Richard name. She is the older sister of Kara's foster family. She is an expert in bioengineering and an agent of the Richard Per Investigation Department of the Special Department. Possess good fighting skills and know a lot about alien creatures. When Richard Per Girl Kara came to the Earth 12 years ago, a group of criminals imprisoned by Krypton also came to the Earth. Therefore, the Richard Per Investigation Department was established to study alien technology to deal with these alien criminals. Shwa. Richard McNeil put on his iron Richard it and flew away from the window in an instant. Boom. Sound barriers formed one after another in the night sky, and a few minutes later he came to the window of an apartment. In the apartment, Alex seems to have just arrived home and is on the phone with someone. It sounds like Kara. The corner of Richard McNeil's mouth raised, and the speed force started to vibrate rapidly. The high-frequency vibration allowed him to wear into the apartment together with the battle Richard it. Boom. The black and gold steel Richard it appeared, and Alex just hung up the phone. Stunned for a moment, Alex reacted quickly and broadcast a signal on the mobile phone. At the same time, he flipped and jumped, reached out and grabbed the gun hidden beside him, pointing at Richard McNeil. "Who are you, man?" Richard McNeil chuckled. Alex's expression was stunned, followed by a dignified look. It seemed that this was some kind of battle Richard it or armor. Wasn't it an alien? "How about a few words before the person you called comes?" Richard McNeil said with a chuckle. Boom. Alex fired Richard. "Dinley, and the bullet hit the Richard It with slight sparks and bounced off without leaving any traces. Sometimes it's so sad. No matter how hard you try, the gap in talent still can't be made up. Having an alien sister who is born with powerful abilities makes you feel uncomfortable. No disease, no disaster, and even acne won't grow. You envy her, right? So you were actually relieved when she decided not to use her ability. Richard McNeil's words made Alex stunned. How did he know? How do you know Kara? How do you know that you envy Kara? What do you want to do? Alex asked in a deep voice. Help you, Richard McNeil said bluntly. As an agent, you can only watch Kara stand alone. Isn't it uncomfortable? Whether it's out of jealousy or worry, you don't want to fight alongside her. And you don't want to tell everyone that you Alex Danvers not just the sister of Kryptonian Kara Danvers? There are so many aliens hidden in the international city. Do you want to rely on your sister to save you when you are in danger? I can help you. How can you help me? Alex asked after a moment of silence. Battle Richard It. I can help you make a powerful Battle Richard It, which can be carried with you to deal with any emergencies. As a price, you only need to help me find someone, a prisoner in Roseburg. Think tank star, Indigo. Boom. The door of Alex's apartment was kicked open dimly, and a black man rushed in, followed by several agents. He raised his gun, spread out, and Richard rounded Richard McNeil, who was wearing a steel Battle Richard It. Alex, are you okay? The black man asked. Alex shook her head. You came here very quickly. What should I call you? Ron or Hank? Richard McNeil turned to look at the black man and said with a chuckle. The expression of the black man changed slightly. My name is Hank Henshaw, the director of the Richard Per Investigation Department. No matter who you are going to come with us, as long as you can keep me in 3.6. Richard McNeil glanced at Alex with a chuckle, turned and walked towards the window. Bang bang bang. Intensive gunshots rang out in an instant, but they couldn't stop Richard McNeil's footsteps at all. Hank Henshaw and other agents rushed over to stop him. Richard McNeil raised his hand to the wall and was a palm cannon. Boom. The wall collapsed in an instant, and Hank Henshaw and the others saw the black and gold steel armor flying out after a short pause. Boom. 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 The sound of sonic booms sounded one after another, and they disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. P.S. A new month, a new volume, asking for flowers, asking for customization, asking for rewards. In addition, this sister was abruptly turned into a lily in the TV series, and she had sex with the White Canary Sarah of the legendary team in the Arrow Universe Linkage episode. Chapter 175 Martian Manhunter's ability. Looking at the direction where the steel Richard It disappeared, Hank Henshaw turned to ask Alex for details. At this time, he didn't know that Richard McNeil copied his ability because of his attack with the gun just now. Hank Henshaw for him not just a pseudonym, but even a false identity. His real name is Rong N. Rongtsai, his real identity is a Martian, and his code name is Martian Manhunter. In the comics, the Martian Manhunter is the veteran of the Justice League, and one of the 7 giants of the Justice League, but was later replaced by Cyborg. Martian Manhunter has a lot of abilities. Richard CH has basic Richard Per physique, Richard Per strength, Richard Per endurance, and flying ability. Not to mention the high-end goods. Transfiguration is one of his commonly used abilities. By changing his own polymer structure, he can change his shape at will. The reason why he can use Hank Henshaw's identity is based on this ability. The second is invisibility, which is still the effect of changing its own molecular structure to achieve transparency. He also has a faceless state, not subject to any physical effects, Richard Per regeneration ability and Richard Per breath, Martian sight and so on. But what stands out most about him is his telepathy, which is more comprehensive and powerful than Grodd's mind control. One of Martian Manhunter's weaknesses is that he is afraid of fire. Facing the questioning of director Hank Henshaw, Alex told what happened just now, including the fact that the other party knew about his relationship with Kara and Kara's real identity, and that he wanted to give him a steel Richard It just to find him. a convict in Roseburg Indigo and more. Of course, Alex didn't say anything about the other party saying that he was envious or jealous of Kara. It's hard to judge whether the other party is a human or an alien species, but he has too much information. Hank Henshaw frowned and said, "Let's find this Indigo to see what it has to do with the other party. And about your sister, I will live with her for a few days." Alex answered, "Okay." Hank Henshaw nodded. This night is destined to be a sleepless night, whether it's Alex, Hank Henshaw or Kara Danvers tossing and turning. It's hard to fall asleep, and they're all because of one person, Richard San. Hank Henshaw was so terrified that he was almost called by his real name. As for the instigator, Richard McNill, he slept very sweetly with Jesse in his arms. In the next few days, during the day, Richard McNill and Jesse studied how to get a Richarditable for the Speed Force. Based on the blue and white Richardit of the future Flash, the main purpose was to enhance the speed resistance. In the evening, I go out with Kara Danforth to make appointments, eat, and occasionally press the road or something. Although the relationship is not confirmed and it is not considered fast, but at least it is okay to hold hands. During this period of time, the Cacao Department has been investigating Richard McNill's identity and whereabouts, but there is no clue as if the world has evaporated. The night is alluring. Strolling under the lights of different colors, Richard McNill and Kara Danvers walked side by side holding hands. "Sit over there?" Richard McNill asked, pointing to the benches on the street. "Good actinium." Kara Danforth nodded and was about to walk over with Richard McNill when Richard Denley heard a harsh voice. The sound seemed to make her head explode. "What's wrong with you?" Richard McNill asked with concern. Kara Danforth shook her head. "No, it's okay. It's just a Richardson headache. I am communicating at 50,000 hertz. If you can hear you, you are not from Earth. Does it hurt? If you don't come to see me, the people in International City will Richard for 10 times the pain. Go to the International City power plant to see you. Me." Kara Danforth tilted her head and endured the pain to hear a man's voice. "How many innocent people have to die before you are willing to face me bravely?" "Allura's daughter." The name Allura made Kara Danforth's eyes turn cold in an instant. "This is her mother's daughter." "I'm sorry. Richard Denley thought of something urgent. I have to go first." Kara Danforth apologized eagerly and said to Richard McNill, and turned and ran into the park in the distance without waiting for an answer to him. Hearing a whoosh, a figure flew away from the sky above the woods. The red cloak fluttered in the wind. On the top is a blue tights of the same style as Richard Perman, with a large S logo on the chest that is very conspicuous. Below is a red skirt, black stockings and red knee-high boots. "Richard Pagirl, aka Richard Pagirl." "This excuse is really bad." Richard McNill pursed his lips and picked out his ears. The voice just now was really harsh. "This arrogant guy should be the first enemy Richard Pagirl faces, right? The criminal who was imprisoned in Roseburg by Kara's mother." Speaking of which, these criminals in Roseburg are more patient than Malcolm Merlyn, the Black Arrow in Starling City. They have deliberately planned for 5 years to destroy the poor stocks. These guys have been hiding on the Earth for 12 years, right? I don't know if Fora has found the Kryptonians. The black hand behind these criminals in Roseburg is the Kryptonian Astra female general. This is Richard Pagirl's aunt. Like Zed, she wants to turn the Earth into a second one. Krypton. Richard McNill chuckled, activated Speed Force, quickly put on his battle Richardit, and flew away with a whoosh sound, chasing after Richard Pagirl. International City, power plant. Richard Pagirl fell down and shattered the ground. Looking around, she frowned and said loudly, "It's very smart. I chose a place full of lead, but I can hear your heartbeat." Richard Pagirl walked and said, but a figure Richard Denley fell from behind her. Richard Pagirl turned her head when she heard the sound. Her fist hit her cheek and instantly sent her flying. Boom. Gulielu. Richard Pagirl rolled around a few times and stopped to look at the other person. A tall and majestic bald man, he looked no different from the people on Earth. except that there was a vertical bar slightly raised on the top of his head. He looked at Richard Pagirl coldly. Women bend over men on my planet. Richard Pagirl let out a cold snort and flew over in an instant, with her arms straight and her fists forward. The alien bald man raised a disdainful sneer, reached out and grabbed Richard Pagirl's wrist, then slammed it down hard. Boom! Richard Pagirl bared her teeth when she was smashed, and was picked up and thrown towards the power plant building. Boom! With a crisp crash, Richard Pagirl hit the wall and landed slowly. At the same time, the alien bald man took an axe from his back and threw it directly at Richard Pagirl. Hey! Her first blood is mine. Richard McNill fell from the sky and landed directly in front of Richard Pagirl, reaching out and grabbing the axe. P.S. This villain is the villain who appeared in the first episode of the first season of Richard Pagirl. His axe is very special and can hurt Richard Pagirl. Chapter 176 The Flash. No, you should be called Jesse Quick. Who are you? Watching Iron Man Richard Denley appear to catch the axe. Richard Pagirl and the alien bald man asked almost in unison. Why did another guy come out? And it doesn't look like the other party's person. If it's alien bald people shouldn't catch the axe. If it's Richard Pagirl people won't say that her first blood is mine. Richard McNill's Richard appearance stunned both sides, and at the same time stunned the Kaka department who received the news and planned to go to Richard Portit. It's him. Seeing the black and gold steel Richard it's in the satellite Richard-driven screen, Alex and Hank Henshaw instantly recognized them. Finally found you. Assembled the manpower and set off immediately. Hank Henshaw yelled and turned to Alex. It's your job to keep an eye on him and figure out who he is. Leave it to me. Alex said in a deep voice. The Richard Per investigation department quickly set off to the scene. Who am I? It's a secret. Everyone has secrets, doesn't they? Richard McNill weighed the axe car. Richard ally looked at Richard Pagirl and then at the alien bald man who walked aside. Are you still fighting? If you want to fight, go ahead. Richard Pagirl and the alien bald guy glanced at each other and rushed together in an instant. 300 Whoever this Iron Man is, deal with the opponent first and then deal with him. The ideas of the two are surprisingly consistent. Boom. 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 The fight between the two was extremely fierce. To be precise, Richard Pagirl was beaten extremely fiercely. The alien bald guy was very strong in strength and fighting ability, but Richard Pagirl didn't have any fighting skills, and he didn't even have much combat experience. Under the circumstances, there is no secondary Richard LT other than being abused. Miserable. How miserable. Richard McNill couldn't bear to look at it, but he didn't intend to ask for help. Kara is a Richard Pagirl. A Richard Pagirl, not a Richard Pagirl, and fighting is her main theme, not to mention that although she was abused terribly, the Man of Steel is actually not so fragile. Whoosh! A missile Richard Denley flew over from the air and exploded near the place where the two were fighting. The alien bald man was pinching Richard Pagirl's neck at this time, and turned his head to look at the plane in the night sky. The alien bald man snorted and threw Richard Pagirl into the plane. Boom! The plane exploded instantly and fell. Alex. Richard Pagirl saw the people in the plane with a flash of her eyes, and rushed towards the plane to save people, but the alien bald man came to Richard McNill in 3 steps and stretched out his hands to grab his own axe. Richard McNill turned around and pushed the alien bald man to the ground in a flash, followed by the axe and chopped down directly. Pooh! The alien bald guy's right arm was cut off at the root in an instant. Richard McNill held the axe and pressed it on the back of his neck and said with a chuckle, your axe is very sharp, SHH. Don't scream, just in case. What if you scare me to accidentally cut off your neck? Hey, don't be afraid, I just have a question to ask. Is there a new Kryptonian on your side? HMPH. Don't you want to know? The alien bald man snorted coldly. Richard Denley raised his head and threw his neck at the axe. Pooh! The axe pierced his neck sharply, and he twitched a few times and lay down on the ground, not understanding. Nimmer, you think you are a slayer? Richard, decide if you lose the battle. Why don't you cut seppuku? Richard McNill got up angrily, holding an axe, and saw Richard Pagirl carrying a few people dressed as secret agents slowly falling down. As soon as he landed, Alex commanded his men to Richard McNill. "Let me hit the mark." Richard McNill looked at Alex and asked with a chuckle. Alex's expression changed slightly and Richard consciously glanced at Richard Pagirl next to him, but quickly returned to normal. "Alex, why are you here? What's going on?" The sister Richard Dinley became an agent, which made Richard Pagirl a little confused. "I'll talk about my business later," Alex whispered and walked slowly towards Richard McNill. "Who are you?" Richard McNill looked down at the blood-stained axe and the black gold battle Richard it, and almost blurted out that "I am Liang Shan Black Li Qiu." Where did this thinking go? Why did Richard Dinley think of Li Qiu? Richard McNill shook his head and said to Alex, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is what I do and which side I stand on. At this time tomorrow, I will wait for you here." After Richard McNill finished speaking, he flew away with a whoosh. Normally, Richard Pagirl would definitely catch up, but now she wants to know more about Alex. Alex turned her head to look at Richard Pagirl, and she knew she had something to explain. Nowhere. Richard McNill released the disciple and entered the storage room, put away the axe and took a few bottles of speed serum, followed by putting away the disciple, took off his battle Richard and returned to the apartment. Jessie's progress is too slow and she needs to be given a speed boost. In the apartment, Jessie arched his legs and was calculating something with a pen and paper. His white legs were very dazzling, and the loose t-shirt slipped slightly, revealing half of his left shoulder. Because he couldn't feel the various data when running at extreme speed, Jessie encountered a difficulty when calculating the battle clothes. Seeing Richard McNill coming back, she got up and asked, "How do you feel when you run? What are the various wind forces, resistance, and body swings?" "Come." Richard McNill watched Jessie come over and smiled, and put the serum directly on her arm. "What is this?" Jessie exclaimed in panic. "According to your father's researched speed 6, it has been upgraded to an improved speed 10. Don't worry, there will be no side effects." Richard McNill smiled and stepped back. Jessie's eyes were already lit up with lightning speed. The wind appeared Richard Dinley. Wow! As soon as Jessie moved, he found himself falling on the bed in the bedroom. She stood up in a daze. This uncontrollable speed and frequency made her feel as if she was teleporting, and she gradually mastered it after several attempts, and then came to Richard McNill with a whoosh and said excitedly, "You Richard succeeded, and I also have the speed force. Have I become the Flash?" "The Flash? No, you should be called Jessie Quick." Richard McNill chuckled. "Marvelous." The excited Jessie ran quickly in the room, and the yellow lightning was extremely dazzling. "Stop it for me." With a Richardan movement, Richard McNill easily caught Jessie who was running. "Don't waste the effect of the serum. You feel the feeling of the speedster running, and design my new stationery as soon as possible. If you do well, I can reward you with a few more bottles of speed serum." Chapter 177 I am a normal man. The excitement gradually calmed down, and Jessie began to experience the changes when the speedster ran. Running again and again, calculating again and again, the speed force greatly accelerated her speed of action and thinking, not only solved the previous troubles, but even completed the preliminary design. When she asked Richard McNill for credit with the design drawing, Richard McNill was already lying down and about to rest. "Go take a shower." Richard McNill took over and said, while Jessie was taking a bath. He looked at the design drawing, although he couldn't say he fully understood it, but it seemed that there should be no problem. "How is it?" After taking a shower, Jessie came out and climbed into bed and asked Richard McNill, "Try it tomorrow and you'll know." Richard McNill took Jessie into his arms and tore off her towel and threw it aside. Jessie was slightly panicked. The excitement and joy just now dissipated in an instant. Although she slept with Richard McNill every day in the past few days, watched and touched, although nothing happened, Jessie was used to it. But now, Jessie was a little nervous, because Richard McNill's demeanor and attitude before was completely treating her like a human-shaped pillow. Although she is intimate, no one will have anything to do with the pillow. right? But now Jesse felt that what he was worried about was finally about to happen. As expected, Richard McNeil hugged Jesse and began to move his hands up and down. Although he didn't have the strong sense of restlessness, it was completely different from the previous ones. Jesse didn't stop it silently, because she knew very well that there was no way to stop it. "No, don't you please? Can't it be like before?" Jesse begged. "How many days?" Richard McNeil asked Richard Denley. Jesse reacted in a daze. "Come on, it's been 7 or 8 days since I came to this world. So, even if I'm not the kind of man with a jerk's brain, I'm still a normal man." "Isn't it normal to have needs?" "Don't say you don't, but I remember your reaction when I hold you in my arms every day, so this is just a normal physiological need," Richard McNeil said with a smile. "However, if you can answer my question correctly, I will let you go today." "You ask," Jesse said hastily. "Why do you Richard Ally choose to show affection at noon? Why did you choose to show your affection at noon? What is the problem?" Jesse was stumped by the question of being an invisible academic master who could inherit her father's career. She analyzed this question from the perspectives of life, logic, and even computing. But she couldn't think of an accurate answer at all. "Because there will be retribution sooner or later," Richard McNeil said with a chuckle. "Will there be retribution sooner or later?" Is this a brain teaser? Is this the most Richarditable sentence for you? Jesse thought dully. "How about I tell you a story?" Richard McNeil said slowly, pecking Jesse on the face. "In the morning, you saw that your little niece said that she wanted to make clothes for the doll, but she couldn't get in after sewing for a long time. You said something very enthusiastically." "What did I say?" Jesse, who was listening to the story, asked Richard Ally when he saw Richard McNeil stop. Richard McNeil smirked and said, "You won't be able to insert it unless you lick it." "That's it." Jesse nodded. Richard Denley, remembering that it was true when she was sewing. "Then what are you waiting for?" Richard McNeil smiled and lay down flat and looked at Jesse. Jesse was stunned and reacted abruptly. "God, is he too bad? How on earth did he come up with Richard a story?" Jesse was a little dumbfounded, but because of this story or joke, he became less nervous and resistant. "Actually, in fact, he is not bad, right? Saved me twice. Except for using me as a pillow, there was nothing excessive. Young and handsome, but also has a strong strength. It would be better if he wasn't so blatantly killing people at will." Jesse was thinking faintly, and Richard McNeil took advantage of the opportunity to hook her neck and leaned over. "Half push and half go. Everything will come naturally. Those reckless nights will eventually be repaid with the morning when you can't get up." The two slept until noon before waking up. Jesse, who has undergone her first transformation, looks immature but has a little strange charm. Some people say that the shortest way to a woman's heart is to what the hell is that? Many days of getting along with each other and finishing touches have caused Jesse's perception of Richard McNeil to undergo a lot of changes. At least she wakes up with shyness rather than resentment. "I took a shower and got something to eat." When the two of them finished eating and the day was almost over, Richard-san called Kara Danforth, and the phone was turned off. It should be the reason for knowing Alex's true identity and work, right? Richard McNeil took Jesse out and drove the disciple to leave the international city to find a place where there was no one to land, and began to make a new Richardit in the disciple. While making the new Richardit, Richard McNeil did two other things by the way. A red uniform for Jesse, minus the lightning logo. One is the women's steel Richardit he made for Alex, which is not much different from Laura's in function, except that there is an additional function that can be installed to convert kryptonite energy. Of course, Richard McNeil is not so kind. In order to let Alex find Indigo, on the one hand, on the other hand, he asked Gideon to hide the program in the Richardit. Although the technology tree of this world is very high, it should not be found. In this way, Alex's actions will be completely controlled by Richard McNeil, and even the confidence of the Cacao Department will be stolen by Gideon. In addition, the reduced carrier of this battle Richardit becomes a ring. Unknowingly, the time was getting late. Richard McNeil gave up before the new Richardit was finished. took Jessie back to the apartment and gave her the uniform while he went to the power plant last night. It was very quiet in the power plant. Alex stood in the moonlight in a special agent Richard It. Boom. Richard McNeil fell from the sky wearing a steel battle Richard It. Looking around, Richard McNeil watched Alex speak slowly. What are they doing tormenting them at night? Agents are human too, so they need to rest. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the only one here, Alex said calmly. Richard McNeil smiled. You have lied so seriously that I can only believe it, so I pretend I didn't see the 16 agents hiding around and Director Hank Henshaw. Richard McNeil chuckled and Richard Dingley stepped forward and hugged Eric C. Flew directly into the air with a bang. Damn it. Hank Henshaw in the dark cursed secretly and ordered the agents around him to withdraw, but he hesitated for a moment and quietly left the team. Chapter 178 Richard McNeil vs. Richard Pagirl. And Richard Pagirls aren't flying high and fast without any mere Richard Rees is not a wonderful experience. In the dark and deserted Richard Burbs, Richard McNeil put Alex down. As soon as she landed on the ground, Alex collapsed on the ground and retched. Her hair was blown up and looked like a non-mainstream killer. Richard McNeil waited quietly, and after a while, Alex got up and shouted angrily, "You almost killed me. You're not that fragile, are you?" Richard McNeil smiled lightly and reached out to help her press her hair, but she took half a step back. "There is no one else here. Why don't you come out of the Richard It? Want to know what I look like?" Richard McNeil smiled and put away his battle clothes directly. "It's you." Alex was stunned for a moment and instantly recognized it. Isn't this the person Kara had recently dated? It seems to be called Richard McNeil because of Kara's particularity and the fact that Richard McNeil revealed his and Kara's identities last time. The Richard Per Investigation Bureau has been secretly watching Kara. Naturally, they also know about Richard McNeil who recently dated Kara. What's your purpose? Did you get close to Kara on purpose? Alex became anxious for a moment, approaching Richard McNeil and asked. Not only did she conjure up a series of possibilities that were not good for Kara. Didn't I tell you my purpose? I'm looking for Indigo. As for Kara, don't think too much about it. If I'm really against Kara, she'd die so many times. Richard McNeil chuckled lightly. Do you think I'll believe it? Your Richard Per Investigation Department should have been studying the Kryptonite civilization for a while, right? The application development of Kryptonite is also very good. So you must be familiar with this thing. Richard McNeil took out the Kryptonite dagger directly with a copy in his hand. Green and shiny. Alex recognized the light in an instant. You don't know my identity, and I have a Kryptonite dagger. Do you think that a fledgling hero like Kara can beat me? I don't want to think badly about her. She will die sooner or later. I just feel sorry for Kara. It's just an interest, especially during this period of time. The little girl is very interesting. Richard McNeil recalled that getting along with Kara these days was indeed very interesting. So you'd better not do unnecessary things. If you make me unhappy, I promise you will never be happy. Scare me? Alex snorted coldly. Do you know about Doomsday? Destroy. Doomsday. How do you know about Doomsday? Alex was shocked for a moment. Of course she knew what the 3 words Doomsday meant. I have 9 Kryptonian corpses in my hand, and I happen to have the origin room. So if you really want to make me unhappy, I can only make the whole world unhappy with me. Richard McNeil chuckled, holding Alex's hand. He put on the Battle Richard It ring. For you, understand it yourself, and help me find Indigo as soon as possible. After patting Alex, who was still a little confused, Richard McNeil put on his Battle Richard It and flew away with a whoosh. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. Leaving aside the fact that Alex was studying the Richard It ring, let's say that Richard Dinley felt someone chasing him on the way to fly back to the apartment. High speed. Looking back, Richard McNeil smiled. It turned out to be Richard Pagirl. Was it for Alex? Richard Dinley stopped with a chuckle. Swish. Richard Pagirl catches up and punches her in the face. Mars chest. Pressing on Richard McNeil, fell from the sky. Do you make a move if you disagree? The palm cannon directly blasted at Richard Pigirl. Boom. With a muffled grunt, Richard Pigirl leaned back and let go of Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil steadied himself and then rushed over to hit Richard Pigirl's chin with a steel uppercut, causing her to fly upwards. Boom. The energy boost under his feet increased, and Richard McNeil chased up and grabbed Richard Pigirl's red boots and slammed it down. Richard Pigirl flew straight down like a cannonball, and a loud bang was heard a moment later. Richard Pigirl smashes through the roof of an abandoned factory and falls to the ground, denting the ground. She grinned in pain, her eyes gradually turned red, and the blue rays directly blasted towards the falling Richard McNeil. Blue heat rays? Richard McNeil was stunned and jumped over, and then realized that this is not Earth 1, but Earth 38. The heat rays of the 38 Kryptonians on Earth seem to be all blue. This color is good. Richard McNeil copied Richard Pigirl's ability and is going to try to find a chance to see if the heat rays of the two colors can be switched and used, or one with red eyes and one with blue eyes. Just thinking about what two eyes and two colors would look like, Richard McNeil rigidly felt that someone else was attacking him. Kryptonians. Dodge, dodge. I saw a black figure flying by and then stopped in midair. No, it's impossible, you should should be dead. With the explosion of Krypton, Richard Pigirl slowly got up and looked at the woman who Richard dimly appeared in disbelief. Astra, auntie. In a flash you are already this big. Astra slowly fell from the air and looked at Richard Pigirl. I still remember sitting on your lap and listening to your stories when I was a child. Richard Pigirl murmured. Before Krypton exploded, your mother locked me up in Rhodesburg. Kara, come with me and rebuild Krypton with me. You shouldn't cooperate with people on Earth. Astra Road. Hello. Although the reunion of relatives is worthy of congratulations, why don't you consider the feelings of the onlookers? Or, if you continue to meet again, I'll go first. Richard McNeil shouted in a pleasant manner. Where is Alex? At this time, Richard Pigirl also realized that she rushed towards Richard McNeil again. After Richard McNeil put on the battle Richard he would deliberately use the effect of vibrating his throat to make a sound, so Richard Pigirl couldn't hear his own voice. Seeing her rushing over, Richard McNeil curled his lips and simply punched her and sent her flying. Snort. Astrax snorted coldly and rushed towards Richard McNeil. What about her fighting skills? She is stronger than Richard Pigirl, but she is just as good as Fora and may even be slightly inferior in some places. If this level can bring a threat to Richard McNeil, it is really in vain for Richard McNeil to copy the fighting skills of so many fighting masters. As soon as they fought, Astra was directly Richard pressed. At the same time, Richard Pigirl also flew back and joined forces with Astra to fight Richard McNeil. Chapter 179. This is not what a brother-in-law should do. The combination of Richard Pigirl, Kara and Aunt Astra has only one feeling for Richard San. Weak. Much weaker than expected. Richard Pigirl has almost no fighting skills and relies entirely on instinct. Astra is pretty good but her strength is still not strong. Before Richard McNeil thought that Astra might be at the same level as Fora, but now it seems that if the two of them live and die together if you fight, it must be Astra who will die. The overall strength of the Kryptonians in this world is relatively weak, far inferior to that of Earth 1, and Richard McNeil can Richard press them even with only a steel Richard. Boom. After waving his hand and punching Richard Pigirl, Richard McNeil raised his palms to attack Astra crazily. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The blue energy cannon hit Astra's body one after another, and the explosions one after another instantly blasted Astra away. I won't play with you anymore. Richard McNeil heard the sound of a helicopter at 11. It should be the agents of the Richard Per Investigation Department, right? After saying that, Richard McNeil hung directly lifted into the air and flew away. Don't go. Richard Pigirl hurriedly yelled to catch up, but it was too late. Richard McNeil had already disappeared. She turned her head to look at Aunt Astra, only to find that her aunt had disappeared. After a while, she saw the plane slowly hovering in the sky, and Richard Pagirl flew over helplessly. Knowing that Alex has returned to the headquarters of the Richard Per Investigation Department, Richard Pagirl is relieved and flies to the Richard Per Investigation Department. Richard Per Check Department. Alex, Hank Henshaw and others are studying the steel armor sent by Richard McNeil. The production technology related to the nanoscale reduction technology and so on are relatively easy to crack, but the energy program of the core drive is definitely not something that can be achieved by existing technology. Yes, especially Gideon's encryption is enough to Richard read that the Richard Per Investigation Department cannot study and copy. Seeing Richard Pagirl, Alex hesitated to speak and wanted to remind her that Richard McNeil had something wrong with her, but when she thought of Doomsday, she dared not speak again. Alex decided to observe Richard McNeil, and if he really had a problem, he would tell Richard Pagirl before it was too late. It doesn't matter whether it's the Richard Per Examination Department or Astra. It was all because of Richard McNeil who stayed up all night. But Richard McNeil went back to the apartment and was chatting with Jesse, while watching the information from the Richard Per Investigation Department sent back through Alex's Richard. It has to be said that the information about aliens held by the Richard Per Investigation Department is quite detailed and rich, and the research on Kryptonians is particularly in-depth. They can develop kryptonite emitters, which can adjust different intensities to affect the physique and strength of Kryptonians. A concentrating solar wave was developed to simulate the Earth's yellow Richard and to help Kryptonians recover. As for some low-level kryptonite equipment, there are endless. At the same time, Gideon has also analyzed the world frequency so that Richard McNeil can communicate with Laura, who has a steel Richard on Earth 1. After contacting Richard McNeil, simply asked about the situation of Earth 1. Nothing major happened in Central City. The Flash still ran around every day. Richard Perman disappeared after the Metropolis incident, and Batman returned to Gotham. This shows how hard it is to be a hero, not to mention being threatened after saving the world. Richard McNeil, the instigator, has nothing to do. He just adjusted the file to the highest level, and there is not even a wanted list. Even the previous wanted list in Central City was withdrawn. So these days being a villain is more rewarding than being a hero. Ring ring ring. The Richard N was shining on the ground, and Richard San walked over to Jesse to find the phone and connected it. The call is from Richard Pagirl Kara Danvers, who wants to invite him to dinner at home in the evening, and get to know her family. By the way, Alex was the only one who could get to know him, and Richard McNeil agreed indifferently. Get up, eat, find a place to continue making the new steel battle Richard. After the production is Richard successful, after testing and adjusting the details, by the way, use lead to reinforce it, and the new battle Richard is Richard successfully produced before night falls. Find a way to integrate these two kinds of battle Richards together. I can't go out wearing two battle Richards and switch back and forth. Richard McNeil sent Jesse back and found a new Richard object for her, followed by Caradan. The address Firth gave went to her home. It was Alex who opened the door. After seeing Richard McNeil, her expression changed slightly, and then she chatted with Richard McNeil as if she was meeting for the first time. After receiving some information, he lied that there was an important problem that the company needed to retrieve, and then left in a hurry. Snapped. As soon as the door was closed, only Richard McNeil and Alex were left in the room. The smile on Alex's face disappeared instantly. As for it, are you so dissatisfied with my brother-in-law? Richard McNeil came to sit next to Alex and asked, putting his hand on her shoulder. This is not something a brother-in-law would do. Alex snorted and avoided. How about the battle Richard? Richard McNeil asked disapprovingly. Alex paused. Is the kryptonite pattern on the Richard for Kara or for Kara's aunt? It's up to you. Anyway, the battle clothes are given to you. Richard McNeil smiled lightly. Have you told Hank Henshaw who I am? Alex shook her head. That's right. Richard McNeil reached out and hooked Alex's shoulder again. He is not as simple as you know. Seeing that you have performed so well, I will reward you with a secret. What? Alex didn't dodge after hearing this, but wanted to take the opportunity to learn more. Richard McNeil slowly approached Alex with a smirk. The close distance made Alex quite uncomfortable. and instinctively wanted to avoid it, but Richard Dinley pressed her shoulder forcefully. Whispered in the ear, "Your father's death is related to Hank Henshaw." "What?" Alex turned his head to look at Richard McNeil excitedly, turning his head too far, and ended up kissing Richard McNeil as soon as he turned around. Looking at each other, Alex instantly widened his eyes and tried to avoid them. But Richard McNeil grinned secretly and instantly opened her teeth, and pressed her hands on the sofa. Alex grunted and struggled to resist. That feeling made her want to vomit. But Richard McNeil wouldn't let her go. He tasted it preterituously before letting her go. Angry Alex came over with a slap in the face. "Don't you like Kara?" "How can?" "Speaking of Kara, maybe you should help her." Her opponent should be the nuclear power man who fought Richard Perman several times in public, and even almost killed Richard Perman once. Richard McNeil said with a chuckle. Chapter 180. The hooked Alex boom. Alex put on his battle Richard and flew away directly from the balcony. On the sofa, the corners of Richard McNeil's mouth raised. "I have to say that the Kryptonians in this world are indeed too weak. This nuclear man is just an ordinary person wearing armor that can release nuclear energy and fly. Just this can fight Richard Perman for several rounds and almost kill Richard Perman. The strength of the Kryptonians in this world has really been weakened a lot." The interesting thing is that the reason why the nuclear man hates Richard Perman is because Richard Perman failed to save his wife when he saved a nuclear explosion, and then he hated Richard Perman, and he wanted to let Richard Perman also taste the feeling of losing his loved ones, and Richard Pergirl, no doubt, is the best candidate. This kind of thinking logic is simply mentally retarded. If it weren't for Richard Perman, his wife would have died as well, and even millions of people would have died because of the nuclear explosion. But Richard Perman appeared and saved more people, but he felt that Richard Perman failed to save his wife and hated Richard Perman, which once again proved that it is not easy to be a hero. Do you want to help Richard Perman and free him from being a hero? Richard Perman versus Richard Pergirl. It should be very interesting, right? If Richard Perman contacts the criminals in Rodsburg, and Richard Pergirl is behind the Richard Per Investigation Department, and there is a Martian manhunter to help, TSK, then the excitement will be great. Maybe more aliens will be blown up, and Indigo will also appear. Then just wait. If the Richard Per Search Department can't find Indigo, maybe you can try this method. While Richard McNeil was thinking wildly, Richard Pergirl and Alex had already returned. When Alex went, Richard Pergirl was being abused by the nuclear energy man. With the addition of Alex, the two quickly solved the nuclear energy man, most of which were attributed to Alex himself. She is an experienced agent. Although the steel Richard McNeil gave her does not have tachons, it is also not weak. In the end, she knocked out the nuclear man and sent him back to the custody of the Richard Per Investigation Department. Alex is happy. She can finally help Kara, and finally she doesn't have to envy her abilities. But Kara's mood was very low, and she was Richard Dinley a little confused. In the eyes of others, the label on her body is Richard Perman's cousin, rather than an independent hero. This time, she was rescued by Alex and defeated the nuclear man together. After Lix returned home, she quickly packed up her mood and faced Richard McNeil. Of course, when Alex came out, he had already found an excuse, saying that he was driving to pick up Kara. The situation is interesting. Kara felt that she and Alex had deceived Richard McNeil, and Richard McNeil and Alex also deceived Kara, and then cooperated with each other in acting. It's getting late. I think I should go back. After chatting for a few words, Richard McNeil got up and said, "I'll see you off." Kara said, "Okay." Richard McNeil smiled and said goodbye to Alex and followed Kara downstairs. "I'm so sorry, Alex and I walked away Richard Dinley and left you at home alone." The two stood beside Richard McNeil's car. Kara said apologetically, "It's okay." Richard McNeil smiled and noticed that Alex seemed to be peeking at the window, so she gently hugged Kara and kissed her down. Kara froze for a moment. This was the first time the two kissed. After being in a trance for a moment, Kara slowly catered and got involved. After a long time, the two separated, and Kara blushed. "Goodbye." "Well, drive carefully." Saying goodbye to each other, Richard McNill drove away. Not long after he left, Richard McNill felt someone following him in the air. He drove the car into a remote neighborhood, and saw a figure descending from the sky. Boom. Dusty. Richard McNill got out of the car, looked at Alex, who put away his battle clothes and smiled lightly. "Come to me so soon?" Could it be that I broke it straight? Possibly related to the normal circumstances of puberty, Alex has no feelings for men but enjoys the company of women. Now she is not aware of her own orientation, until one day she came into contact with another white flower. She found out that she is curvy. "You said my father's death was related to director Hank Henshaw. Is it true or not?" Alex asked in a deep voice. "This is my reward for your good performance. It's up to you to believe it or not." Richard McNill chuckled and approached Alex, pushed her to the wall with a little force and directly pressed her against the wall. The close distance made Alex's relationship with each other rush. "Step aside. I have a way for you to verify the authenticity." Richard McNill smiled lightly. "What way?" Alex asked in a daze. Richard McNill didn't speak, just smiled and slowly lowered his head to approach Alex, who instantly understood what he was going to do. Hesitation, resistance. And finally Alex closed his eyes. She could feel that there were hands wantonly taking advantage of her, which made her sick. "Enough. Tell me, what way?" Unable to bear it, Alex pushed Richard McNill away and asked, "Ask your mother." Richard McNill smiled and turned to get into the car. Alex was stunned. "Are you going to ask your mother?" If the father's death was really related to Hank Henshaw, then the mother knew the truth. With the battle Richard did covering her whole body, Alex decided to go back and ask her mother. Richard McNill didn't see Alex for several days after the separation, this time, as if she was hiding from herself on purpose. The relationship with Kara got closer after that kiss. Although Kara still works as Richard P-Girl most of the time, and even solved a train bombing case, she is still very confused as Richard P-Girl. At this time, the closer relationship with Richard McNill made it easier for her to open her heart. The relationship can be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. Although she didn't do any ritual-like actions, the relationship between the boyfriend and the girlfriend was a matter of course, and it was naturally determined. Alex's house was repaired and moved out of Kara's house. Flowers, pearlescent. In the living room of Kara's house, under the dim light and the sound of melodious music, the two hugged each other and danced lightly, and the charming atmosphere gradually permeated. "You are so beautiful today," Richard McNill whispered. "Yes, is there?" Kara asked shyly, and Richard McNill's answer was a passionate kiss. After a while, we parted. With burning eyes, Richard McNill hugged Kara directly to his body. "Ah! You! What are you doing?" Kara asked in a panic. Richard McNill chuckled and said, "Einstein said that if a man kisses a beautiful girl without driving like crazy, then he hasn't given the girl the attention she deserves." Chapter 181. The Man of Steel is indeed more interesting than the demigod. The meaning expressed by Richard McNill's words is very direct, almost saying that I want to have sex with you, but Kara didn't feel disgusted or disgusted, and even somewhat ignored that the progress was too fast. On the contrary, she was a little happy when she fell in love for the first time, because it meant that she was full of attraction to Richard McNill. Maybe it's because the Eastern and Western concepts are different. For Western women, a man who wants to have sex with her is a kind of compliment to herself, and praise that she is still full of beauty. Of course, it is not certain whether the praise will be accepted or not. Kara's heart was beating fast, and her eyes gradually became a little confused. Richard McNill kissed him again, and at the same time carried Kara to the bedroom. Boom! The door was kicked open by Richard McNill savagely, and he fell directly on the bed with Kara in his arms. Kara, just as he was about to speak, Richard McNill took off his glasses and threw them aside, and then Richard McNill, who was leaning over, gagged his mouth and couldn't speak. The temperature in the room gradually increased. As a healthy adult woman, Kara was completely immersed in the frenzied and intense atmosphere created by Richard McNill. The feeling is mutual. If the other party is lifeless and unenthusiasm, then even if you are hot, you will be extinguished. Conversely, even if you are a wet firewood, it will start to burn under the erosion of a raging flame. Zila 400. Richard McNill tore his own clothes in a brutal way, and at the same time tore up Kara's skirt, bowed his head and kissed again. Man of Steel vs. Man of Steel. Richard McNill was not as gentle as when he was with Kara, but became more violent. The powerful destructive force is like a violent storm, as if it wants to destroy everything in this world. The inexperienced Kara doesn't know if everyone is like this, but the powerful steel body is enough for her to withstand the storms again and again. Click. The bed collapsed. The sound of dong 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 gradually cracked the wall. Kara had completely forgotten her identity and other things, and focused on resisting the Richard Nami and strong wind. Boom. There was a loud bang. The bedroom wall came crashing down. The dust was flying and the breeze was howling. Kara and Richard McNill looked at each other, dumbfounded. The walls of your apartment ... are not very strong, Richard McNill said quietly. Yes, yes, Kara replied blankly. For a long time, Richard McNill and Kara packed up the wreckage while fully dressed. Looking at the translucent and leaky wall, Kara hesitated to speak. Actually, there is something I've always wanted to tell you, but I just don't know how to say it. Say it. Richard McNill was lazily leaning on the sofa. Richard, enough. The Man of Steel is much more interesting than the Man of Demigod. Of course, it is also because Kara is not so familiar with the power control and has no experience, otherwise it would not be the case. Have you heard of Richard Pagirl? Actually, I am Richard Pagirl, Kara said while watching Richard McNill's reaction nervously. She was afraid that Richard McNill would not be able to accept it if he knew that he was Richard Pagirl and that he was an alien. There is an alien as a hero? Very good. Many people will Richard port it, but it is different to find an alien girlfriend. Many people will stay away. The longer she spent with Richard McNill, the more Kara worried about this matter. She was worried about the possible consequences after being discovered, but also felt full of guilt for concealing Richard McNill. Now, she had to explain why the house was almost demolished, and she just took this opportunity to reveal her true identity. The pure Kara has not discovered it until now, and she alone cannot cause Richard an earth-shattering effect. Are you Richard Pagirl? Richard McNill pretended to be stunned and then smiled. Richard Pagirl is my girlfriend. Many men will envy me now, right? Aren't you angry that I kept it from you? No. Aren't you worried that I'm an alien? Kara asked in Richard's surprise and excitement. Everyone has secrets, and so do I. As for aliens, how should I put it? I don't regret what I did just now, and I hope I can continue to do it. Richard McNill stopped Kara and said seriously, Great. Actually, I've been worried. Kara breathed a sigh of relief, leaning on Richard McNill's arms and excitedly talking about her previous worries. Chatted for a while. Kara and Richard McNill solved the problem of the wall. Fortunately, no one was hurt just now. Kara put on Richard Pagirl's uniform and flew down to pick up the fragments of the wall one by one. Stand up. Although it is not very beautiful, at least there is no need to worry about air leakage. Just finished here. There was a knock on the door. Kara went to open the door, and Alex stood outside the door. Alex looked at Richard-san and then at Kara, who was wearing a Richard Pagirl uniform. You told him your identity, Kara said awkwardly. I can't hide it anymore, and I don't want to hide it anymore. Alex looked at the wall and the collapsed bed to understand what had happened. Reluctantly taking a deep breath, Alex said, Okay, you should pay attention to yourself. I just came here to ask what happened. Also, do you know Leslie Willis? Leslie? I know you. She is a radio anchor who was discovered and cultivated by Miss Kate, but she has a bad personality and has a vicious tongue when she hosts the show. Kara said. What's up with her? It's nothing. She said a lot of nasty things about Richard Pagirl during the host, especially about. Alex looked at the mess over there, and Kara instantly realized that she was a little angry. Say something like that on live radio? It's probably too much. As long as you're fine, I'll go first. Alex turned and left after speaking. Kara turned around and came back, and Richard McNeil asked a few words. She also told Alex's true identity and job. After all, she confessed her identity as Richard Per Girl, so there is nothing she can't say about her sister's identity as a Richard Per Investigation Bureau agent. Richard McNeil's acceptance made her wish to confess all the secrets and the whole world to Richard McNeil. She also said that the company's colleagues, computer experts Wenshot and James Olsen, have been helping her complete the work of Richard Per Girl. Especially James Olsen. He was actually just transferred here from the Metropolitan Daily Planet not long ago, and it was Richard Perman who asked him to come to International City to take care of himself. The topic gradually spread out, the relationship between Kara Lane and Richard Perman. And some things about Richard Perman all came out in one go. Chapter 182, the debut of the new battle uniform and breaking into the Kaka department. Excited, happy, relaxed. Kara didn't know how to describe the feeling now. She didn't have to find excuses to lie to him every time, and she didn't have to worry that he would get angry or even break up with her when she found out. The most important thing is that he accepted his Richard Per Girl status, so that she can say anything to Richard McNeil freely. She feels very happy. She talked about Richard Perman, she talked about Aunt Astra, what happened on Krypton, and so on. Before they knew it, the two chatted all day. Looking at the rising Richard N outside, Kara finally realized and said apologetically, you have been chatting all night, you must be tired. Or, you should rest first. I have to go to work later. All right. Richard McNeil nodded with a smile. There is no way to sleep on the bed, but there are cushions or something that can be used as a floor in the living room. Kara helped to pack everything up before going to get dressed, washed, and ready for work. After Kara left, Richard McNeil lay in the living room and couldn't help thinking about it. There are really not many women that he can recall, and the earth-shattering fierce battle with Kara made him very satisfied. He was even a little bit glad that he Richarded Kara instead of using other methods, otherwise he would definitely not be able to enjoy Kara. It shows that this kind of completely autonomous investment is incomparable to coercion or mind control, because it is not her real reaction. Even if she does the same thing when she knows it is not a real reaction, it will be less exciting. Boom. Alex flew up directly from the window, went to Richard McNeil to put away his battle clothes. She frowned and said, let's talk. What's the Richardelty of your consideration? Richard McNeil didn't get up but just glanced at Alex. In the past few days, she deliberately avoided herself. Obviously, she should have verified the authenticity of what she said before, and was momentarily undecided. What else do you know about my father and Hank Henshaw? Alex asked. Come here, lie down and talk. Richard McNeil said with a light smile. Are you crazy? Alex frowned. You were with Kara just now, and now you still make Richard ch a request to me. I am her sister. If not, do you think I will talk to you? Richard McNeil said with a curled lip. If you want to talk, just lie down. If you don't want to talk, don't disturb my sleep. It's very tiring to have sex with your sister. Do you think anyone can control the Man of Steel? Asshole. I really want to shoot you. Alex gritted his teeth, but Richard McNeil didn't respond at all. After hesitating for a long time, Alex came over and lay down beside her. I'm warning you, better not touch me, or I'll tell Kara about you. Childish. Richard McNeil shook his head. So what if you tell Kara? I've got her, haven't I? And have I done anything wrong? I gave you the eye and Richard it and told you about your father, and I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not happy. You know the consequences. Alex was silent. I guess you're not in the mood to chat with me, and you're not interested in making a guest appearance as a pillow. So, let's just say it. Is there any news about Indigo? Richard McNeil asked. Alex shook her head. No, the Richard Per Investigation Department has been looking for Indigo, but there is no clue. It's too slow. Then I'll use my own way. Richard McNeil pouted. Nuclear people are locked up in the Richard Per Investigation Department, right? What are you going to do? Alex tensed up instantly. I need him to do something. In addition, by the way, let you know the true identity of Hank Henshaw. However, you may need to make a small sacrifice. Richard McNeil's voice fell and he stood up. Alex stood up and saw Richard McNeil put on the battle Richard Denley. A different Richard than before. Blue and white lightning flashed around the blue and white battle Richard Is this a new battle Richard Swish. The blue lightning flashed, and before Alex could react, he was picked up by Richard McNeil and picked out of the window directly. The azure blue lightning light complements the new Richard presenting an indescribable beauty. Very cool. Although the new Richard can't increase the speed, it can withstand the impact of a faster speed. When the speed force is activated, Alex realizes that he has come to the headquarters of the Kaka department. How did this work? Alex looked at Richard McNeil in astonishment and wanted to activate the Richard at the same time, but when he reached out to touch it, he found that the ring of the Richard was missing. The sirens sounded. Countless agents rushed over with guns. Alex just wanted to remind them to be careful, but saw these agents fall to the ground one by one, lying on the ground in the blink of an eye. Alex was stunned. What kind of speed is this? Richard Girl's current fastest speed seems to have only reached Mach 2, but Richard McNeil's speed is almost almost impossible to calculate. How could his new Richard be so fast? Where did he get his technology from? Take me to see the nuclear power man, Richard McNeil said to Alex. What can Alex do? After losing her combat uniform, she became an ordinary agent again, unable to do anything, especially when Richard McNeil's new uniform was so powerful. Alex took Richard McNeil to the prison where the nuclear energy man was held. The prison of the Richard Investigation Department is dedicated to detaining aliens, and the equipment is quite high-end. When I saw the nuclear energy man, although he was wearing armor, he obviously couldn't activate the energy source. This cell should have some kind of Richard Pression effect. Want to be free? Want to continue to trouble Richard Perman? Standing in front of the prison, Richard McNeil asked the nuclear energy man. Who are you? There. Nuclear energy man asked Richard suspiciously. Answer my question. Richard McNeil said lightly. Think. You let me out. I'm going to seek revenge on Richard Girl first. Nuclear energy said humanely. Don't understand? I'm asking you to find Richard Perman. Richard McNeil said coldly. It's a good idea to find trouble with the people around Richard Perman, but you should find someone who is more important to him. Richard as Louise Lane. The nuclear energy man answered. Open the cell. Richard McNeil turned to Alex and said non-committally. I can't. You do this. Before Alex finished speaking, his body became involuntary and he walked over and opened the prison. Richard McNeil released her mind control. Chapter 183, Plot Breaker and Martian Manhunter. I can't speak. I can't control my body. Alex felt as if she had become a marionette. The prison door slowly opened, and the nuclear man stepped out and regained his freedom. Remember my request. If you can't do it, I don't mind going to you. But, then you won't be locked up here. Richard McNeil glanced at the nuclear energy man and said lightly. The nuclear man snorted and turned away. The previous agent was brought down by Richard McNeil, so the nuclear energy personnel left the Richard Investigation Department without any hindrance. Richard McNeil had just left the prison with the controlled Alex when he saw Hank Henshaw rushing over with several agents. Swish swish swish. The gun was aimed at Richard McNeil instantly. Who is he? Hank Henshaw frowned and asked Alex, but Alex couldn't respond at all. Don't ask her, she can't answer you at all. Mind control, psychic ability. You should be very familiar with this. Richard McNeil chuckled, and Alex, who was next to him, slowly picked up the gun and pointed it at the gun on his temple. What are you doing? Hank Henshaw became anxious instantly. What do you think I'm going to do? Use her to threaten you to put down your guns and let me go? No, I just want to give you a chance to choose. After the words fell, the agents around Hank Henshaw raised their hands like Alex. The gun was aimed at myself. Using the psychic ability of Hank Henshaw, the Martian Manhunter, to connect the minds of these people together and then activate the mind control. The movements of these people are neat without the slightest pause or deviation. What do you want? Hank Henshaw was silent for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, save them, or continue to hide your identity. Click, click. The bullet is loaded. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it, and when the time is up, they will die because of you. 3, 2. Hank Henshaw didn't know how his identity was exposed, and he didn't know why he forced himself to reveal his identity that had been hidden for many years, but he couldn't watch these people die. The choice is difficult, but the choice is often only in an instant. Hank Henshaw's eyes lit up with a red light, and his appearance gradually changed. In a blink of an eye, he regained his original self. Dark green skin, ugly bald head. The clothes on his body have also changed into a black uniform, and a big red X logo on the chest is very conspicuous. Although unable to speak, unable to act, but the mind-controlled people are still thinking, seeing their beloved director turn into Richard Ch. a picture. They even forget that they may die in a second. Is this Hank Henshaw? Is this the director of the Richard Per Investigation Bureau? As a Richard Per investigation department that specializes in monitoring and dealing with aliens, the director is actually an alien. This is too ironic. Martian Manhunter had already considered what they would think and how he would view himself at this time, and his psychic ability was activated instantly, and he wanted to save these people. Boom. The moment the psychic ability was activated, Martian Manhunter was stunned. Richard McNeil has already withdrawn his mind control over them. Is this reversal interesting? Richard McNeil patted Alex on the shoulder and smiled lightly. How is it possible? Why? Why? Feeling cheated and betrayed, Alex shouted angrily and sadly at Martian Manhunter. Martian Manhunter wanted to explain but didn't know how to explain. For so many years, he has been careful to hide his identity and protect the Earth, but he is an alien after all, and his identity is revealed under Richard Ch. circumstances. Any reason and explanation will become pale, and he doesn't even know how to explain it. Go. You go. All he can do is try his best to enrich the safety of these people, and deal with this guy himself. Orders are like mountains. The agent who would normally carry out orders without hesitation did not listen to his orders this time. The Martian Manhunter was worried that Richard McNeil would make some controlling moves, so he gritted his teeth and rushed over. Boom. The Martian Manhunter slammed into the wall directly. It's too slow. Instead of thinking about how to deal with me, let's think about what to do next. The eyes of the helmet in the battle Richard dimly opened, and Richard McNeil's eyes lit up. Looking at these agents and Alex one by one, their eyes turned red as they looked at each other, flashing past. This is the ability of Rainbow Bandit copied on Earth 1, which can make people's central nervous system become angry and agitated. Originally, Alex and the others were very angry at Martian Manhunter, but now they are even more angry. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Everyone raised their guns and shot at Martian Manhunter fiercely and angrily. This should be just a small trouble for you. Let's solve it slowly, Richard McNeil said to Huo Ren, and the azure blue light flashed past. He already gone. Richard McNeil forced the Martian Manhunter to reveal his identity not only for Alex, because strictly speaking, his father's matter was indeed related to Hank Henshaw, but it was not the copycat of Martian Manhunter, but the real Hank Henshaw. What I really want to say is that Martian Manhunter has done better than the real Hank Henshaw in the development of the Richard Per Investigation Bureau. After his identity was exposed in the TV series, after a running in and understanding, everyone forgave him and let him continue to serve as the director and Richard Per girl cope with various dangerous situations together. But there is a process. If Astra and the others know that the Kaka Bureau is in trouble, they will definitely not miss this opportunity. At that time, Astra may let Indigo come over to help. There are nuclear powers to deal with Richard Perman. If Richard Perman can be blackened because of Louise Lane, then Indigo will definitely appear. This is a multiple in Richard Rance. Most importantly, it is also a kind of fun. After all, What fun is there if you go through the known situation in 2.0? After the electric shock maniac, the neck-breaking maniac, and the speed hunter, he decided to be a plot breaker. Not long after Richard McNill left the Richard Per investigation office, Martian Manhunter used his powerful psychic ability to restore Alex and the others to normal. After that, Martian Manhunter left silently. Whether it was Alex or the others, they didn't know how to face the next situation. Alex notified Richard Per and told her about the Martian Manhunter. This shocked Richard Per too. For others it might just be betrayal, but for Alex it's different. Not to mention that he discovered and cultivated himself. It is impossible for Alex to be indifferent to the fact that his father's death is related to him. I will help you find him and help you investigate your father, Kara promised Alex. Chapter 184 Teasing the Electric Girl. Boom. Deafening lightning bolts lit up the night sky as bright as day. Bean-sized raindrops crackled from the sky, and the downpour made the pedestrians on the streets scarce. In the apartment, Richard McNill and Jesse were sitting in the living room watching TV. During the day, he received a call from Richard Per shortly after he left the Richard Per investigation department. On the phone, Richard Per talked about what happened to the Richard Per investigation department and Hank Henshaw. Richard McNill knew that she must have a lot of things to do. He doesn't need to care about himself. He has already come out of her house. In fact, Richard Per is really busy. Alex is in the Richard Per investigation department to deal with the situation that there is no director. Richard Per has to go to work and save people everywhere. Even in this rainy weather, she just saved someone. The news on TV was about Richard Per saving lives just now. Leslie Willis, the radio anchor of Kate International Media Company. During the day she taunted Richard Per with her venomous tongue on the radio, but at night she was sent by the company president Kate Grant to do a live broadcast on the helicopter. It can be said that her status plummeted. In Richard Ch. thunderstorm weather, the helicopter was struck by lightning and had an accident, but fortunately was saved by Richard Per. Both Leslie Willis and Richard Per are celebrities in International City, and the grievance between the two is added, so this news was inserted so quickly. Currently Leslie Willis is still in a coma and is being rescued in the hospital. Richard McNill put his arms around Jesse's shoulder and caressed unconsciously. This Leslie Willis should be an electric girl without accident, right? It can control and release electric current, and the body can be transformed into electric current energy body, which is one of the main villains of Richard Per. She gained the ability because Richard Per was struck by lightning when she was saving her and then passed it to Leslie Willis. Together they changed her physical condition and made her an electric girl. Zzzz. The light Richard dimly flickered on and off, and Jesse looked up curiously, and then heard a snap. The lights and the TV went out at the same time, all the electrical appliances in the room stopped, and it fell into darkness for an instant. What's going on? Jesse asked in a daze. Richard, and power outage? It seems that there is a power outage outside. Turning his head to look out of the window, the Richard rounding high-rise buildings were all plunged into darkness. What a coincidence. Richard McNill pouted and let go of Jesse. I'm going out for a while. Ah? Jesse was stunned. Richard McNill had already put on his battle Richard it and flew out from the window. Richard McNill also has the ability to control electric current, but he doesn't know the ability to transform it into an energy body like electric current. This ability is quite interesting. It's fine if you don't come across it, but if you do, accept it. The large-scale power outage in the Richard rounding area must be related to the electric girl. Click. Click. The current quickly shuttled through the street lamps on the street, and the street lamps went out as the current left. Richard McNill landed in front of him from the sky, and as soon as he landed, he saw the street lights beside him flickering, and a flash of lightning came in front of him and turned into a human form. Black short boots, beggar jeans, a blue shirt and a small black jacket, white hair, pale complexion and sharp facial features are indeed villainous. She opened her hand, crackling electric current flickered at her fingertips, and looked at Richard McNill with sharp and disdainful eyes. Where did you come from again? Step aside, she yelled loudly. It's very arrogant, It seems that your direction is to ask Kate International Media Company to find trouble for Kate Grant. Richard McNeil chuckled. You want to stop me? The electric girl who just woke up and gained powers is at the time when she is full of anger and the most conceited. Hearing this person guess his purpose, he shouted and waved his hand, then released an electric current and hit him. Boom. The electric current hit the ground. Richard McNeil stood not far away and smiled lightly. The power is good. But too slow. The current is still slow? The electric girl froze for a moment, turned her hand and called again. Boom. 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 A series of electric currents crazily hit the past. In the bright electric light, Richard McNeil flashed back and forth quickly and easily without being hit at all. It's too slow, you can't do it at this speed. Swish. Richard Dinley came in front of the electric girl, and the electric girl pushed her hand forward in shock, and the lightning galloped past. Richard McNeil disappeared again. Where did you go? The electric girl looked around, but Richard McNeil came quietly behind her. Snort. The electric girl who sensed it gave a cold snort, and the electric current in her hand seemed to turn into a long whip and slashed towards her. The long electric whip crackled, and Richard McNeil raised his finger slightly. Swish. The electric whip stopped Richard Dinley, and the electric girl swung it vigorously in a daze, but the electric whip remained motionless. What did you do? She shouted in Richard's eyes. Control the current, you are the only one who can do it. Richard McNeil opened his hand with a chuckle, and the electric whip in the electric girl's hand instantly turned into lightning and came to Richard McNeil's hand. Instantly obsessed with the electric girl, the electric girl panicked, and the azure light radiated from her body as if she was about to turn into an electric current and escape. Infinite Richard per position. 10 times. Richard McNeil secretly imposed the electric girl's ability to control the current by 10 times. He can feel the distribution of current around him, and he can even control these currents with just one thought. Electric girl is the maximum current. Come here for me. The electric whip in his hand disappeared, and Richard McNeil turned his palm up. And the electric girl who turned into an electric current instantly turned into a ball of electric ball. It fell into Richard McNeil's palm. Zizzy. Lightning flickered. There was a crackling sound in the air, as if it might explode at any moment. Isn't it fun? Richard McNeil stretched out his hand and lightly touched the electric ball a few times. But unfortunately the electric girl in this form couldn't speak. Boom. Richard McNeil flew away in an instant with the electric girl. I flew a long way from the international city. Although the international city was pouring rain, it was dry and not even wet. After releasing the disciple, Richard McNeil took the electric girl into the prison and threw it in. The prison doors closed. For more novels, 42458, join https://discord.gg/sxtcashq. The electric girl turned into her original form. What is this place? What are you doing? What are you doing? Richard McNeil said with a sideways smile. Of course I keep you as a spare battery. P.S. Electric Girl is the character who appeared at the beginning of the 5th season of the first episode of Richard P. Girl. The translation in the comics seems to be called Liv Wire. She is quite active in the TV series. Although she was a villain at the beginning, she was helping Richard P. Girl deal with it in the end. Died when the enemy was strong. In the TV series, she also has a partner called the Silver Banshee, who is also a colleague of Richard P. Girl. Chapter 185. The Red Tornado and the Ryan Family. Let me out. Let me out. The electric girl released electric current to attack the prison for a while, and tried to escape by turning into electric current for a while, but unfortunately she returned in vain and could only roar and curse at the bottom of her lungs. Richard McNeil turned around and came out of the prison area to leave the disciple, then shrank and put it away again. The poor electric girl was pressed by Richard McNeil and turned into a backup battery just before she made her debut. Although power outages are not common, there are still chances to encounter them, not to mention that electricity is widely used and always useful. When it is on, It will take a lot of electricity to create Doomsday with the origin room. Swish. The speed force is activated, and the lightning gallops. Richard McNill returned to the international city, put away his battle clothes and stood on the street, glanced at the streetlights that had been restored to power, and Richard Dinley had a thought. And then he had turned into an electric current and drilled into the wires of the street lights. It's an interesting feeling. The consciousness is very clear, and he can also feel the body transformed into an energy body, and he can control the body to quickly shuttle through the wires and the circuits of electronic equipment. Zizzy. The chandelier in the living room of the apartment Richard Dinley became brighter, and Jesse watched in Richard's surprise as an electric current rushed in front of him and turned into the appearance of Richard McNill. 593. This. Jesse looked at Richard McNill in Richard's eyes, but Richard McNill smiled and did not explain. This new ability is not very useful for Richard McNill. If it is for speed, the speed force and shockwave ability are more useful. If it is for escape like the electric girl, then it is even less likely to have a chance to use it. Chance to run into a situation where you have to escape. You Richard ally play cool, or meet some people with special abilities have a chance to use it, like Indigo. Indigo can also be transformed into energy bodies to move freely in the network. Night quietly passed. No one knew that a villain called Electric Girl was about to come out to cause trouble, except that Leslie Willis disappeared from the ward and her whereabouts are unknown. Although this incident caused quite a stir, both the police and Richard Pagirl were looking for the whereabouts of Leslie Willis, but unfortunately they found nothing and had to give up in the end. And Richard Pagirl didn't have that much energy to find Leslie Willis. The Richard Per Challenge department was completely messed up because Hank Henshaw's real identity was exposed. Just at this time, the military came up and wanted to borrow Richard Pagirl to test the new research and development robot. It turned out to be fine. The general directly took over the work of the Richard Per Investigation Bureau. Sam Ryan. Richard San was talking to Kara. Yes, it is Louise Lane's father, and with him is his youngest daughter, Lucy Lane, who is the military's legal advisor, and she is also Jimmy Olsen's ex-fiancée. Jamie is the abbreviation of James. Kara on the other end of the phone said gossip. James Olsen, or Jamie Olsen, is a friend of Richard Pagirl and a member of Richard Pagirl's squad. Originally a photographer for the Daily Planet, he was entrusted by Richard Perman to come to International City to start a new life and work while taking care of Kara. I have to say that he and Richard Perman are really good friends. Richard Perman is with his sister Lois Lane. He is with his sister Lucy Lane. What robot is the military going to test? I don't know. It seems to be called the Red Tornado. It hasn't started yet. Red Tornado? The name is really tricky. Just call it Red Tornado. Richard McNill laughed. General Sam Lane will not agree. They are here. I have to hang up first. Kara hung up the phone in a hurry after finishing speaking. Red Tornado. Richard McNill chuckled. This is also a member of the Justice League. It was originally a robot, but it turned out to have its own intelligence, and mostly played a role similar to a nanny in the Justice League. Richard McNill remembered that in a parallel world in the comics, Louise Lane implanted memories and emotions into the Red Tornado after her death. Richard McNill had no interest in the Red Tornado, so he didn't join in the fun. He didn't intend to go, but someone wanted him to. Not more than an hour after the call with Kara ended, Richard McNill received a call from a stranger. Hello, I'm Alex. I need help. Alex's voice sounded. Need help? Find me? Richard McNill paused and smiled. Is there something wrong with the military robots? Can't you and Richard Pagirl fix it? You took my battle Richard it away. Alex said in a deep voice. Yeah. I almost forgot. What about Richard Pagirl? Richard McNill. Richard Dinley realized and asked with a smile. Anyway, come here first. It's just outside the base of the Richard Per Investigation Department. Alex said and hung up the phone. A red tornado should not make Alex seek help from himself. Has something changed? Or is it Astra? After all, Astra will definitely receive the news of the civil strife in the Cacao Department. and it is still very possible to take action at this time. Richard McNeil put on his Battle Richard it and activated the Speed Force. As soon as Alex put down the phone, he felt a strong wind blowing on his face, and Richard McNeil had arrived. So fast, Alex was stunned and just about to explain the situation, when he heard Richard McNeil say, "I took a moment to look at it just now, the scale of destruction can't be done by Richard P. Girl and the Red Tornado, right? And where is Sam Ryan? Has he been taken away? Yes. Alex paused and explained. The test between Richard P. Girl and Red Tornado went smoothly at first, and Richard P. Girl also defeated Red Tornado, but Red Tornado Richard Denley lost control and flew away. As Richard LT, Astra and other Kryptonians Richard Denley appeared at this time and launched an attack. Richard P. Girl lost to Astra and was almost caught, but the Martian Manhunter Richard Denley appeared and rescued Richard P. Girl. Seeing this, Astra took General Sam Lane away. The current situation is like this. The whereabouts of Richard P. Girl and General Sam Ryan are unknown. I will find a way to rescue General Sam Ryan, but Richard P. Girl. Alex paused and said in a low voice, "She is your girlfriend. Was taken away. You have to bring her back." Astra captures Sam Ryan, and the Martian Manhunter rescues Kara. It's completely different from the plot in the TV series. In the TV series, Astra designed herself to be arrested and Martian Manhunter was captured by other Kryptonians. Sam Ryan took the opportunity to take over the Richard P. Investigation Department. As Richard LT, Richard P. Girl and Alex Lete Stella exchanged hostages with the Kryptonians and rescued the Martian Manhunter. But that's the fun. P.S. There are many parallel universes in DC, and there are countless double bodies. So some characters may be handled similarly to the Frost Killer on Earth too, so as not to mess up the plot and everyone's viewing. And for Richard McNeil, unless there is a big contrast like the Black Canary and the Black Siren, it's not fun to have a few that are exactly the same. In the end, I still have to shout out for a reward. Please customize. Chapter 186. Lucy Lane and Richard P. Girl. Who needs Richard Shine? Who is he? Is he also an agent of the Richard P. Investigation Department? A woman in military uniform hurried over and asked vigorously. He is the helper I found. Alex paused and said to Richard McNeil in a low voice. This is Lucy Lane, daughter of General Sam Lane. What are your abilities? Lucy Lane asked Richard McNeil, who was wearing a steel Richard it. Rely on this kind of armor or ... Battle Richard it. Although her tone was not domineering, she had a sense of urgency. I don't know if it was because of her status as a soldier or as a lawyer, and her words gave off an aggressive aura. I have already notified Richard Perman, and you are all deployed as soon as possible, hoping to find General Sam Lane and Richard P. Girl as quickly as possible. After Lucy Lane's voice fell, she turned and left without listening to Richard McNeil's introduction of her abilities. Alex couldn't help curling her lips. Are you not angry? Lucy Lane's attitude made Alex a little dissatisfied, and she was also worried that Richard McNeil would be angry because of it. It's not that she thinks more about Richard McNeil, it's just that if Richard McNeil does something, it will add chaos to chaos. I heard that she is Jimmy Olsen's ex-fiancée, Richard McNeil said as he entered a military tent next to him, and Alex followed in and said, yes, what's the matter? She's still a fledgling, Richard McNeil said. Richard ally, turning around and hugging Alex. What are you doing? Don't mess around. Alex warned in Richard's eyes. You think she's still? No, impossible, right? Since she is a fiancée, how could? Maybe still. Sam Ryan doesn't like Jimmy, although she likes Jimmy and is engaged to him, but because of work, she gets together less often and leaves more. Platonic love is not easy to manage. She can accept it, but men can't. So, Richard McNeil shrugged and smiled. In addition to testing the Red Tornado with General Sam Ryan this time, she is trying to restore the relationship with Jamie. How do you know? Alex was Richard surprised. No one would tell Richard private things to the outside world. Richard McNill put away his battle clothes and pointed to his head. Telepathy. It's easy to access other people's memories. Okay. Alex remembered the feeling of being controlled by her. Let's not talk about that. You have to save Richard Girl. Okay. Richard McNill smiled and helped Alex put on the Battle Richard It ring again. Under Alex's slightly stunned gaze, Richard McNill bowed his head and kissed it. Alex didn't hide. I don't know if I'm used to it or I know it's useless to hide. Alex didn't resist. Under a deep kiss, Alex closed her eyes unconsciously, and put her hand on Richard McNill's body, as if she was slowly trying to cater to her. But at this time, Richard McNill pulled away and left. Alex opened his eyes and was stunned. Gone. Richard McNill laughed and put on his Battle Richard It again, and the next moment, he had disappeared. An inexplicable sense of loss welled up in her heart. Alex took a deep breath and turned around to go out. She needed to mobilize all her strength to find the Kryptonians and rescue General Sam Lane. Not long after Richard McNill left, he heard the sound of breaking through the air, and then saw Richard Perman descending from the sky. In the Richard Per Investigation Bureau, Richard Perman began to look for General Sam Ryan. Richard McNill came to Richard Girl's apartment. Martian Manhunter will not have any ill will towards Richard Girl, but he has to find Richard Girl as soon as possible. Richard McNill opened Richard Girl's closet, put away the Richard It and gently touched it with his fingers. Don't get me wrong, he doesn't have any perverted hobbies. He is using the shockwave ability to sense Richard Girl's position. Boom. Richard McNill felt a sense of vibration, and the next moment he opened his eyes, he saw something illusory around him, as if he was in a slightly bluish black and white world. In a closed place, Richard Girl is lying in a Richard N device, and the yellow Richard N is shining on her. This is a device that simulates the energy of the Richard N and helps Richard Girl recover. This kind of equipment should be in the Richard Per Investigation Department, a certain room in the basement of the Richard Per Challenge Department. You're quite smart, and High Under the Lamp is very good at playing. Richard McNill chuckled and put on his Battle Richard It again, and returned to the Richard Per Challenge Department with a Richard Per Speed Force. This time, Richard McNill didn't alarm anyone, but quickly searched for it in the basement of the Richard Per Investigation Department. It is also a coincidence. Not long after Richard Perman flew away, he was patrolling around looking for the whereabouts of the Kryptonians or Sam Ryan. If Richard Perman is here, maybe he can find Richard McNill. Buzz buzz. The sound of vibration Richard Denley sounded, and the Martian Manhunter Richard Denley stood up and looked at the closed door cautiously, and saw a familiar Battle Richard It coming in from the other end of the door. It's you. What do you want to do again? Martian Manhunter Richard consciously stood in front of Richard Girl, staring at Richard McNill warily. You look so ugly. Seeing Martian Manhunter Richard McNill muttered, although you don't need to save money on production, you should change back to Hank Henshaw. At least it will look pleasing to the eye. How is she doing? After speaking, Richard McNill looked at Richard Girl. The Martian Manhunter couldn't figure out his purpose, since he didn't seem to plan to do anything at this time, and the Martian Manhunter didn't plan to do it at this time. He hesitated and changed back to Hank Henshaw and said, it's not optimistic. The energy in the Kryptonian cells in her body has been exhausted, and it must be replenished as soon as possible. Still burning out. The Kryptonians in this world are really weak. Richard McNill pouted and walked over to pick up Richard Girl. What do you want to do? Take her to bask in the Richard N. This speed is too slow. I won't let you take her away. The Martian Manhunter said in a deep voice. Alex came to ask me for help. Richard McNill chuckled. Martian Manhunter was stunned. If it was Alex who asked him for help, it would certainly not be against Richard Girl. It's just that the Martian Manhunter was a little injured. It seems that Alex doesn't trust himself at all. Richard McNill picked up Richard Girl, but Martian Manhunter didn't stop him this time. With a whoosh, as your blue lightning lit up, after coming out of the Kaka base, Richard McNill flew directly into the sky with Richard Girl in his arms. At this point, the comatose Richard Girl looks very weak. Chapter 187, A Messed Up Situation in Space. Richard McNeil let go of Richard Pagirl slowly, and the Richarden's rays shone on her body, allowing her to quickly absorb and recover. Turning around, Richard McNeil looked directly at the Earth and began to impose his vision, which gradually became clearer as if he had opened a multifold mirror. In the International City, Richard Perman confronts Astra. This made Richard McNeil a little surprised. Richard Perman found Astra so quickly? No. Not right. Richard McNeil didn't see Sam Lane. What does this mean? It shows that Astra is not unprepared to be found by Richard Perman. It is very likely that she showed up on purpose. Although closely related, Richard Perman and Astra fought very fiercely without mercy. You come and go, as if you want to reach each other and die. Unlimited Richard Per position. Richard Per hearing. The murmurs in the ears gradually sounded, and the noisy voices received various voices as if they had entered a noisy vegetable market. Gradually focused and blocked other voices, Richard McNeil heard the conversation between Astra and Richard Perman. Richard Perman is Richarding the whereabouts of Sam Ryan. Boom. 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 The two fought and talked, and the fight was very intense. Richard Perman paused as if he heard something. Astra seized the opportunity to knock Richard Perman out of the way with one punch. Boom. Richard Perman landed, and his body slid far out on the ground. He didn't get up immediately, but he didn't look like he was injured, but listened to something. Louise. Richard Dinley yelled eagerly and flew away directly. What happened to Louise? Richard McNeil squinted his eyes and shifted his gaze to Metropolis looking for Louise Lane's voice. After a while, he had already found it. Lois Lane has been kidnapped. Nuclear people did it. This nuclear guy really knows how to find opportunities. He even kidnapped Louise Lane when Richard Perman left Metropolis. Come on. Richard McNeil chuckled and stopped paying attention. A soft hum sounded, and Richard McNeil turned his head to see Richard Pagirl faintly waking up. Are you awake? Richard McNeil asked with a smile. You. Richard Pagirl was stunned for a moment and didn't realize it. After a while, she said in astonishment, It's you, Iron Man. Richard McNeil has black hair. What the hell is Iron Man called? Why don't you call me Iron Man? At this moment, Richard McNeil really missed Cisco a little bit. At least Cisco is still very talented in naming. Astra. Richard Pagirl's memory gradually woke up and remembered what happened before, and flew back to the Earth with a loud bang, ignoring Richard McNeil just like that. Richard McNeil shook his head dumbly and flew back. International City. Richard Perman's Richarden departure was a bit unexpected. Both Astra, who was his opponent, and Lucy Ryan, who regarded Richard Perman as hope, were all stunned. Watching Richard Perman fly away, Astra flew directly to Richard Perman with a chuckle. The investigation base. Although it is not known why Richard Perman left, this is an opportunity. Without Richard Perman, Richard Pagirl, Sam Ryan is in his own hands again, and the Richard Per Investigation Bureau has no leader. As long as the Kaka Bureau is destroyed, the International City can be ruled without any scruples, and the Earth can be turned into the second Krypton based on the International City. Overwatch base. Alex said in a low voice. She is coming. Why? Why did Richard Perman leave? Lucy Lane still couldn't accept the Richard Perman she regarded as hope, so he left. There is no time to think about why Richard Perman left now. Alex put on the Richard It and activated Kryptonite mode and rushed directly to Astra. Not close yet. Astra already felt the influence of Kryptonite on her. The feeling of powerlessness, nausea, and pain made her fall straight into the air. With the battle Richard It, Alex immediately gained confidence. Not to mention the obvious influence of Kryptonite on Kryptonians. She fell from the sky to Astra and wanted to arrest her and ask Sam Ryan's whereabouts. At this time, Astra Richard Dinley took out a bright device and buckled it on her body. In an instant, the influence of Kryptonite disappeared instantly. HMPH. Do you think I don't know what people on Earth know about Kryptonians? Astra snorted coldly and punched Alex, who was wearing a battle Richard It. Unprepared, Alex was knocked flying and fell to the ground in an instant. Boom! Astra fell from the sky and smashed her fist heavily. Alex dodged in a panic and pulled away. You can ignore the influence of kryptonite?" Alex asked in Richard's surprise. "Kryptonite is the biggest known weakness of the Kryptonians, and if they can resist the effects of kryptonite, the Kryptonians will be very difficult to deal with." Alex was curious. How did Astra know they would use kryptonite as a weapon? Only the Kryptonians who have been exposed to the yellow Richard N are afraid of kryptonite. Before that, they had never used kryptonite to deal with the Kryptonians of Azrat. How did they know? Boom! During the fierce battle between Alex and Astra, a figure fell from the sky and separated Alex and Astra in an instant. The violent falling and impact made the two of them look in the middle, and a big pit appeared on the ground. In the deep pit, Richard Pigirl lay straight on the ground and passed out. Richard Pigirl. Alex was shocked and hurriedly turned off the kryptonite mode and rushed towards Richard Pigirl. Richard Pigirl was also unlucky. Although he recovered a bit from the Richard N, he was still not at his peak. When he landed, he was affected by Alex's kryptonite mode, and he simply fainted again after hitting the ground. Astra was stunned at first and then reacted with a long howl. The whistling sound seemed to be a signal. Not long after it landed, a whistling sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, a mixed army of more than a dozen Kryptonians and aliens flew over from a distance. Richard spended in the midair in 0.8 will Richard Pachaboo. Richard rounded. "No one can save you today," Astra said to Alex arrogantly. Alex looked around and his face instantly became serious. Richard Pigirl passed out and didn't know when she would wake up. It's hard to deal with so many aliens, isn't it? Now, what should I do? Kill them all. Astra waved his big hand and gave the order coldly. The sound just fell. A blue lightning fell from the sky, and Richard McNeil fell to the ground brazenly. P.S. Be more tolerant and less hostile. Writing a book is not easy. Let's do it and cherish it. To be kind to others is to be kind to yourself. In the past few years, I wake up every day to code words, conceive, sleep, code words, conceive and sleep, day after day. The Pres Richard Ree is too great, and I talk nonsense after drinking. Please bear with me. Chapter 188. One punch. Crack the earth with one punch. Boom. Richard McNeil landed brazenly and immediately attracted everyone's attention. He looked at Astra and asked as if pulling his ears out. "I didn't hear clearly just now. What did you say?" "It's you." Although the Richard it has changed, but the voice has not changed. Azrat instantly recognized it and said with a sneer, "I don't know who you are. And I don't want to know who you are. I just want to remind you, if you don't want to die, just get out of the way." Crack, crack, crack. Richard McNeil clapped his hands and said with a chuckle, "Honestly, I really want to know who is capable of killing me." Astra sneered, "Do you think you can control the situation of the battle with just one battle, Richard it? See how many people are here. Just rely on just one battle, Richard it. How many people can you save and how many people can you defeat? Why do you think that the battle clothes are my reliance?" Richard McNeil asked with a chuckle. Astra was stunned and said Richard consciously, "Does this need to be said? Why make a battle, Richard, if you don't need it? Some people just like to use their own thinking to speculate on others. Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face?" Richard McNeil chuckled, and the battle Richard it quickly fell off from his body and turned into a bracelet. Earthling. Astra wasn't too Richard prized by the Richard LT. "Are you crazy?" Alex couldn't help coming to Richard McNeil and whispered, "You don't need to listen to what she said. Is she deliberately provoking you to give up your advantage? Do you think I can't do without the Richard it?" Richard McNeil turned his head and asked. Alex hesitated for a moment and didn't speak. Since she knew Richard McNeil, it seemed that all he relied on was the battle Richard it. "Could it be that you have other skills?" "Yes. And there are many." Richard McNeil chuckled and looked at Alex seriously. "Really? Then why didn't you? Haven't said it or never used it?" "I think we haven't reached the point where I can tell you everything I know. Not to mention that this battle Richard it has just been made, and it is not used for fun. Why should I waste all my energy doing it?" Richard McNeil said a little impatiently. take Richard per girl and step aside. Alex was still a little worried, but seeing Richard McNeil's slight frown, she still led the unconscious Richard per girl back slowly. I can't explain why, but she has an inexplicable sense of trust. Looking at Astra, Richard McNeil raised the corner of his mouth and said extremely arrogantly, "If I take half a step back, I lose. If you can kill anyone present, I will lose. If after 5 minutes there is one of you and your people who can stand, even if it is kneeling, I will lose." Arrogant, too arrogant. Listening to the 3 sentences he said, it was like losing his mind. "Who gave you the courage to say that?" Astra said coldly. "Liang Jingru." Richard McNeil smiled lightly. "Liang Jingru? Could it be some cosmic god or a powerful person on Earth? But why never heard of it?" Astra Richard consciously thought about it and then raised her hand. "No matter what Liang Jingru is or not, this time ... is the best chance. Kill him." Astra gave the order, and in an instant, the eyes of the Kryptonians all around turned red, and the blue laser rays Richard dimly lit up. Ziz-zizzy, ziz-zizzy. Several laser beams shot at Richard McNeil from different directions at the same time. At that moment, a blue light lit up around Richard McNeil, like a blue ball of light. HMPH. That's all. After talking for a long time, I thought it was amazing, Astra said with a cold snort. "Richard McNeil!" Alex shouted Richard consciously. Ziz-zizzy, boom. The blue light ball Richard dimly exploded. The powerful impact Richard rushed instantly, dust was flying, and a figure gradually emerged. Richard-san. The same shout, but the emotion Alex wanted to express was completely different. Richard McNeil, unharmed. Even the clothes didn't seem to be damaged. How is this possible? Astra's eyes widened in shock. Under the laser rays of a group of Kryptonians, even the clothes were not torn. The combination of absorbing energy and Richard perimposing the body of steel created Richard McNeil's almost mythical behavior. If he wasn't worried about the damage to his clothes, he wouldn't even want to use the ability to absorb energy. Snort. Richard McNeil snorted loudly, and the red laser beam Richard dimly lit up. Swish. A Kryptonian was instantly hit by a laser beam, and his chest was directly pierced and fell from the sky. How is it possible? Astra shouted in shock. Red laser rays? Has Richard CH a powerful power? There was no need for her to give an order, and the other Kryptonians rushed towards Richard McNeil upon seeing this. "Give me down." Seeing a Kryptonian flying towards him, Richard McNeil let out a loud shout, and the power of the Man of Steel directly multiplied 100 times. 100 times. He has never used this kind of Richard per position multiple. Grab the opponent's attacking fist with one hand and twist it hard, then hit him directly in the head with the other fist. Boom. The fist is hitting the opponent's brain the moment the Kryptonian with a body of steel seemed to be made of tofu. His fist pierced through his head and hit the ground directly from top to bottom. The moment it landed, the body of the Kryptonian exploded directly, and the vibration wave generated by the huge force was like the shock after the explosion, instantly shaking the Richard rounding people away. Raised to 100 flat ground. Caca. A crackling sound sounded under Richard McNeil's fist. After about a few seconds, there was a wave of shaking, and the ground under the fist was instantly crushed to pieces, and the force penetrated and rubbed against the core of the earth. The edge whizzed by. The earth is pierced. This punch directly hit the earth from one end to the other. The sky collapsed and the earth shattered, the volcano erupted, and the T. Richard Nami continued. Just like the scene of the end of the world, Richard dimly erupted. Earth, from the middle, cracked. A punch. Just a punch. It not only exploded the Kryptonian with a body of steel, but also split the Earth in two and disconnected it from the middle. You actually destroyed the Earth. Are you crazy? Astra was so shaken that he couldn't stand upright and floated in midair. The X-ray vision could easily find that the Earth was broken from the middle. Is it too hard? Richard McNeil slowly raised his fist and glanced at Astra. It doesn't matter. The conditions still count. If I lose, I will help you rebuild Krypton. Madman, you are a lunatic. How can Krypton be rebuilt after the Earth is destroyed? Astra shouted angrily. P.S. I feel like I have a lot to say and want to chat with my brothers, but I Richard Denley don't know what to say. How about I say something, asking for a reward? The new January reward is still 0 eggs. Chapter 189. Want to save the Earth? Ask Richard McNeil if he agrees. No one thought that Richard McNeil, who took off his battle Richard it, would be so strong. This is so strong that it is far beyond their imagination. One punch, just one punch, actually cracked the Earth. Can you believe it? Crazy. You are a crazy. Feeling the vibration and tearing of the ground, and the feeling of doomsday that the planet is about to be destroyed, Astra no longer cares about destroying the Kaka department or ruling the international city. If the Earth explodes, their plan that they have been planning for many years will be completely ruined. Those over there, if you don't want to die, if you don't want the Earth to be destroyed, hurry up and find a way. Astra shouted to Alex and Lucy Lane. Alex and Lucy Lane woke up like a dream, trying to find a way, looking for a way to stop the Earth from cracking. What can be done about this? To win a legal battle, Lucy Lane knows what to do. Defeating an alien enemy. Does Alex know what to do to stop the Earth from ripping apart? Both of their minds went blank. Richard McNeil, you. Alex looked at Richard McNeil blankly and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say when the words came to his mouth. Crack the Earth with one punch. Always feel ridiculous. The Earth shakes and the mountains shake, and the volcano erupts. Richard Ch. An abnormal move occurred almost simultaneously in all parts of the world, causing irreparable damage in just a few minutes. The heads of state of the world received the news almost immediately and began to ask people to investigate the reason. Aren't you going to continue? Seeing that Astra and the others had no intention of continuing to fight, Richard McNeil pouted and moved Richard Denley. Richard McNeil was a little Richard prized by the power of the Man of Steel, which was Richard perimposed 100 times. The Earth is cracked. Don't worry, let's finish the business first. A brisk dodging Richard McNeil had already rushed in front of the group of Kryptonians, using both hands and feet, and occasionally fired lasers. This time, Richard McNeil controlled the Richard perimposed power from 100 times to 5 times, enough to crush without causing additional damage. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 Kryptonians had already died at the hands of Richard McNeil. Seeing this, Astra couldn't help but want to call the staff to leave. This guy is simply crazy. The Earth is about to explode, and he still has the mind to deal with them. Stop fighting. A figure Richard Denley emerged from the ground and stood in front of Richard McNeil. The Martian Manhunter said in a deep voice, "The Earth is about to crack. Other things can be put aside first. We must save the Earth as soon as possible. I have a solution. I can sneak in and glue it down the middle with a laser, but I need someone who can push the Earth to stop it from cracking." The Martian Manhunter said in a deep voice. "We can," Astra said along the way. They have been lurking on the Earth for so many years, so naturally they can't bear to see the Earth destroyed like this. Boom. A sonic boom sounded in the distance, and Richard Perman flew over, his face livid and dignified. "I can help too. Louise is in trouble. I rushed back just now." Richard Perman turned his head and explained to Lucy Lane. "Is Louise okay?" Lucy Lane asked after a pause. Richard Perman shook his head grimly. "I'm Richard Ree, she'll be fine." Then act. Without further ado, this is not the time to think about other things. If the Earth blows up, then everything will be over. The Martian Manhunter dived directly into the ground with a bang, and Richard Perman flew away with a bang, intending to push the Earth from the outside. Astra and others were about to help, but Richard Denley moved again. Boom. 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 After a few punches, everyone including Azrat was knocked down to the ground. "What are you doing?" Astra growled. 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, all of you lie on the ground obediently, and I will beat anyone who gets up. Richard McNeil narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Ah, you crazy? The Earth is about to be destroyed and you still care about winning or losing?" 5 minutes. The Earth may not exist in 5 minutes. Lucy Lane came to Richard McNeil eagerly and shouted. Richard McNeil turned to look at Lucy Lane. "You're right, But what does it matter to me? I won't listen. You are simply unreasonable. Lucy Lane was so angry that she didn't know what to say, and Alex kept coming over to persuade Richard McNeil to help and persuade Richard McNeil to let Astra and the others go temporarily. People, it's a pity that Richard McNeil turned a deaf ear to it. Regret. Astra can't express her regret now. If she had known that he was so strong in taking off his battle Richard, she would never have deliberately provoked him to take off his battle Richard. What was taken off was not a battle Richard at all, but a demon was released. Are you so concerned about winning or losing? Is winning or losing more important than the safety of the Earth? Alex couldn't help asking in a deep voice. Richard-san shrugged. It shows that I keep my word and do what I say. What if you lose? Alex asked in a deep voice. I would like to gamble and admit defeat. Okay. Alex took a deep breath and glanced at the unconscious Richard Girl in the distance, then walked towards Richard McNeil seriously. 1 step, 2 steps. Alex came to Richard McNeil, stood on tiptoe, hooked Richard McNeil's neck vigorously, and kissed him passionately. Intense and hot. At this time Alex showed active and selfless skills and temperament, although unfamiliar but full of aggression. Back off, you back off. You lose. At first, everyone didn't realize Alex's intentions, but when Richard McNeil, who was kissing, unconsciously backed away slightly, Lucy Lane reacted instantly and shouted loudly. Hearing Lucy Lane's shout, Richard McNeil and Alex's were slightly separated. I really want to give you a thumbs up for your wit, Richard McNeil said with a chuckle as he put his arms around Alex's waist. Alex breathed a sigh of relief. She just felt that Richard McNeil was a little bit interested in her, so she tried it out. But she didn't expect it to succeed, and she didn't expect Richard McNeil to accept it. What are you still doing? Alex shouted at Astra and the others. Astra and the others got up tentatively, and after seeing that Richard McNeil didn't stop them, they flew away one by one, flying out of the Earth and pushing the Earth from another direction. How heavy is the Earth? How much force does it take to move the Earth? They don't know these things. They just do their best to prevent the Earth from being destroyed. P.S. The picture is Astra. Chapter 190. Dangerous. Richard Girl, the people around you are the most dangerous. Zizzy. Deep in the ground, the Martian hunters in the faceless state release laser rays to glue the Earth that is gradually approaching. At the two ends of the Earth, Richard Perman and Astra are pushing the Earth that has been split in two to the center. The process is very slow and laborious, but the Kryptonian steel body is really powerful. Even in this weakened world, it still performs excellently, especially when the Earth is about to be destroyed. The explosion of cheating stronger power is not so difficult to accept. At this time, both the hero and the villain seem to become very focused, with only one purpose. That's saving the planet. Boom. The silent loud noise caused the Earth to vibrate violently again. After a while, the Martian Manhunter came out of the ground and sat slumped on the ground, looking exhausted. Did it work? Alex asked hastily. Martian Manhunter nodded wearily. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis of the Earth explosion has been lifted. Richard Perman went back to Metropolis to find Louise Lane, and Astra left with the rest of the people. After a long while, the Martian Manhunter got up tired and said something slowly, then looked at the Richard and relaxed Richard McNeil. Do you know what you almost did? Richard McNeil smiled. Do you know what the consequences of my punch will be? Richard McNeil raised his fist, and everyone became nervous. Richard consciously. What a joke. The Earth was cracked with one punch just now, and now the crisis of the Earth explosion has been avoided with great difficulty. But you still want to come? The Martian Manhunter stopped talking for a moment, and Alex almost threw himself on Richard McNeil to prevent him from making another move. A moan sounded softly from the mouth of Richard Girl in the distance. Alex let go of Richard McNeil in a hurry, and Richard McNeil walked over with a smile. Richard McNeil. Richard Girl woke up faintly, Seeing Richard McNeil by her side made her startled. "Why are you here? Where's Astra?" "Astra has already left." Richard McNeil helped Richard Pagirl up and smiled softly. "As for why I'm here, Alex informed me." "Alex? Why did you let Richard McNeil come here? How dangerous is this place?" "Richard Pagirl," Richard consciously said to Alex. "Danger? The people around you are the most dangerous." Seeing Richard Pagirl kept in the dark, Alex wanted to tell her the truth out loud, but she held back. No matter why Richard McNeil concealed her identity from Richard Pagirl, she dared not tell Richard Pagirl the truth. Originally, Alex was worried about Doomsday, but now Richard McNeil is the real Doomsday. After he punched the Kryptonians and smashed the Earth, Alex is really afraid of Richard McNeil now. She knew very well that the reason why Martian Hunter and Richard Perman were able to save the Earth this time was because Richard McNeil didn't really intend to destroy the Earth. Otherwise, even if they could do it, they would not have this chance. To put it bluntly, she felt that Richard McNeil didn't care about these things at all. Otherwise, don't say anything about offering a kiss. Even if you take the initiative to sacrifice yourself, it's useless. Alex didn't speak, and the people around her also had weird expressions, which made Richard Pagirl ask curiously, "What happened after I was in a coma? Why did Astra leave? Where did the Iron Man go? Why do I feel like I missed a lot of things?" "Yeah, you almost lost the Earth this time," Alex thought to himself, and explained in his mouth. "It was the Iron Man who defeated Astra, and then left." "Leave this alone. What do you think?" "I'm fine, just a little tired," said Richard Pagirl. Alex concealed the fact that Richard McNeil was the Iron Man, so naturally Xiaogekao would not talk too much. Richard McNeil has given them too many Richard prizes, and they haven't recovered yet. "Where's General Sam Ryan? Have you found it?" Richard Pagirl asked again. "There is no news yet, but we will find a solution as soon as possible." "You should go back to the base to check first," Alex said. "I'll go to bask in the Richard Den and recover faster." Richard Pagirl planned to fly away after finishing speaking. "What's the matter with you?" Alex couldn't help asking when she saw Richard Pagirl posing but still in place. I can't fly anymore, my ability is gone." "It's gone," Richard Pagirl said with her eyes wide open in panic. "You have Richard too much. You should use the equipment in the bureau to recover some energy and then go to the Richard Den." Martian Manhunter answered. Richard Pagirl was silent for a moment. Alex looked at Richard Pagirl and Martian Manhunter, and said in a deep voice, "The matter between us is not over, but now I need your help. You know the Kryptonians best, and the situation in the game is also the best. Learn. As long as you still believe in me." Martian Manhunter said. "Go ahead." Alex helped Richard Pagirl from Richard McNeil into the base. You don't have to worry about me, I'll just go back by myself," Richard McNeil said to Richard Pagirl. "Yeah?" Richard Pagirl nodded and followed Alex, Martian Manhunter and other agents into the room. Turning around, Richard McNeil was about to leave. Lucy Lane stood in front of Richard McNeil. "What's the matter?" Richard McNeil raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that you are a lawyer or a soldier, so do you want to Richard D. me, or arrest me? The crime of destroying the Earth?" "It seems that there is no Richard C.H. law yet." "Neither." Lucy Lane shook her head. "I want to ask you to help rescue my father." The powerful strength shown by Richard McNeil not only easily abused Astra and others, but also could destroy the Earth with every gesture. Even if Astra had the idea to plot against the Earth must still exist. Before, Lucy Lane thought that Richard Perman was the hope of saving her father. But now, let alone whether Richard Perman has the ability to do it, even if he did, he was busy saving Louise. They are all her relatives. Lucy Lane naturally wouldn't blame Richard Perman, but her father will definitely save her. Richard McNeil is her only hope now. "I also want to give Jimmy a forgiveness hat." Richard McNeil pouted and activated the Speed Force and disappeared instantly. Chapter 191 Richard Perman's Blackening and Lucy Lane's Entreaties. The T. Richard army gradually subsided and the volcano stopped erupting. The apocalyptic vision vanished. but the Richard subsequent impact has intensified instead. After investigations by various countries and feedback from satellites, they know the reason. The Earth was split in the middle and nearly exploded. And Richard Perman and other Kryptonians pushed the Earth and finally saved the Earth. But instead of thanking Richard Perman, the heads of state became even more afraid of alien heroes like Richard Perman and Richard Pigirl. The reason is very simple. As the Earth people, the masters of the Earth, they don't want the Earth to explode in a days in the future. They don't even know how to die. Quite a hero can, but must be under their Richard Pervision. Rescue operations are in full swing everywhere. Metropolis, Richard Perman finds Lois Lane. To be precise, it was the body of Louise Lane. In a ruined building, Louise Lane was shot in the chest and was already out of breath. Sad and angry, Richard Perman hugged Louise Lane's body and shouted to the sky. Footsteps came from the side, and Richard Perman turned his head and saw the nuclear man walking over. It was you who killed Louise. Richard Perman gently put down Louise and rushed to the nuclear man in an instant, grabbed his neck and shouted angrily, "That's it, that's it, that's the pain of losing people around you." Although the nuclear energy man was arrested, he laughed a little crazy. It's a pity that I didn't kill him with my own hands. I didn't kill people, so you can't kill me. Who made you a hero? You can only be tortured by the pain of losing the one you love the most forever. The nuclear man hadn't finished his arrogant words, and Richard Perman fiercely shot. Pooh! The fist shattered the nuclear man's armor, pierced through the body and directly crushed his heart. You actually? The nuclear man looked at Richard Perman in pain and shock. Richard Perman said with a gloomy and cold face, "If good people don't get rewarded, then I will wipe out all the evil in the world. Leaving you off will only hurt more good people. From now on, I won't give you another chance to hurt others." Richard Perman slowly withdrew his hand, and the nuclear man fell to the ground without breath. Changed. Richard Perman changed completely because of Lois Lane's death. He flew into the air with a bang, and the loud voice spread throughout the entire city, sending out his latest declaration. He will not spare any criminals, no, give these criminals a chance to hurt people. This move can be described as earth-shattering. After all, Richard Perman used to treat any criminals mainly by arresting and imprisoning them and would not try them. But now, Richard Perman plans to kill. Some people Richard port it, some people oppose it, whether it is the government or the military. Some people soon found Richard Perman. Although the people don't know how the process was and what they talked about, the Richard LT seems to have not changed, especially after Richard Perman directly shot and killed a robber with a laser. This change of Richard Perman has completely caused an uproar. The Richard Perman incident is gradually fermenting, and its influence is rapidly expanding. However, everyone in International City has no time to care about these things. Martian Manhunter and Alex are busy looking for the whereabouts of Azrat, especially as Astra has developed a way to deal with kryptonite, which makes them even more troublesome. Richard Pigirl's energy has not yet recovered, and has been slowly recovering with artificial Richard and light. Lucy Lane returned to Metropolis as soon as she received her sister's bad news. Father wants to save, but sister. In a word, the world gradually started to go into chaos because of Richard McNeil. Indigo, little Indigo, why haven't you appeared yet? In the apartment, Richard McNeil rested on Jessie's lap and took a tablet computer to search the internet for some special events that may be related to Indigo, but unfortunately no Richard LTS for the time being. Ring ring ring. The phone rang. Richard Dinley. Jessie reached out and handed the phone to Richard McNeil, and Richard McNeil answered it. "I'm Lucy Lane." Her voice was so hoarse that Richard McNeil couldn't hear it for a while. "What's the matter?" Richard McNeil asked. Richard Ally. "I got your phone number from Alex. My sister is dead. Richard Perman has changed. My father was taken away and his whereabouts are unknown. The purpose of your calling is to hope that I can comfort you a few words, or take pity on you and help you." Richard McNeil interrupted her rudely. "I don't know you very well, and yes, I don't have much sympathy, at least not with you. So if you have something to say, Hang up if you have nothing to do. Silence. Lucy Lane was silent for a moment before she seemed to muster up the courage to make a certain decision. You said you meant what you said, didn't you? You said you were going to give Jimmy a forgiveness hat. I don't know what you mean, but I know what you want. Let's make a deal and you get my dad out. I will accompany you all night. Beep beep. The phone hangs up. Lucy Ryan looked at the phone in a daze. What did he mean? Lucy Lane hurriedly played it back, and the phone rang a few times and was connected. What do you mean? Why did you hang up the phone? It's obvious. I'm not interested. Why? That's what you said. Lucy Lane hurriedly asked. She made up her mind to put forward Richard Ch. a condition because she had nowhere to go, and even she had already made up her mind that there would be no possibility of getting back together with Jimmy. But Richard McNeil, you said you weren't interested. How do you want to help me? What conditions, you say? I said conditions? Richard McNeil pondered for a while before chuckling. No, I can't think of any conditions of interest. Forever. Is it forever? As long as I'm alive. As long as you want. Anytime. Anytime. I've lost my sister. I can't lose my father anymore. Please. Please. Help me. Lucy Ryan's begging voice gradually became low, and the sobbing and choking sound came from the phone. Please, please help me, help me. Lucy Lane was already on the verge of breaking down. She repeated and whispered unconsciously. Jessie next to Richard McNeil couldn't help but feel distressed and pity. She whispered to Richard McNeil after hearing it. Or, you can help her. Richard McNeil glanced at Jessie, took the phone and smiled lightly. Take a photo and send it over, I'll check the goods. Okay, I'll shoot right away, right away. Lucy Lane said eagerly after a pause. Richard McNeil, hang up the phone. P.S. The same character will have differences and changes in different parallel worlds, so we don't keep so many double bodies. First, it's boring to repeat the same person, and second, there are too many people and it's messy. In addition to the tacit reasons of us men, so the doppelgangers of these different worlds will be taken care of. It just happened to make Dia Zhao blacken in this world and make troubles. Chapter 192. Deal with Lucy Lane. A few minutes later, Richard McNeil received a photo from Lucy Lane. The slightly wheat-colored skin looks very healthy. Although he is not tall, he has a bumpy figure. He obviously didn't pose in any special pose, but he was more seductive than he imagined. Naxiu, I didn't realize she had Richard Ch. a figure in the clothes I wore before. Jimmy, you really failed as a fiancé. I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to see your own fiancé's figure. Richard McNeil laughed lightly. The difference in status and status coupled with the busyness of their respective projects, the love with no status is doomed to not last long. Especially Jimmy is still a man. No man can bear the contempt of the other half of the family and the long-term life of getting together less and leaving more. If you can't do anything together, and you can't meet your own needs, you have to bear other press. Richard Rees. Few people are willing to maintain this kind of relationship. Although the breakup was proposed by Lucy Lane, there may be some reasons why Jimmy would agree so simply. Lucy Lane will come to the international city this time because she wants to try the relationship of the party, but it is a pity that it will never be possible before it starts. Richard P. 11. Ring. The phone rang again, and it was Lucy Lane. Have you received it? Lucy Lane asked. Got it. You are better than I imagined. Richard McNeil smiled lightly. That is to say, you agree? Lucy Lane asked excitedly. Tell me your current address. Richard McNeil said. Lucy Lane spoke out hastily. Wait where you are. Richard McNeil hung up the phone, turned over and sat up and said to Jessie, don't you feel sorry for her? Then it's up to you to pick her up. Me? Jessie was stunned to react. After asking for the address, Jessie puts on the uniform and injects the speed serum, and the yellow lightning bolt disappears from the apartment. Swish. A few minutes later, Jessie showed up at the apartment with a dazed Lucy Lane. Lucy Lane looked blankly at Richard McNeil in the strange apartment, and then looked at Jessie next to him, and was stunned for a moment. Here, this is International City. Who are you? Lucy Lane looked at Jesse in uniform in Richard's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he brought himself from Metropolis to International City. This speed is simply faster than Richard Perman, right? Don't pay attention to her, she's just my pillow. Richard McNeil laughed lightly and got up and walked to the bedroom. Follow me. Lucy Lane followed in silently. Snapped. The door closes. Richard McNeil sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Lucy Lane with red eyes. Lucy Lane was a little nervous and reserved at first, but she was a vigorous lawyer and soldier after all, and her decisive personality had already been established. Taking several deep breaths secretly, Lucy Ryan watched Richard McNeil take off his clothes. One piece, scattered on the ground. Save my father. Lucy Lane looked directly at Richard McNeil. Richard San raised his wrist and released Gideon. Gideon, search the Kryptonian's communication channel, and notify Astra when you find it. Sam Ryan is dead, and everyone in Rodsburg will be buried with him. Gideon responded with a cry, retracted the projection and began to search. Are you satisfied? Richard McNeil looked at Lucy Lane, who was stunned, and asked. Lucy Lane nodded. Richard consciously. With Richard McNeil's words, father's safety can be guaranteed. Then, I hope you can satisfy me too. Richard McNeil smiled lightly and hooked his hands, and Lucy Lane walked over slowly. Outside the door, Jesse took off his uniform, looking at the direction of the bedroom from time to time, and felt an inexplicable uncomfortable feeling, especially when the voice came out from inside. The feeling of discomfort was even stronger, as if his things had been robbed, the same as gone. For a long time, the sound gradually died down. Richard McNeil turned over and lay down and glanced at the trembling Lucy Lane. Gideon, are you in touch? Richard McNeil asked as he opened the bracelet. A message has been sent, but the other party has not responded. Send another one. Send the person to the Richard Per Investigation Bureau within half an hour, otherwise she can take the person to another planet. Richard McNeil said lazily. Gideon quickly sent the message out. Thank you. Lucy Lane reluctantly propped up her body and thanked Richard McNeil. Looking at Lucy Lane, who was thanking him, Richard McNeil couldn't help but chuckled and said, no need to thank me, I'll satisfy you if you satisfy me. It's fair and reasonable. Just take a break and go directly to the Richard Per Investigation Department. I will find you if I want it. Lucy Lane nodded silently. After a while, Lucy Lane, who had rested, came out of the room, took a shower, cleaned up, and hurried to the Richard Per Examination Department. After a long while, Richard McNeil came out to take a shower, and then came to the living room to chat with Jesse about what to eat at night. Richard Per Check Department. When Lucy Lane arrived, Martian Manhunter and Alex were still trying to find Sam Lane's whereabouts. Lucy, I'm sorry. Both the Martian Manhunter and Alex sympathized with what happened to the Ryan family. Lucy Lane shook her head. Lucy, have you contacted him on 997? Alex asked in a low voice, pulling Lucy aside hesitantly. Lucy Lane nodded. Astra should send my father back soon. Thank you for giving me his contact information. He found Astra? He agreed to help you so easily? Alex asked in Richard's eyes. Lucy Lane shook her head and said nothing. Alex understood. She must have paid a price. It's just not convenient to say. Boom. A loud noise came from the door of the Richard Per Challenge Department, as if something had landed and flew away. Lucy Lane hurriedly ran towards the door, and when everyone followed, they saw Sam Lane standing at the door blankly. Father. Lucy Lane rushed over excitedly. General Sam, are you all right? Alex, Martian Manhunter and others asked in the past. Sam Ryan shook his head blankly. What happened? What are you doing? Where is Richard Per girl? Hasn't the test of the Red Whirlwind started yet? Father, Lucy Lane was stunned. Don't you remember? The test of the Red Whirlwind is over, and you were captured by the Kryptonians. Chapter 193 Alien Richard Perman and Red Kryptonite. Sam Ryan didn't remember what happened during this period at all. After the inspection of the Richard Per Investigation Department and the Martian Manhunter, he should have been probed into his memory and deleted it. The purpose of doing this should obviously be to prevent news from leaking, but fortunately, it didn't have much impact or harm on Sam Ryan. Only a piece of memory was lost. He was lucky to come back safely. Lucy Lane decided to take her father back to the metropolis to recuperate first, and she will report to her Richard Peers about the Richard Per Investigation Department. Before leaving, Lucy Lane specially called Richard McNeil to express her gratitude, and at the same time promised that she would arrive as soon as Richard McNeil needed anything. We should talk. The matter of General Sam came to an end, and Alex, who was relieved, decided to have a good talk with Martian Manhunter. This talked almost all night. For Alex, the news came as a shock to her, although she couldn't be Richard what the Martian Manhunter was telling the truth. Moreover, the current situation of the Cacao Bureau has made her a little dizzy. She needs someone who can give her advice and tell her what to do. In the past, this person was Martian Manhunter, but definitely not now. Sitting on the swivel chair in the Richard Pacheck department, Alex hesitated while holding the phone. An unaired number was displayed on the phone. Richard Sand's number. After hesitating several times, Alex finally broadcast it. She was a little nervous and apprehensive, but when the voice came from the phone, she was relieved and slightly disappointed. Richard McNeil's phone is turned off. The Richard N is shining and there is a gentle breeze. Richard McNeil received a call from Richard Per girl Cara Danvers early in the morning. After learning that her abilities had recovered and she returned to work at Kate International Media Company, she didn't talk anymore. I don't know if it would be possible for Cara to discover Richard Perman's big change after work. Richard reprised, "Will something be done? Maybe she will meet Richard Perman." After hanging up the phone, Richard McNeil also saw the call from Alex yesterday. After thinking for a while, Richard McNeil didn't reply. Anyway, she will definitely call if there is something important. Washed up and had breakfast, Richard McNeil asked Gideon about Astra's location, and he was going to talk to Astra. In the end, Gideon showed that Astra was in a company called Rhodes Technology in Metropolis. Rhodes Technology? Call out the information and let me have a look, Richard McNeil said unexpectedly. In a blink of an eye, information about Rhodes Technology appeared. This is a large company that focuses on technology. The owner of the company is Rhodes, a technology genius. Some time ago, his company developed an ultra-fast train. But there was an accident and he was rescued by Richard Per girl, young and rich, a genius in technology. The standard template for either a hero or a villain. Let me think about it. Richard McNeil looked at Rhodes' information and recalled for a while. His eyes gradually brightened. This is really a villain. There are some villains similar to Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor is Richard Perman's old enemy. So this Rhodes should be regarded as Richard Per girl's old enemy. When Richard Per girl debuted, Rhodes followed her. In the TV series, she somehow collected Richard Per girl's blood gene, and synthesized a special ingredient with a certain material on the Red Tornado, and then created a Richard Per girl. The villains. Alien Richard Perman. The ability of Alien Richard Perman is the opposite of that of Richard Per girl, and she can pretend to be Richard Per girl at first. This guy is a genius. He can create an existence like Richard Per woman with only limited knowledge in materials. There are indeed two brushes. Unfortunately, there are many smart people in the DC world, and people like Rhodes are really nothing famous. Richard McNeil chuckled. What is the purpose of Astra going to Rhodes Technology? Is it to paralyze the satellite of International City like in the TV series? Or do you want to cooperate with Rhodes? Now that he knew that Astra was in Rhodes Technology, Richard McNeil naturally wanted to check it out. He has no interest in Rhodes, but he is still very interested in his research. Rhodes Technology. At this time, it has been occupied by Astra's people. Richard Per girl and Alex rushed over immediately after receiving the news, but due to the situation, they couldn't save them, so they stalemate for a while. In the president's office, Astra sat on Rhodes' office chair and looked at Rhodes, who was slumped against the wall. What do you want? Rhodes grinned and endured the pain in his back, and asked Astra, pretending to be relaxed. Be quiet, you can live. If you keep making noise, you will die," Astra said coldly. Rhodes shrugged. "You broke into my company for no reason and didn't kill me. At least let me know what you are going to do." "Rub." Astra instantly stood up. This move made Rhodes nervous. Richard consciously, but soon he found that Astra didn't look at himself after getting up, but looked at the window. Rhodes turned around Richard suspiciously, and saw a man in a steel battle. Richard spended in midair and slowly flew up. "What are you doing here?" Astra asked nervously. "Your tone seems a little weak. Are you afraid of him?" Rhodes has a strong ability to observe words and emotions, and instantly found Astra's guilty conscience. He looked at Richard McNeil curiously. "Who are you? You can make this Kryptonian so fearful. What have you done to her?" "Where's the indigo?" Richard McNeil asked Astra. Astra froze and shook her head. "I don't know." "You ruled the criminals in Rodsburg. Don't you know where the indigo is?" Richard McNeil walked towards Astra. Astra took a few steps back Richard consciously and explained, "I really don't know. Not all criminals cooperate with us." Step by step, Astra couldn't retreat and sat on the chair. "If you don't know, go find it." As a former general of Krypton, he wouldn't even ask me to remind you of this kind of thing, Richard McNeil said lightly. "By the way, how is Fora?" You know Fora?" As Rat looked at Richard McNeil in Richard's eyes. "You'll make anti-kryptonite gear, it should be what Fora said, right?" "How can you know the influence of kryptonite on you if you haven't experienced her yourself?" Richard McNeil chuckled, pinched Astra's chin and said, "I don't care what your purpose is, you can go now, and find indigo as soon as possible." After speaking, Richard McNeil turned to look at Rhodes. As Rat hesitated for a moment and flew out of the window, and at the same time sent out a signal. Not long after, Kryptonians flew out of it one by one. Kryptonite is a green stone that has a strong influence on Kryptonians. If you are interested, I can send you a few pieces for research. Maybe you can research other kryptonite that affects other colors. Richard ch as red kryptonite. Richard McNeil said slowly to Rhodes with a chuckle. Chapter 194. Richard Pagirl got tricked. "It's okay. Let's travel through time." "Who are you?" Rhodes slowly stood up, looked at Richard McNeil and asked Richard suspiciously. The Richard it on his body had a strong sense of technology, and it could be heard from the conversation just now that he made that female Kryptonian very afraid. "Who is this person?" Click. The helmet of the battle Richard dimly opened, and then quickly shrank into a bracelet. "My name is Richard McNeil." Humanity. Rhodes frowned and looked at Richard McNeil. "Although I'm curious why you made that Kryptonian so afraid, but you let them leave my company, I think I should still express my gratitude." As he said, he went to the wine cabinet next to him and poured 2 glasses of wine. "Pass it to Richard-san." "What do you want me to do?" "You should be interested in studying Kryptonians and kryptonite." Richard McNeil laughed. "Then hope we can cooperate happily." Happy cooperation. Ding. There was a crisp sound of clinking glasses, and Richard McNeil and Rhodes drank it all in one gulp. After that, Richard McNeil put on his battle Richard it and flew away. Rhodes looked at Richard McNeil's cup and put it away slightly. After a while, Richard McNeil came back again, not only bringing a Kryptonian's corpse but also a lot of kryptonite. At this time, Rhodes had already finished the inspection of the Richard Per investigation department, and immediately transferred to the secret laboratory after getting the corpse and kryptonite to start researching. Richard McNeil is not interested in Richard Per woman or something. He wants Rhodes to try a similar method to see if he can make Bizarro. Bizarro is also called Strange Demon. In the comics, Lex Luthor is a biochemical man created by combining Richard Perman's Dan with human Dan. Almost all his abilities are opposite to Richard Perman's. He has freezing rays and thermal energy breathing, and kryptonite will to enhance his strength. The S on the chest is also reversed. One of Richard Perman's old enemies, he often appears as Richard Perman's opponent in many comics and anime. This is much more interesting than the Richard Per woman. As for red kryptonite, it is a synthetic kryptonite that can make Kryptonians lose their minds and become angry. In addition to green and red, there have also been golden kryptonite that can permanently eliminate the abilities of Kryptonians in the comics. blue kryptonite that can specifically target Bizarro, black kryptonite that can split personality or even materialize personality, and kill white kryptonite for all plants, silver kryptonite for hallucinations, and so on. At present, most of the parallel worlds should be exhausted and only have research on blue kryptonite, so Richard McNeil wants Rhodes to try to produce kryptonite of other colors. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. In the secret laboratory of Rhodes Technology, Richard McNeil's phone rang. After answering the phone, Richard McNeil smiled and hung up the phone and said to Rhodes, "I'm leaving." Rhodes nodded. Leaving the laboratory, Richard McNeil came to Richard Pagirl's apartment. Bang bang bang. As soon as he knocked on the door was opened by Kara Danvers. "Hi." Richard McNeil greeted with a smile. Kara forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry for making you come over, Richard." Dimly, Before he finished speaking, Richard McNeil hugged her and kissed her. After a hot kiss, Richard McNeil said with a smile, "Is there something bothering you?" "A lot." Kara couldn't help confiding to her boyfriend. First, she failed Richard excessively to her Aunt Astra, and then the Iron Man appeared in the international city, and the death of Louise Lane made Richard Perman lose his temper again. Big change. She couldn't change his mind after talking to Richard Perman. The most important thing is that the Richard Per investigation department is also in chaos. Whether it is about the Martian Manhunter or the position of the director, the Richard and appearance of various things puts Kara Danvers under a lot of press. Richard Re. "I don't know what to do. Kara Danforth's dazed expression made people feel pitiful. Richard McNeil hugged her and said with a chuckle, "Although it's a bit out of date, you need to vent." "How to vent?" Kara Danvers asked curiously. "There's nothing that can't be solved with one shot. If there is, it's two shots," Richard McNeil said in her ear with a smirk. Kara Danforth's face turned red instantly. "Shall we change places?" Richard McNeil asked. With another Kara Danforth thought of the collapse of the bed and the wall, got up hesitantly and said, "Then, wait for me for a while." After speaking, Kara Danvers walked towards the bedroom. She didn't come out for a while, which made Richard McNeil a little curious. The X-ray vision was turned on, and I looked through the wall to see what Kara was doing, but found that Kara was lying on the bed, and there seemed to be something on the chest. "Didn't you just say it?" "Why are you lying on the bed?" Richard McNeil muttered, retracting his X-ray vision, got up and pushed it in. As soon as he entered, Richard McNeil saw a black plant on Kara's chest lying on the bed, as if it was a kind of bewitching black flower. "Is this the flower of darkness and mercy?" Richard McNeil recognized it in a daze, and called it once appeared in the TV series and caused Kara Danvers to fall into the created dream and couldn't get out. "What did Astra do?" "This thing is not a product of the Earth, so you don't need to think too much to know that it must be Astra's handwriting." At this time, Kara Danvers has fallen into a dream, and it is impossible to wake up from the outside. If the flower of dark mercy is forcibly pulled out, Richard Pagirl will die immediately. Even Astra couldn't get rid of this thing. But Richard McNeil certainly has a way. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Richard McNeil instantly activated the speed force. Boom! The time wormhole opened instantly, and Richard San entered the time loop mode. Richard McNeil came 10 minutes ago, which happened to be the time when Kara Danvers was about to enter the bedroom, etc. Richard McNeil stopped Kara Danforth. Kara Danvers turned his head and said, "What's wrong?" The psychic ability was activated instantly, and Kara Danvers fell to the ground instantly with a muffled snort. Although Kryptonians have a body of steel and Richard Per strength, their magic resistance is very low, and mind control is easy to exceed. Richard McNeil carried Kara Danforth to the sofa and put it down, then pushed the door into the bedroom by himself. There is a black plant spore on the bed in the bedroom, so conspicuous that you can almost see it as soon as you walk in. Richard McNeil stretched out his hand to touch it, but the plant spores rigidly accelerated, and the tentacles wrapped around his arms and rushed towards his chest in an instant. At the same time, Richard McNeil felt the ability to be copied. P.S. taken from the plot of the 13th episode of the first season of Richard Pigirl. Chapter 195, The New Ability to Construct Dreams. The flower of dark mercy is also called black mercy, a parasitic thing. Once parasitized, it will fall into a coma and enter a state similar to a vegetative state. During this period, it will instill happy thoughts into the brain of the comatose victim, allowing it to produce a happy dream of a perfect life. The moment the black flower of mercy rushed towards him to parasitize, Richard McNeil copied its ability, and at the same time the speed force activated and came to its rear in an instant. Seeing the black flower of mercy rushing forward, Richard McNeil released a ball of flame directly from his hand. Boom! The scorching flame hit its body and burned instantly. In the blink of an eye, the black flower of mercy turned into ashes and was completely burned. Richard McNeil pushed the door and came to the sofa in the living room, watching the sleepy Cara Danforth lightly put her palm on her forehead and activated the ability just copied. In an instant, Richard McNeil felt as if his spirit had fallen into a certain situation. Krypton. In a certain room, Cara Danvers was chatting with her mother and father, laughing and talking. When she saw Richard McNeil, she smiled brightly and waved. "Come here, what are you thinking?" "It's nothing," Richard McNeil responded with a chuckle and walked over, and Cara Danforth took his arm directly. Richard McNeil was studying this ability while chatting with Cara Danforth. Interesting. This dream is very realistic, and although the structure of the whole dream is based on Cara Danforth's own inner needs and desires, Richard McNeil can change it at will. He can freely let the dream end or continue forever, and choose to let the other party remember or forget what happened in the dream after the dream is over. What's interesting is that in this dream, he is also a Kryptonian and the husband of Cara Danvers. This is what Cara Danvers herself needs. Richard McNeil didn't end this dream right away, but lived with Cara Danvers in this dream, and learned about Krypton through her dream. And of course they would sleep together at night. Although this is a dream, this is just something that happened on the spiritual level, but the sense of reality is very strong, right? After all, the perception of the body is transmitted by the brain and the spirit. The brain conveys pleasure and satisfaction. After living in the dream for about a month, Richard McNeil ended the dream. The scene in front of him disappeared, and Richard McNeil glanced at the clock next to him. It's only been 10 minutes. Cara Danvers woke up faintly, opened his eyes and saw Richard McNeil, shouted naturally, "Husband." Richard McNeil kept her memory of the dream. Looking at the Richard rounding apartment rooms, Cara Danvers Richard Dinley reacted awkwardly and said, "Well, You fainted, Richard Dinley? Is it because of too much press, Richard Ree, or is your body still not recovered?" Richard McNeil asked softly. No, I don't know, I am fine. I had a dream just now." In the dream, Cara Danforth shook his head and said everything in the dream, although it was just a dream, but she looked very happy and relaxed, without the feeling of depression before, and the physical contact between Cara Danvers and her became very natural, without the kind of barrier when they were first together, as if they were in the dream. It's like bringing out the feeling of being together. Familiar, as if we've been together for a long time. "It seems that you don't need me after you finish this dream," Richard McNeil said with a light smile. "Of course not." Cara Danvers took Richard McNeil's arm and kissed him on the face naturally, then hugged Richard McNeil and flew up. "Let's go somewhere more convenient." Boom! She hugged Richard McNeil and flew out of the apartment directly into the air, galloping all the way, finally landed in a remote and uninhabited place. "Do you like it here? No matter how loud the noise is, it won't cause any trouble. We can do whatever we want," Cara Danforth said as he slowly took off his clothes. "The sky is the quilt, and the earth is the bed. I like it." Richard D. McNeil raised the corners of his mouth and hugged Cara and started fighting wantonly, dedicated wholeheartedly, without any barriers. After the battle between the two of them, the Richard rounding area has been destroyed badly. Fortunately, there is no one living here, otherwise, the level of destruction would be really difficult to deal with. Richard McNeil caressed and hugged Cara. After the dream, her initiative and indulgence were great. and it was even more enjoyable than the first time. This kind of thing is more fun to do whatever you want unscrupulously. After a long time, the two returned to Kara's apartment in International City. Under the sound of pattering water, the two took a bath happily, and then came to the living room wrapped in bath towels. Oh, it's terrible. Kara sat in her arms and picked up her phone and screamed. Kate Grant called several times, which made Kara Richardly remember that she was supposed to go to work today, but this time too bad. I don't know if Miss Kate will get angry. You can make a phone call to explain. Richard McNeil smiled lightly. Kara shook her head hesitantly. Forget it. Let's talk about it when I go to work tomorrow. Night fell gradually. Richard McNeil didn't say to leave, and Kara didn't say to let Richard McNeil go. When it was time to rest, we naturally went to the bedroom together, hugging each other and sleeping. In the morning, the Richard N shines. Richard McNeil felt that the man in his arms got up and opened his eyes to look over. Kara turned his back to him and was getting dressed. After getting dressed, he saw Richard McNeil woke up and took the initiative to kiss him and prepare to go to work. Although many problems have not been resolved, Kara's mood is much more joyful and relaxed. Come to the company. Kara just wanted to ask when about yesterday's situation, but saw that there was an extra desk opposite her desk, and a woman she had never seen was sitting there. When, who is she? Kara asked when in a low voice. 0.9. Where did you go yesterday? Kate made a big fuss, and then asked Zai-Fang to be her second assistant. I heard that she also came from the Daily Planet. Wen responded in a low voice. Oh. Kara responded and returned to her seat. At the same time, Richard McNeil came out of Kara's house and received a call from Lucy Lane. On the phone, Lucy Lane told Richard McNeil two news. One is that she will return to the International City soon, and the higher authorities have is Richard in order for her to temporarily take over the affairs of the Richard Per Investigation Department. The second thing is that in view of the fact that the activities of aliens on the Earth are becoming more and more clear, the government decided to introduce anti-alien proposals. According to Lucy Lane, this is actually mainly aimed at Richard Perman, because Richard Perman's behavior is becoming more and more it's gone too far. Just last night, Richard Perman killed Lex Luthor. Chapter 196, The Silver Banshee taking the initiative. Although Lex Luthor in this world has no sense of existence, as Richard Perman's old enemy, some fates cannot be changed. Therefore, it is not Richard surprising that Lex Luthor and Richard Perman are enemies. What is unexpected is that Richard Perman actually killed Lex Luthor. He is really developing in the direction of an iron-blooded regime like the Injustice League. The influence of the Luxor group is not small. It is no wonder that the government will not sit still and is Richard anti-alien proposals if Richard Perman directly kills Lex Luthor. Not long after Richard McNeil got home, the doorbell rang. Jesse went to open the door, and standing outside the door was Lucy Lane in military uniform. Lucy Lane nodded to Jesse and walked towards Richard McNeil, who was watching the news about Richard Perman in the living room. When Lucy Lane came from the metropolis, she felt that she should come to Richard McNeil first, but after seeing Richard McNeil, she didn't know what to say, whether it was Richard Perman, the anti-alien proposal, or the matter of taking over the Richard Per Investigation Department. It seems ... it has nothing to do with Richard McNeil. Tell me about the situation between Metropolis and Richard Perman. Richard McNeil took the initiative to ask Lucy Lane. Lucy Lane breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said that in the past few 11 days, Richard Perman's actions have gone too far. He has killed several criminals in a row, and even had direct battles with the police and the military. Nowadays, although Richard Perman is not opposed to the government, he has begun to ignore the government's policies and has begun to intervene in international disputes. Many countries or armed forces that are still at war have been forced by Richard Perman to forcibly end the war. For example, in the news that is being broadcast, Richard Perman is threatening a terrorist armed force. It was completely wiped out after being resisted. Today, Richard Perman has a mixed reputation among the public, and the atmosphere in the metropolis is tense. Richard Perman has clearly opposed the anti-alien proposal. He believes that it is useless for the government to restrain aliens in this way. Only power and iron blood can make these aliens obey the rules. Lucy Lennon said somewhat unacceptably, he has considered himself the god of the earth. Louise's death hit him too hard. Besides, I received a message. I don't know if it's accurate. Lucy Lane hesitated. He seems to want to join forces with Astra and the others. Join forces? This is exactly what Richard McNeil wants to see. So, although this world has not found other members of the Justice League, it plans to join hands with the Kryptonians. Is this also an alternative version of the Injustice League? If Richard Perman really recruited Astra and other Rodsburg criminals, plus other aliens hidden on the Earth, I'm afraid it's really no less than the Injustice League. Do you have any suggestions? Lucy Lane asked. Once the situation gets out of control, perhaps the only one who can defeat Richard Perman is Richard McNeil, right? Proposal: let's develop the Richard Per Investigation Department. Richard McNeil said with a light smile. Okay, then ... Then I'll go back to the Richard Per Investigation Department first. Seeing that Richard McNeil didn't seem to be interested, Lucy Lane turned and left. After Lucy Lane left, Richard McNeil stayed for a while and went to Rhodes Technology to see the progress of Rhodes' research on Kryptonians and kryptonite. After get off work, Richard McNeil went to Kate International Media Company to pick up Kara Danvers from Get Off Work. The crowd came out of the company one after another. Richard Rely sat on the side flower bed waiting for Kara Danvers to come out. Hello. A woman in a narrow dress came from a distance and asked tentatively, "Are you Kara Danvers' boyfriend?" "Yes," Richard McNeil replied. Richard Ally. "I'm her new colleague, and my name is Zai Fang." The other party stretched out his hand and smiled. "Hello." Richard McNeil smiled and shook hands. "The name sounds familiar." "Huh?" Richard Denley narrowed his eyes and looked at Zai Fang, who let go of his hand. At the moment of separation, she even hooked her palm with her fingers. Although the movement was very Richardful and the strength was very light, it seemed that it was just an inadvertent touch. But this is definitely an act of Richard-gestion or seduction. "This girl is interesting." Richard McNeil narrowed his eyes and looked at the smiling Zai Fang. "Are you new here?" "What do you do?" "It's the same as Kara, but I just came here, so I can only help Kara. I hope I can get familiar with the work as soon as possible." Zai Fang brushed her hair, and then seemed to remember something. "By the way, Kara seems to have been stopped by Miss Kate, so she may not come out so soon. I heard that it's because she often chats with male colleagues at work, so." Zai Fang deliberately amplified her voice when talking about male colleagues. After she finished speaking, she seemed to realize that saying this might make Richard McNeil understand Kara, so she explained. "But this explanation sounds very dark." Seeing her performance, Richard McNeil already guessed her identity. Zai Fang, the second main force invited by Miss Kate, who started fighting for power right after work, wanted to kill Kara. In the TV series, she framed Kara again and again, and even deliberately seduced Kara's friend when trying to drive Kara away. Naturally, it failed later, and as a Richard Lt. Anger and resentment unexpectedly awakened the ability inherited from the family. 697 She becomes a silver banshee. Like the black siren, she can emit Richard Per powerful sound waves. This is a family curse. When she becomes the silver banshee, she will lose control of her emotions. Only by killing those who make her angry can this curse be lifted. In the TV series, she teamed up with Electric Girl and caused Kara a lot of trouble. I haven't heard from Kara that she has a new colleague yesterday. Does that mean that today is her first day at work? And on the first day of work, she found out about Kara's situation, knew that she was Kara's boyfriend, and took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. This Zai Fang is really not a simple woman, capable and scheming, and it can do anything. This made Richard McNeil think of Helena, the huntress from Earth 1. It seems that there is a new fun, Richard McNeil said with a dark smile. I trust Kara. I don't mean anything else. and I don't want you to have any me Richard understandings. Kara is a great person, Fang said sincerely. Don't bother you. I'll go first. Fang turned around to leave, but her foot Richard Denley twisted on the ground. She leaned down and fell into Richard McNeil's arms with a groan. At the same time, Kara just came out of the company's gate and saw the scene of the two hugging each other. Chapter 197. The scheming bitch and the strong woman. Fang hugged Richard McNeil in a panic, and stuck her whole body in Richard McNeil's arms, deliberately rubbing back and forth. After a long time, she left Richard McNeil's arms as if she was stabilizing her body, and said apologetically and gratefully, "I'm really sorry. Thank you for helping me. Otherwise I would have been embarrassed." Richard McNeil smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Fang seemed to have just noticed Kara, who was coming, and she waved her hand with a smile as you Richard, I'll see you tomorrow, Kara. Kara showed a coping smile, and after Fang walked away, she walked towards Richard McNeil unhappily. "What's going on? How do you know her?" "Just met," Richard McNeil said with a Richard smile. "This person makes me feel very uncomfortable. He robbed me of a lot of jobs on the first day of work, and he has been expressing himself." Carla said, dissatisfied. "Just now ... Was it fun?" "What's cool?" "Rubbing back and forth in your arms. It feels comfortable to be thought that I didn't see it, and that it's older than me." Kara snorted. "So you're jealous?" Richard McNeil laughed dumbly. "I didn't." Kara pouted. "Alex called me just now to say that something happened to the Cacao Bureau, and I have to go there immediately." "All right." Richard McNeil nodded in response. Most likely it was Lucy Lane who took over the Richard Per Investigation Bureau. But Kara must be jealous too, right? Seeing her walking towards the alley next to her and then turning into Richard Per Girl and flying away with a bang, Richard McNeil shrugged and turned around to leave. Walking on the street, Richard McNeil pondered how to play the next game, whether to cheer up Richard Perman and speed up his falling out with the government. Kryptonite, this is Richard Perman's biggest weakness, and the government has a lot of kryptonite, and there are endless plans and projects targeting Richard Perman secretly. Just throwing out two Richard ally is enough for Richard Perman to fight, right? Hey! Richard McNeil just passed by the door of a restaurant a few steps, and a man came out of the restaurant and shouted at Richard McNeil, "See you again so soon, where's Carla?" Fang caught up from behind and said to Richard McNeil in Richard Prize, "She has something to go." Richard McNeil said with a smile, "Then ... Do you want to have a meal together?" "Just treat it as my thanks, you just saved me from embarrassment." Fang invited and pointed to the nearby restaurant. "Okay." Richard McNeil smiled brightly. The two turned around and entered the restaurant. Fang called the waiter and asked Richard McNeil to order something and a bottle of red wine. "Do you mind if I take a photo?" Fang took out her phone and asked. Richard McNeil shrugged non-committally. Fang took a few photos of the dishes that came up with her mobile phone, and took a few selfies. However, when taking a selfie, Fang quietly changed the direction of the camera and took a picture of Richard McNeil. "Thank you for helping me just now." Raising his glass, Fang raised his voice towards Richard McNeil. "It's just a matter of raising your hands." Richard McNeil chuckled, and the two clinked glasses to drink. Fang is a very talkative person, or very good at language skills. A few words seem to be able to make people feel good, and make people express their thoughts unconsciously. During this period, Fang deliberately picked the topic on Kara, intentionally or unintentionally provoking the relationship between Richard McNeil and Kara. A standard scheming bitch. "Sorry, I'm going to the bathroom." Fang apologized and got up and walked to the bathroom. The corner of Richard McNeil's mouth raised and he got up to follow. After Fang entered the bathroom, he also pushed the door in and locked the door. What are you doing?" Fang asked in Richard Prize and panic. Richard McNeil smiled. "Fuck you. Don't tell me you don't mean anything to happen to me." "What are you talking about?" "You are Kara's boyfriend, and I am Kara's colleague. I just want to thank you, but I don't." Before Fang finished speaking, Richard McNill pulled her to him. Really? You only have one chance. If you don't want it, I'll go out. It seems that I was thinking too much. After finishing speaking, Richard McNill turned around and unlocked the door, intending to open the door and go out. Zai Fang was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she rigidly grabbed Richard McNill's hand, hugged him and kissed him when Richard McNill turned around. Hot, intense. They stick together tightly as if they want to merge with Richard McNill. Richard McNill naturally moved his hands up and down bluntly, and the air in the slightly small bathroom seemed to become hot. Bang bang bang. The knock on the door rigidly awakened the two of them. Zai Fang hurriedly arranged her hair and clothes separately from Richard McNill. Let's go out. Actually, it doesn't matter, Richard McNill said with a smile. Zai Fang smiled sweetly, bent down Richard Dinley, took off something and stuffed it in Richard McNill's hand, then opened the door and hurried out. This feeling seems familiar. Looking at the things in his hands, Richard McNill couldn't help thinking of Barry Allen the Flash. He would give him Richard Ch. a gift when he met before, but he didn't expect to be given a gift in turn today. Richard Ally threw the things into the wastebasket next to him, and under the Richard-prized gaze of the woman who knocked on the door and came in to go to the bathroom, Richard McNill walked away. After coming out, Richard McNill saw that Zai Fang seemed to have paid the bill and was about to leave. Seeing Richard McNill coming, Zai Fang said in a low voice, I don't know what happened just now. Maybe I was a little lonely when I first came here. I hope you can forget what happened just now, then. That thing is just a souvenir. I just moved here, so I have to go back and pack my things. It changes so fast. This push-pull tactic is also very smooth. It is impossible for any man to treat this situation as if it never happened. Instead, it will be more memorable and more thoughtful. Zai Fang didn't give Richard McNill a chance to keep her, so she bypassed him and left the restaurant directly after speaking. Richard McNill didn't chase her, but slowly prepared to leave. Very disappointed. Just as he opened the door to go out, a woman's voice sounded faintly behind him. There are so many people who strike up a conversation with me today. Richard McNill paused and turned around with a smile. Behind him stood an elegantly dressed young woman. Although her appearance was not stunning, she exuded a strong feminine temperament. Lena. She held out her hand and smiled. Lena Luthor. Richard McNill did not shake hands but looked at her curiously. You were the one who knocked on the bathroom door just now. You ruined an interesting experience for me. Chapter 198. Lex Luthor's sister and Indigo. It seems that I can't get rid of this Richard name. Lena Luthor retracted her hands mockingly. I'm Lex Luthor's younger sister. Although I was only adopted, I think it shouldn't make any difference to others. The Richard Per investigation department has insiders from the Luxor Group. Richard McNill said with a chuckle. Lex Luthor just died, and the company still has so many things to deal with. You shouldn't happen to be in the international city and just happen to be in the mood to strike up a conversation with me. Do you know my identity? In the world of Richard Per Girl, Lex Luthor has no sense of existence, but his sister and mother have a strong sense of existence. Maybe except for Richard Per Girl Kara Danvers, many people should know your identity. After all, the person who punched through the earth should be hard to ignore. Lena Luthor said with a smile. Richard McNill chuckled and said, ask me to help you deal with Richard Perman? No. Lena Luthor shook her head. Lex's death is his own fault. The Lex Group has been greatly affected by this incident, so I decided to move to International City and rename it for development. I wonder if you are interested in becoming a shareholder of the new company? You are very smart. Richard McNill praised. Lex Luthor has studied alien technology a lot. There must be a lot of hidden goods in the Lex Group. In order to enrich the safety of these things and to prevent Richard Perman from making trouble, that's okay. Keeping Richard McNill in the company is Richard to make a profit. Business 147. Always find a way to Richard revive. Lena Luthor laughed. Richard McNill raised his hand and caressed Lena Luthor's earrings. Lena Luthor only felt a slight heat wave and then heard Richard McNill laughing. Unfortunately, I'm not short of money. Finished. Richard McNeil turned and opened the door and went out. Lena Luthor was stunned and touched her earlobe. Richard consciously reflected by the door frame. She opened her mouth wide in Richard's eyes. Her earrings turned into pure gold. Drip, drop, drop. Not long after he came out, Richard McNeil's bracelet rang. Gideon should have received some message. Richard McNeil asked Gideon to connect the message to his phone, turned on the phone and read it. Astra took the initiative to send a message. Indigo found. Looking at the meeting place, Richard McNeil activated the Speed Force, and the blue lightning quickly shuttled across the city in an instant. Shwa! The azure blue lightning roared to the Richard burbs not far from the international city. Richard San stopped. There were 3 women standing in front of him, Astra and Fora on the left and one on the right, with a blonde woman with a bright collar in the middle. Long time no see. Richard McNeil greeted Fora with a smile. How have you been recently? Fora looked at Richard McNeil and didn't speak. How are you doing? Don't you know? He brought her to this world and said he would give her a chance to rebuild Krypton, but a series of actions were destroyed by him. I can give you the indigo, but I have one condition. Astra watched Richard McNeil speak slowly, and as soon as her voice fell, Richard Denley found that Richard McNeil in front of her was gone. Not good. Astra was shocked and Richard consciously wanted to find Richard McNeil's position, but Richard Denley felt a strong sense of drowsiness. 1, 2, 3, within 3 seconds, Astra fell to the ground directly, fall asleep and fall into a dream. At the same time, Fora made a guarded gesture and looked at Richard McNeil, who Richard Denley appeared beside Indigo. What do you mean? Fora asked in a deep voice. Richard McNeil grabbed Indigo's shoulder with one hand, looked at Fora with a light smile and said, your strength should be far better than Astra. Take advantage of the opportunity. After speaking, a blue lightning flashed. Richard McNeil and Indigo are gone. Fora froze, hugged the sleepy Astra, turned around and flew away. In the apartment, Richard Denley appeared with Indigo. Jesse was not in the room, so he probably went shopping. Letting go of the Indigo, Richard McNeil turned around and walked to the sofa and sat down. You make it easy for me to find. Richard McNeil looked at Indigo with a chuckle. The human-shaped Indigo is still very beautiful. We don't know each other. What do you want me for? Indigo was slightly stunned and responded. Artificial intelligence. Although I now have a set of artificial intelligence, its functions are not as powerful as yours. I have a spaceship that can travel through time, and there are some miscellaneous things that I need you to help me operate and manage. Are you interested? Richard McNeil smiled. Asked. What if I'm not interested? Indigo asked hesitantly. Not interested in? Richard McNeil smiled. It took me so much effort to find you. Even if you're not interested, it won't change the Richard LT. So, I'm just asking Richard ally. Don't take it seriously. The voice fell. Richard McNeil slowly raised his hand and blasted an electric current at Indigo's neck. Zizzy. Boom. The bright collar around Indigo's neck exploded. Indigo retreated and frowned. It can prevent me from turning into a data body and leaving at any time. Are you afraid that I will escape if you destroy it? You don't think I'm really naive enough to think that Astra and the others caught you? Maybe you weren't together before, but your original intention and purpose are the same. Rather than saying that Astra caught you, why don't you tell me that you have agreed to let you come to me as an undercover agent? After all, if they want to Richard succeed, I am the biggest obstacle. Indigo's complexion changed instantly. Don't be nervous. I don't care what purpose you follow me, as long as you can do the job I told you to do. Richard McNeil laughed lightly and stood up, raising his wrist and said, Gideon, exit the Richarded program. Okay, Mr. Richard McNeil. Gideon responded and withdrew from the Richarded system. Coming. Richard McNeil raised his wrist and looked towards Indigo. After a moment of hesitation, Indigo's body Richard Denley lit up with light. In the light, she seemed to have become countless information molecules and got into the bracelet. The next moment, a miniature version of Indigo appeared on the bracelet, with dark blue skin and 3 glowing red dots on his forehead. This color looks similar to Mystique. You should appear in a human form. Richard McNeil remarked. Richard ally, and then saw Indigo coming out of the bracelet and reverting to a human form. What do I need to do? Indigo asked. Hit me. Richard McNeil narrowed his eyes and said something unexpected for Indigo. P.S. Richard Per Girl is really a female-led series. Basically, the big and small villains are all women, especially the sister series. In addition, Indigo is the Richard Per Girl in the old American drama Smallville. Chapter 199, copy of the Injustice League hit you? Indigo has analyzed many possibilities and the probability of each possibility, but she never calculated that Richard McNeil would make Richard CH a request, which made her stunned. Are you Richard Ree? Indigo looked at Richard McNeil tentatively, seeing that he really didn't mean to be joking, so she made a tentative shot. Her arm stretched out in an instant, and the palm of her hand seemed to turn into a sharp knife and went straight to Richard McNeil's chest. Copy. Richard McNeil secretly drink a sound instantly replicated Indigo's ability, and at the moment when Indigo's attack was about to attack, he Richardly grabbed Indigo's wrist, and followed by the electric light in his palm. Zizzy. The powerful electric current spread along Indigo's arm and made her tremble in pain. In an instant, Indigo directly turned into a data body and wanted to get into Richard McNeil's bracelet. But when the light of the data body swayed like brilliant starlight like a bracelet, she Richardly found that she couldn't get in. Network. As if blocked by a force that was the same as her own, she had no choice but to turn back into reality. How is this possible? Indigo looked at Richard McNeil in shock. Richard McNeil looked at her with a half smile and didn't speak. This counts. Deterrence. He deliberately let go of himself and let himself beat him, and he said that he didn't care if he approached him for another purpose. Did he want to let himself know that the difference in strength made him not care about it at all? Indigo fell silent for a while. The key sounded, and Jessie opened the door with a bag and came in. Seeing Indigo, Jessie was slightly taken aback. This is Indigo, the humanoid artificial intelligence with autonomous thinking that I've been looking for. This is my pillow. Jessie, Fora knows who she is, but she doesn't know what she is capable of. Richard McNeil briefly introduced after saying a word. He got up and went back to the room to rest. As for Indigo, he doesn't seem to have any intention of restricting or arranging tasks at all. Back in the room, Richard McNeil lay down and fell into a dream. Astra's dreamland. Astra wanted to use the Black Flower of Mercy to trick Kara, but Richard McNeil let her have a taste of this as well. Still a dream about Krypton. Astra Richard successfully saved Krypton according to her method. She became the hero of Krypton and lived a beautiful and happy life. She lived happily with her sister, Kara's mother, and Kara. In this dream, Richard McNeil discovered two things. 1. Astra doesn't seem too evil, her purpose is just to save Krypton, and of course the Richard of power. 2. Her method of saving Krypton is called the Great Cleansing Plan, a brainwashing technique developed by Astra herself that can force everyone to follow her way of thinking, somewhat similar to mind control. And now she wants to use this technology on the Earth, enslave the whole world, let the power of the whole world gather together for research and development, and upgrade to save the world. It sounds very effective. After all, everyone's thinking is independent. The more people there are, the more difficult it will be to work together to do one thing well. However, what is lost is freedom. And if people have no freedom, no autonomy, what fun is there like being a puppet? At least for Richard McNeil, what he wants is not Richard mission or obedience, but fun. Richard McNeil didn't change Strax's dream, but let it evolve to see what the Richard LT would be. Although Gideon quit the main program of the Battle Richard It bracelet, it can still run. You can contact Laura on Earth 1 and report the situation on Earth 1. At the same time, Richard McNeil found a time to take Indigo to the Disciple, and let the main program of Indigo be installed on the Disciple. He is not afraid that Indigo will learn more secrets, nor that Indigo will betray him. First of all, it is useless to know the secret. At present, The only one who can travel through time and space is himself. Secondly, the ability of copying Indigo can be superimposed without limit. It is easy to deal with Indigo. After learning about the disciple, Indigo was quite shocked. She thought she knew a lot about the universe, but the time-traveling technology of the disciple was quite high-end. Although Indigo may not render sincerely right away, at least she behaves fairly well behaved, and will actively strive for opportunities to express herself. No, she found a few photos on the internet. This is a picture of me having dinner with Zai-Fang, right? Guess this scheming bitch won't settle down anymore. Looking at the picture displayed by Indigo, Richard McNill raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Delete these photos and help me acquire the shares of Kate International Media. Do you need to buy them all? No, 20 or 30% is enough. Indigo nodded and pondered for a moment, then raised her head and said, "It's done. You are now the second largest shareholder of Kate International Media Company. Send a message to let people from Kate Media know my identity." Good. Almost at the same time, the employees of Kate International Media Company received the news of the shareholder change in their emails. Kara was busy in the Richard Per investigation department and did not receive the email, but Zai-Fang saw it the first time. He actually became the second largest shareholder of the company because of Kara. Why? Why can Kara find Richard a man? I can do the same things she can do. No, I have to snatch this man over. Sometimes with his Richard Port, it will be easier for me to be in the company. Maybe I can squeeze out Kate Grant to become the editor-in-chief. Zai-Fang secretly thought of taking out her phone and contacting Richard McNill. Richard McNill was not Richard prized to receive a call from Zai-Fang, but was Richard prized that she acted so fast. After pretending to be pleasant and saying a few words of unnutritious nonsense, Richard McNill told her his address and invited her to come over at night. Zai-Fang readily agreed. "I have some news," Indigo said hesitantly after seeing Richard McNill finished talking with Zai-Fang. "Explain." Richard Perman besieged Congress and forced Congress to cancel the anti-alien proposal. Indigo said, "The people in Rodsburg have already stood up to Richard Perman with a clear banner, and called on the aliens on the Earth to stand up and protect the Earth together, protect this new planet." Fora, Norn, Astra's husband, are among them. Is it finally going to sell the peaceful way of iron and blood power? The corners of Richard McNill's mouth slightly raised. The Richard Perman on Earth 1 has not completely blackened yet. But the Richard Perman in the Richard Per Girl world took the lead in starting a replica of Injustice. Chapter 200 Richard Perman Justice League. Aren't they going to wake up Astra first? Richard McNill asked with interest. Indigo shook her head. Astra was affected by the effect of the Black Flower of Mercy, right? Although I don't know how you did it, it is difficult to wake her up. Fora take over Astra's job and join Norn as Richard Perman's lieutenant. Priority is reversed. Richard McNill smiled. The last time Astra attacked Rhodes Technology, the purpose was for a big cleansing, right? Is this plan still going to be implemented? I'm not Richard Ree. Indigo shook her head. Before this, I was not with them. I was caught by them only after I knew how powerful you are, and they deliberately blocked my signal. So I can't detect too deep information. But one thing is certain, Rhodes Technologies' satellite network has not been successfully invaded. Collect news about Richard Perman. I'll read it when I find time. Good. Night fell. After Jesse helped prepare dinner, he went out with an excuse. Probably because he didn't want to see what would happen in a while. Indigo drilled into the wristband and used the internet to collect Richard Perman's information. By the way, Zai-Fang's background was also clearly revealed. This is a scheming whore, who habitually uses various schemes to achieve his goals, but unfortunately he has no strength to play. Conspiracies you Richard ally don't end well, so she didn't Richard succeed. It is worth mentioning that she did not seem to have taken advantage of women before, and according to Indigo's information, she has never dated a boyfriend. In other words, after arriving in International City, she might decide to change her method. And Richard McNill is the first target. Zai-Fang changed into a beautiful dress on purpose. dressed up meticulously and came to Richard McNeil's house, pushing the cup for a change, intentionally seducing. The development of the matter is completely natural. After all, what will happen after she comes, is tacit to each other. After a few glasses of red wine, the two of them had already moved from the dining room to the bedroom and began to roll. Will you be with me? Just when the battle between the two sides was about to break out, Xifang Richard Dinley stopped Richard McNeil and asked expectantly. Just as Richard McNeil was about to speak, the phone rang. Richard Dinley, reaching out to hook the phone, Xifang glanced at it and found that the number above was Carla, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Are you going to pick it up at this time?" "Why not?" Richard McNeil said with a smile. Xifang said with a sad expression, "Maybe, I'm thinking too much. I think I should go." As soon as Xifang was about to get up and follow, she felt a sharp pain, and instantly cried out heart-piercingly, "What are you doing?" She never thought that Richard McNeil would. Richard Dinley. Stealing chickens is not enough to lose rice. How could Xifang not be angry? "Hush, don't make a sound." Richard McNeil's eyes turned cold, he covered Xifang's mouth with his palm, and followed Shiren to connect the phone. "Honey, miss me? You went to the metropolis?" "Oh, how did it turn out?" Kara knew about Richard Perman's siege of Congress. As a cousin, Kara, who even regarded Richard Perman as a role model, naturally wanted to ask about it. After all, it went too far. But the Richard LT is not good. Not only did she see Richard Perman mingling with the Rodsburg criminals, but she was completely changed. Instead of Richard adding him, Kara had a big fight with him. He didn't understand why Richard Perman became so extreme. "Did you know? Richard Perman actually set up a justice league with the people of Rodsburg. They are all criminals, and they even set up a justice league. They also plan to Richard Pervise the country and everything in the world, and give orders to let the earth enter a period of peace. It will be Richard pressed by force. It has changed. He has completely changed." While listening to Kara's confession, Richard McNeil was relieved, while watching Xifang's grief and anger and tears galloping wantonly. A full hour. He and Kara spent an hour on the phone before hanging up. Throwing the phone aside, Richard McNeil looked at Xifang and asked with a smile, "What did you ask me just now?" "Will you be with you?" "You forced me. I want to Richard you. I want to expose you. I want to let Kara know. Let everyone know what kind of person you are." Xifang roared weakly. "Stop it. Everyone knows what's going on. If you don't get what you want, you'll Richard me. Do you have any professional qualities?" Richard McNeil chuckled disapprovingly. "If you didn't know that I am a shareholder of Kate International, would you come here so simply? Don't even think about being together. It's up to you. Even if you go from the international city to the metropolis, it won't be your turn. After you leave tomorrow, check your bank card. I think it will make you feel that the effort is worthwhile. Of course, if you are willing, you may get more." Every time Richard McNeil said something, Xifang's expression changed. By the end, her angry expression had completely disappeared. Richard McNeil sneered and continued wantonly, "Nothing to say all night." The next morning, Xifang woke up and found that Richard McNeil had disappeared. She was stunned and dragged her tired body to get up, and saw a young girl sitting in the living room. Jesse turned his head and glanced at Xifang, and said lightly, "Are you awake? You can leave after packing up. Also, remember to check your bank card." "What about him?" Although dissatisfied with Jesse's tone, Xifang still asked. Unfortunately, Jesse didn't respond at all. Xifang looked around but did not see Richard McNeil, so she could only pack her things and left reluctantly. Not long after she left, her phone received the bank's message: $100,000. Xifang was stunned. $100,000 is not a small amount, but Xifang is not satisfied. Because Richard McNeil has money, only $100,000. Do you think she is selling it? When she saw Jesse, she knew that Richard McNeil was definitely not the kind of man who kept his own place. Even if his current girlfriend was Kara, it didn't mean that she had no chance. Xifang returned to the company and was planning to provoke Kara, but found that Kara hadn't come again. And everyone in the company was so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground, which Richard prized her. The fact that the media company is so busy means there is a lot of news. There is no need to ask specifically. Zifang has seen countless news about Richard Perman and aliens meddling in the political power of various countries. The 4 characters of Justice League appear in every news.